Today on Family Matters.
Kyle is a very challenging child. That's it, not putting it on. No.
Let him have his toys around there. Move all the ornaments for now.
Are you really trying to say it's not a family home, it's a palace?
You're putting too much pressure on yourself. You really are.
I would really like it if my mum and dad stopped stressing, because they're not really happy.
What touched the nerve there?
Just feel bad looking back at that.
I don't even notice that she's there sometimes.
Right, I'm getting annoyed now.
You've actually got to the point now where you're picking them up and dragging them out the room.
I think that the children are spoilt.
Go!
They do not do as they're told. They have everything.
That comes across as really aggressive.
Yeah.
I told you to do something, you do it.
But it doesn't teach them.
No.
My point is, it's never ever going to teach them. Hello and a warm welcome to my brand new show, Family Matters. Thank you. My first guests, Kerry and her husband Chris, say that their family is suffering because of the wayward behaviour of their 3-year-old son, Kyle. They say his demand for attention is taking the time away from their own relationship, and they want my help before he ends up coming between them. Take a look at this videotape.
I'm Kerry, I'm married to Chris. We've been together for 13 years. We have 2 children, Cara, who's 11, and Kyle, that's just recently turned 3. Kyle is a very challenging child. We get in from work and it's just stress, shouting. It's just every day's a challenge.
Right, that's it. I've had enough. Sit down. We can't take him anywhere. He'll run away. He won't sit still.
Don't run off. Kyle, where are you going?
He just wants his own way all the time.
His behaviour, it's got worse.
I need your legs. Why do you make it so difficult?
He thinks everything's a game, and he just laughs at us. He thinks everything's funny.
You don't run off. It's not funny.
In the morning, trying to get him ready is one of the hardest things to do. He won't let me dress him.
All of this just to get shoes on you, Kyle.
Coat on now. When I then try to give up and walk away, that's it, not putting it on. No. He then goes into meltdown. He'll throw himself on the floor, and sometimes he really hurts himself.
It's hard to balance everything. You know, we work full time, try to keep the house clean, look after the children. It adds to the stress.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you watch the tape, what do you feel you need to implement more that you see that's missing from that tape?
Gosh, I just don't think we've got any control.
What do you feel you're not in control of?
Of Kyle.
Kyle. He just likes to destroy everything.
Destroy?
Yes.
Break? Vandalise?
Everything
Okay.
you can think of.
Does he live in a home that's practical for children?
Probably not.
Probably not, no.
Tell me why. Tell me why he doesn't.
Because I'm a real perfectionist, but me and Chris are both the same.
We like clean.
nice things.
Yeah.
And I want to keep it as well for Chris, because I know that he's also, you know, he's very much been brought up and grown up in that kind of...
Okay.
Well, you have.
You're like, okay. What do you mean? What would you mean by that?
Oh, no, like, you know...
It's not just for me, it's for yourself
Well, no,
as well.
no,
It's not just for
I
me.
know
You
that.
can't blame it on me.
No, I'm not blaming it on you. I'm just saying I like to do that for that reason as well. Because I know if you came home and it was like complete mayhem, it would stress you out.
Would it?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that then. Because that's a real issue that a lot of, you know, parents do have.
It's just me. I just like everything to be clean, tidy.
Yes.
I like the bed made.
Yes.
I can't get into a bed if it's like I've just crawled out of bed in the morning.
Yep.
I can't get back in with the quilt has to be made.
Yep.
Otherwise, I can't sleep in that bed.
Yeah. What about your son's room?
I try.
We both try to tidy.
Yeah.
He literally pulls everything apart.
Like the blankets
everything.
off, all his clothes out, the chest
curtains
of
down,
drawers.
a lot.
Everything done. And is there a play area for him downstairs, or his area is his bedroom?
No, his bedroom.
His bedroom.
His area is his
He does
bedroom.
bring the toys downstairs. We allow him to do that. Don't get me wrong.
And then you take them
but-
quickly back upstairs again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
Just saying.
No,
Just saying.
I understand.
True?
That's fine. It's true.
OK.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit more about that, because you're very meticulous about things being in a certain place.
Yeah.
But the reality is that you left, didn't you?
I did,
So
yeah.
talk to me about that, because, I mean, it obviously got to a place where you felt you couldn't handle it.
Bicker all the time. I just had enough. I was sleeping on the floor for a year
Why?
because Kyle was sleeping in and out of bed.
Right, OK.
So I had to sleep on the floor. I couldn't move. I was literally on the edge of the
And
bed every single night.
why was he sleeping in the bed?
Because he had to sleep in our... We couldn't get him in his own room.
The thing is, Kerry, I remember you saying to me that he's going to be our last child. Please, just let him sleep in bed with us. And I said, you're making a massive mistake. Massive mistake. And that's the reason why.
I just kind of thought, oh, I'll just let him because I'm not going to have another baby again. And because I was so close with him... But then, I suppose, yeah, before we knew it, Chris was on the floor and months was passing. And I don't know why, but I would get resentful to him about the situation, and I think he would be getting resentful to me. And then it got to a stage where we just literally didn't even talk.
So then you were downstairs because you were holding on to the baby.
Yeah, so
in the bed.
basically-
It got to a point with what happened then, Chris?
We decided, we argued all the time, so I
just
thought, right,
every day.
I need to go.
And then what brought you back?
Because I really wanted to come back. I missed the kids, I missed
Yeah.
Kerry,
Yeah.
and I want to work at it, so that's the reason why.
Did the sleeping issue get resolved?
Well, when Chris came back, we then decided that we had to do something because him sleeping on the floor was just, well, you were getting such bad backache and not
killing me at
not
work.
just that, like...
What
the
about
worst
you're a
part-
couple and you should
Yeah,
be in the same bed?
Yeah.
Not just a backache.
Yeah.
I mean, backache, so we thought we'd put you back in your bed.
Back here,
Never mind, put you back in your bed. You know. Okay, let's have some more videotape, please.
Kyle is very, very hard work. If he doesn't get attention 24/7, he will literally cry. Cry.
No.
I don't know how it's humanly possible to sit there and ignore it.
It's like something takes over him.
Attention, that's all he wants. If I pick him up, he'll cry. If I leave him, he'll cry. Meal times are very stressful as well. Do you know what I love? Eating my dinner in peace. I love it. Kyle won't eat his dinner.
No, don't eat ketchup. Eat your dinner.
I can't actually sit down and eat a meal. I'm up, down, all the time. I can't sit down and relax. He always plays with my dinner all the time. I never eat a full meal.
That's Daddy's dinner.
No, I don't want it, Kyle. No, look, you're spilling it over me. Come on, can you just leave it, please? Why can't you just sit down and eat your food on your own? And give Daddy a break for 5 minutes. Kyle, give me a break, please. Just stop.
Cara feels very left out.
Have some milk.
Kyle? Yes, in a minute, babe, hold on. Kyle, come to me, and I'll put Lion on.
I would really like it if my mum and dad stopped stressing, and because they're not really happy most of the time, and I do want them to be happy.
Don't do that.
What does...
Okay.
What touched the nerve there?
Cara.
Thank you.
It's like I just ignore her.
shouldn't be crying.
That's what you're feeling, what you're feeling. You shouldn't be crying. That's what you're emotionally feeling. What about Cara?
Spend any time with Cara. She's left out all the time. Just feel bad looking back at that. Because I give her no attention. Nothing. She just goes to her room every night.
We don't even notice that
communicate.
We don't even notice that she's there sometimes. She just closes herself in a room and she just closes.
Yeah, Cara used to be so close. I used to do everything for Cara.
Yeah.
Everything.
So you feel like you've lost your relationship with her a little bit? She's kind of become invisible where you've been dealing with Cara? How was it different with Cara to with Carl now?
She was much more relaxed. She was an easy child to look after. She was very shy, so
yeah.
She used to just cling on to us all the time, but she was never... She didn't do the naughty things that Kyle used to do.
Cara's always been really close to Chris because I think I really struggled to bond with Cara. I'm not an overly maternal person anyway.
But you did, though. You did bond with Carl.
Yeah.
So your second child you did bond with.
Yeah.
Is he your last? He is. Is that your choice? Together?
Yeah.
Is that something that you found difficult? I mean, did you both say, OK,
No,
this
we
is what
didn't
we're
find it difficult at all. I don't think so, anyway. But
I think the thing is, Chris never wanted any more after Cara. He always made it very clear that, you know, I'm happy with one, I don't want any more, and that is it.
So Carl it wasn't planned?
No.
So how did that...
Probably was a bit more on my part.
All right, hold on a minute. So hold on a minute, it was on your part. So now you're going to have to play catch up now. So
yeah, we went on like a year after we had got married, a year like honeymoon sort of thing, and I just thought I might accidentally leave my pill behind.
OK, so you did, and then obviously...
But he does know.
And when that happened... I mean, was there like, hello, where was I in this decision?
I feel mixed emotions. Yeah, I was happy, but at the same time, because your friends knew before me as well, so
it's a little bit naughty, to say the least.
Yeah.
To say the least. So, did that cause any kind of, when you were carrying, did that cause any kind of friction? I mean, was that hard for you then to get past it?
No,
or was it the kind of
fine.
Look,
it was okay.
What happened here? Let's move past it.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to tell me that you feel I need to know?
No.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Let him have his toys around there. Move all the ornaments for now.
You're really trying to say it's not a family home, it's a palace.
Honestly, Kerry, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but it's the truth. You need to just think, I can have this when they're bigger. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. You really are.
I'm Carly and I'm Kerry's younger sister. I do get myself into a state sometimes when I know Kyle's coming because I have to move things in the house, get things out of the way that I know he's going to be picking up and throwing. So it becomes quite a bit of a worry, really, and which is quite upsetting because that's the last thing I want to feel, knowing they're coming over, and I'm actually panicking because Kyle is so destructive. They have, since Kyle's behaviour changed, their relationship has changed. It's difficult, really, because I don't know if it's the fact that Kerry went straight back, like she went to work full-time.
Towards the end of last year, Chris went to his dad's for a week. I was at home on my own with the children. There was just no communication and we were just taking things out on each other constantly.
Kerry's is at that voice of desperation, begging Kyle, pleading with him.
Kyle, stop running! Come on, come with Cara.
Listen, look at me, look at mummy, look at me, look at mummy, Kyle.
And with Chris, it's to the point where his voice goes, he shouts that loud.
Right, that's it. I've had enough. Sit down.
Children obviously aren't silly and they can see that it's just more of a show for them, I think.
Can you hear Mummy?
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
So we've been discussing Carl and his behaviour and good cop, bad cop behaviour and everything else. What do you see?
I'm a parent myself to 3.
Yes.
I'm not perfect. I also can lose my temper and I find it hard at times, but their relationship with Kyle is a lot different because he is so much more demanding. He can't just sit down and do the things that I've seen, like Cara be like my children.
Yeah.
He just terrorises them a bit.
Yeah, and my little boy is so petrified because no matter what, he'll just throw things at him, not sit down and play with him.
Have you taught your children how to sit down and colour at the table?
Yes.
You sit down? You do puzzles? Do early learning games?
No.
No. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the attention span is not there. The re-engaging in the toys is not there.
No.
The ability to problem solve and to enjoy the experience of those games is not there. Is the environment there for Kyle?
No.
Is his home conducive to that type of learning and play?
Myself believe it is.
Why?
Because they both have a beautiful home. It's lovely and they love to have it so nice and tidy and that, but like we've always been saying, it's not the ideal environment for children because those ornaments there are enticing him. There isn't any toys really around. It just does, it's not much of a home, a homely home.
When you say homely home, are you really trying to say it's not a family home, it's a palace? In other words, it looks like a showpiece rather than...
If I walk out of my door, the toys are still on the living room floor that were there probably from a week ago. I leave them.
You can't do that. Tell me why you can't do it.
I don't...
You're too neurotic.
Yeah, I can't... I can't go up...
Can't see it on the floor.
No.
It sounds just so... But I can't go up to bed at night to come back downstairs in the morning and there be... So it has to be completely...
So why don't you clear it then when he's in bed?
What I've said to you though, I said leave it. You tidy as you go along as well. You don't...
It's not dirt, it's toys. Let him have his toys around there. Move all the ornaments for now. That's what I used to do. Everything went up a level. As they got bigger, I moved the things I didn't want broken away, out the way. It used to look bare, but nothing then could get broken. All those things around him, he's going to want to... He's interested. He's got no toys down there, so he's going to be going for the ornaments.
But you know that.
Relax now.
But you know that. I know you know that.
She does.
But you want Kyle to fit in with what you want. Now you've got him in this bubble where he can't move, he can't do anything. He's worried that he's going to drop something because you've got him so tightly bound. Where does he get to learn how to become more agile with anything that he's doing, more coordination, you know, more pincer control? You know, the attention comes from early learning education. The more he can sit down and be given games and toys and interactive learning from yourself over the weekend, you know, where you've got that half an hour in the morning when he's alert, been asleep and ready, and he's learning that obviously at school, and he's obviously ready for it at school and loves it. You need to be able to support that back at home as well. It's not, and I say this for all parents, there is so much you can do with your children at the early ages. You know, it's not your job as parents to say, I'm going to do nothing, and it's the teacher's job. Your job is to prep your kids from when they get to school. The teachers are there to continue academically with them. That's your job as parents, to be able to do that. That's early education. And, you know, being their educators and being able to give them that early education is not only stimulating and developing their brain, because in the first 5 years, you know, their brain is going to absorb 80% of that information. But actually what's going to happen as well is that they're going to learn the life skills to re-engage themselves back into what they felt frustrated with, and they have now completed the puzzle, you know, or the problem-solving game that they were playing, or the mix and match that they were doing, you know, or the tracing they were doing. Let's go to more tape.
I would say that it's having quite a negative effect on me, and sometimes I just think I just need to numb it. I need to, just so I'll have to have my glass of wine, and I know that that's caused a lot of arguments between me and Chris because he doesn't want to see me getting that way. But it's just been a kind of a coping mechanism that I've kind of turned to.
Sometimes she can drink a lot and arguments escalate as well. What it's like when you've had alcohol, you like to speak your mind sometimes, and it can be hurtful at the same time as well.
Both Kerry and Chris are very, very house-proud people, and they love things to look lovely, and everybody does, but it gets to a point where it can't be perfect.
Kyle!
What did I say about the blinds?
So they just need to take a little step back and realise that the most important thing right now is Kyle and Cara, and not having to have the best of everything.
This is why I'm here. This is why I want the change, because I don't want anything to happen, anything bad to happen, so I just want to make things better.
I think nobody's been wanting to say it. Like, we all have seen their house is stunning, but you've got kids and you don't need to have such a beautiful house now. You can have it later. Honestly, Kerry, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but it's the truth. You need to just think, I can have this when they're bigger, but right now, I'm not. I don't ever want you to think I'm making out I'm perfect. You know I'm not. But just relax a bit. You don't need to worry about all those beds being made in the morning. OK, if you want yours done, fine, but the kids and that, you're putting too much pressure on yourself. You really are. And you get in from work and you're then worrying about the state of the house, not about how was your day at school, Cara, sitting with Cara, and you're missing out on all of that because you're thinking about your house first and how it looks, and you're not thinking about everything else. I've been there, I've seen it. I like to have a tidy place, but it's not perfect because you chose to go and get all your kitchen units in the glass and that, and you regret it now. And I told you you would, because there's fingerprints, but you're not going to stop that because you've got kids.
I know, I just don't stop. I stop cleaning all the time. I feel bad because on the weekends, that's what I do.
You plan your weekend and you want people to watch the kids so you can...
So I can just clean and tidy.
Spend a day cleaning.
I do, and I'll spend the whole day just cleaning and tidying.
And it stresses you out.
What do you get out of cleaning?
I don't know. I just have this high expectation within myself, and it's like I can't help it.
But
I just can't control it.
If Kyle's at mine and he's destroying and somebody says, Kerry, go do that, and you're like, oh, don't worry about it. But when he's at yours, it drives you mad. Yeah. But you can relax around everybody else's.
Yeah.
Chris, Kerry earlier on said, I want things a certain way for when you come home. I mean, is there a realistic truth here that you expect things a certain way as well, and she's trying to meet those expectations?
Yeah, I do. I like to have a tidy house, but...
You're both really similar, obviously.
We are very similar in that way. We are.
Yeah.
I don't want her to feel under pressure to make sure the house is nice and tidy for when I get home. I've never put Kerry under any type of pressure to do that.
No, but I know that sometimes it frustrates you. Like, you'll come home and you're like, look at the state of this place. Look at this.
Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah.
So I just feel like
you very much like it as well anyway, so it's just
we're both the same.
Yeah.
We're both the same in that way, definitely.
I think you're being unrealistic.
I know.
You put, these pressures on yourself to have a perfect home, whatever that is, perfect home, and the reality is a happy home is a home that's conducive to children blooming and thriving and having great relationships with their families and siblings and having fun. Your kids can't move. Can't move in that home. But you need to be able to, find that healthy compromise. Pull that buffet back, open up the space. Bring down a wicker basket where he's got some of his toys and he can play. At the end of the the day when he goes to sleep, you can tidy those up and keep them in there and put the lid down, you know? And then there'll be times when you'll be sitting down talking to one another or doing what you're doing, you know, and you'll be playing. You'll be on the floor of all your
at the
trains
moment,
and
like,
cars.
we can't have a conversation. Like, we get in from work, like, it was just like this week, and we were wanting to talk about, there was something we wanted to talk about. We were trying to, like, talk, and he was just in the, like, by us, just pulling and screaming. And like, eventually, like, I snap at Chris, he snaps, so we both end up shouting at each other, taking it out on each other, and then we just don't talk.
Yeah, because the lights are on, but no one's at home. And you're both there, but you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You're both there, but you're not being productive. You're not giving him what he needs from you as parents. You know, you're not. And you're more consumed with how everything looks.
Yeah.
And you're missing what's truly important. You're missing what's truly important. What do you see now? Come on, your eyes must be open.
Yeah.
I know.
I see quite
I can
a
see
lot.
it. I can see it. There's changes
We've been
we
going,
need to make.
like, terribly wrong.
I know.
Like, dreadfully.
Very.
And you both have to work together.
I know.
I think because that's what's so hard. I think for so long we haven't been working together.
Be productive and understand what you need to follow through on today after us all being together and empower yourself so that you become more confident. And then at the end of the day, as a family, you're better off as a whole. So do we have a plan?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Day-to-day life with the boys is a complete and utter battle.
I told you to do something, you do it.
Lots of arguing, lots of pushing, lots of shouting.
Right, I'm getting annoyed now.
And it's an absolute nightmare.
That comes across as really aggressive.
Yeah.
I told you to do something, you do it.
But it doesn't teach them.
No.
My point is, it's never, ever going to teach them. Welcome back. My next family contacted the show because they feel they'd rather be at work than at home with their kids. Since the arrival of identical twins Jake and Harvey, Vanessa and Paul feel the family dynamic has changed and the twins are ruining the roost to the point that the couple's marriage is at breaking point.
I'm Vanessa. I'm married to Paul and we have 4 boys. Jordan's 10, Ellis is 7, Jake and Harvey, the twins, are 5. Day-to-day life with the boys is a complete and utter battle.
I told you to do something, you do it.
Lots of arguing, lots of pushing, lots of shouting.
Right, I'm getting annoyed now.
And it's an absolute nightmare. All of our attention was on Jake and Harvey.
If one's not kicking off, the other one will kick off.
It really did change the dynamics. If they don't get what they want from me, they will go to Paul, vice versa.
You just told... Dad said... No. 5 minutes.
They work as a team against you.
There wasn't one of us able to be free to look after the other 2. I think Ellis got lost along the way, being the middle child. I think he just kind of got left behind. But he is bad in himself. He looks for trouble. I can't put all the blame on the boys because it must be something we're doing because otherwise they wouldn't be the way they are. It has put a lot of pressure on our relationship.
We've fought against each other just because we don't know what to do.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Welcome. Crying already? You're watching that and you're crying already?
Because it's watching us, it's hard.
What do you see?
An absolute nightmare. A battle.
A battle, an absolute nightmare, but when did it start to become overwhelming for yourself?
It became hard when the twins were born. It really changed, like I said, and with 2 of them constantly going on at you, the other 2 wanting different things as well along the way, it all just made the dynamics of the family just blow up and go wrong.
When did the trouble start? When did you really start to feel the heat?
When they came out of our tummy.
No, before that. How are we going to buy the pram? How have we got £600-700 to buy a pram? How have we got £400 to buy 2 car seats?
How did you work that out?
Well, we had to go without, majorly. You know, we ended up getting into debt, things like that, to try and buy these things. Because how can you not? You have to. There is no way around it.
Now, did the behaviour of the other children change?
Yeah.
because they got kind of lost along the way. They were just kind of left to get on with it, left to get on with it because it was always, I've just got to do the twins, I've got to feed the twins, I've got to change the twins' nappies, we've got to, you know, get the twins to sleep.
And what strain did that put on your own relationship? Because now you're anxious, you know, everything is nicky-picky, you've become really tunnel-visioned.
Yeah.
You know, then you've got the physicalities of that.
Yeah.
You know, that
we started drinking quite a lot, didn't we? Literally quite a lot.
You did?
With a bottle of wine a night each.
Wow.
We put on a lot of weight because we were eating junk food, because it was just grab what you can while you can.
Right.
It just...
It was existing, really.
Yeah,
we was around the kids, basically.
We argued a lot.
No life.
We nearly split up a lot. It was a lot of pressure. I had all the stress of the kids. He obviously didn't understand. I used to ring him up when he was at work, screaming and shouting, if you don't get home from work, I'm leaving these kids. I can't do this anymore. They're going to be on their own. You all have to deal with it. I'm done. I've had it.
If I used to see her phone number come up on my phone, I used to avoid it because I knew what was coming.
Yeah.
And
you're like, oh, I'll have another sandwich.
Yeah.
That's it.
And often I used to go the long way home.
Right, OK. So the serious of that.
Yeah, I used to avoid going home.
Yeah.
But obviously I had to work 7 days a week because I had to financially provide for them as well.
Yes, of course.
But, yeah.
All right, well, let's go to more tape.
Drink, tea, bed. Let's go. Home life is stressful. Shouting, screaming, tantruming.
I've thrown that over on purpose in a tantrum.
I would rather be at work.
Ellis acts like a 4-year-old. His tantrums, he cries. No, I told you stop fighting about 5 minutes ago.
And Ellis pushed Harvey off of his bike, resulting in him breaking his arm. The twins are completely a team.
No, you need to reunite.
They really do wind Jordan up.
Get out! You've got your own games to play.
Jordan doesn't want them in there, and he will actually pick them up and forcefully remove them from his bedroom.
No, please.
Right, no. Out. Do as you're told. Thank you.
They just won't give in, and they'll just cry and cry and cry until you just want to go and shut yourself in another room and stay away from them.
Sometimes I look for backing up and he's not there.
My main stance on disciplining the boys is shouting, basically. Get that tidied up now. Now pick it up.
Sometimes I think Paul goes far over the top.
You haven't. Night.
I think maybe part of that is where we're going wrong. It makes me not want to spend any time with them because it makes life hell.
OK, so what I want to do with you both is, you know, to break things down so you're not overwhelmed here, you know, talking to me. Where do you think you both go wrong?
Well, I know exactly where I go wrong.
OK.
I shout. I mean, I would never smack my children. I had it when I was little, and I won't have it. But the only way of escaping out of me is shouting.
Yourself?
I shout, and I think I don't listen to them enough.
OK, but it's not effective? No. Of course not. I just want to look at the videotape here. I want you to take a look at this. You know, I look at this situation here where, you know, the kids were in the room and, you know, Jordan didn't want them in there. You're quite rough in the way that you manhandle them, rather than just kind of saying, right, out, off you go, let's move, let's move. You can see where you've got to the point where...
Yeah, because they don't listen.
But I'm not even like the fact is that you've actually got to the point now where you're picking them up and dragging them out the room rather than ushering them from their back and saying, right, off we go.
Yeah, because it's got to that point now where I'm not going out. They're just... It's like I've cut out that middleman. I've cut out the trying to reason with them.
That comes across as really aggressive.
Yeah, you can see by the look on my face that I was...
Your body language and what you do.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But it doesn't teach them.
No. And that's why now we need to put the right procedures in place to teach them, because we can't carry on like this.
I want to meet Mum. Let's watch the tape.
My name's Linda. I think the problem being is that we've got 4 boys and they don't ever do what they're told.
Go! I'm contradicting myself, please!
I don't think that the children respect their parents at all.
You're not reading the book! Going to sleep! Good night!
When they've got to come over to their nanas, they do cry, and the only reason being is that they have to do as they're told. After you've eaten your big dinner, you're moaning about you're hungry, so you can eat that. Come on, look, having a temper tantrum isn't going to do anything. Come on, please come down. I think Ellis feels pushed out since the twins have come along, and Ellis will tell tales all the time about the twins.
Mom, I'll go for talking.
They have to stop what they're doing and do what Ellis says, then it causes a fight. I don't think Paul and Vanessa discipline the children enough.
But the simple reason is you don't have them all the time.
If they constantly moan, then it's easier for them to give in.
You have them for a couple of nights and then you don't have them for whatever. You're not used to that. I'm not arguing with you.
And we need to get it sorted now, while they're young.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So what do you see? I mean, it's a little bit hard, isn't it, to say what you feel?
Still to come on Family Matters.
Basically, I think that the children are spoilt.
Go!
They do not appreciate anything. They do not do as they're told. They have everything. I think, that they do their best, obviously, for them. But the twins know how to get round to their parents. Basically, I think that the children are spoilt.
Yes. In what way?
They have everything.
Okay, materialistically?
Materialistically, yes. They literally have everything. And if they have, like, an iPad or tablet, whatever, and it's thrown down the stairs by the twins and it smashes, when it's their birthday, they'll have another one. They have an iPhone to play with.
Yeah.
They have too much. And Vanessa will turn around and say, well, they have to because all the other children have it. They do not appreciate anything. They do not do as they're told.
Do you agree with that? I mean, would you feel they are? They get a lot. They
do have a lot.
They have.
I don't think they appreciate it, no. But in defence, the twins broke Jordan and Ellis's electrical gadget, and we did then, about a year and a half later, replace it, but it wasn't Jordan and Ellis's fault. The twins were young. So...
They broke it? An accident happened?
They threw it down the stairs.
So that wasn't an accident? That was intentional?
No, they were young. They were only 18 months old, 2 years old.
But how did they have that to do that?
Because Jordan and Ellis leave them laying around.
So what they're doing in the rooms?
Looking after.
What are they doing in the rooms?
That's exactly what I've said to them.
So there's the etiquette of the respect.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely. They don't respect any of the house. It's all theirs. There's no hidden.
Yeah. I had a real fun opportunity to meet your kids before the show. Take a look. Why am I here today? Why are we all here?
To sort our family out.
Why? What's wrong with your family then? That needs
crying,
fixing.
moaning, and arguing. Mostly you, and you. Nothing to do with me. And them two boss me about.
Who boss you around?
Harvey and Jake.
Jake, you boss him around? Do you boss your older brother around?
Yeah, they do sometimes. But we boss.
How much?
Lots. No, put your hands up. He does it loads. He does it that much, like literally loads.
So when you're all aggravating each other, okay, and you're all bickering, and sometimes it looks like you're having fun when you're doing it as well. Does it drive Mum and Dad mad? Do they get fed up with it?
It's mostly them. Wait, let me say something. Let me say something. They mostly do it. They mostly get in trouble. We mostly get in trouble. If we get annoyed with each other, those three cry, and then they get shouted at for crying.
What could I teach Mum and Dad today? What do you think they need to know?
They would need to know that you need to stop us arguing, and if we're naughty, we should. Well, basically, we should just be quiet, or we should get sent to bed at 6.
Give me 5. Give me 5. Give me 5.
Give me 4.
Give me 5. Give me 5.
4.
Give me 5. Give me 5.
2.
Give me 1. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
I'm going to go meet Mum and Dad now. Catch up with you later.
Bye.
Bye. I love them. Like butter wouldn't melt in there. Look at them. You spend a lot of time shouting.
Yeah.
And it's not effective. When I look and I break down the videotape watching you all, there has to be an example. And I don't think the example's there at the moment. And you're not going in and showing them fairness. And Ellis is not seeing fairness. No. He's not seeing you go in and listen to all sides. And you see, the beauty about that is when you actually go and you listen to all sides, you start to realise who's telling fibs, who's not, who's telling half the story, who's giving you the whole story. And what I got from the children when I was talking to them is that none of them really feel like they're made to say sorry if it's genuine. You know, and I feel that if you're more in tune with the children, in being able to spend the time to sit in front of them and actually ask them what's gone on, you start to pick up these little cues, these facial expressions, their tones, their body language. You know, that's all cues for us to make us observe our children more and know.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at more tape here.
My worst time was when the twins were about 18 months old, 2 years old. And I stood on the side of the A14 with them screaming in the back, and I was tempted to jump in front of a car. Paul was working 7 days a week. I was on my own all the time with all 4 kids.
I was at breaking point and I nearly had a breakdown at one point. I just broke down one evening and put my hands in my head and cried.
I physically, mentally and emotionally couldn't take any more. It was hard work and it really pushed us to the limit.
In later life, I'm going to feel guilty about the lost years, which I should have had good times with my children, and that will really affect me.
I'm scared of what worst case scenario could be, to be honest with you. It petrifies me. If we don't become a family unit, then nothing's ever going to get any better. I love my kids more than anything in the world, and I would do anything for them, but I need to have my happy family unit. Taking one of the children out of the equation does change the whole family dynamics, but I wouldn't ever like to think that that could happen. I don't want to think about not being part of being a family.
You are a family unit. You are a family unit. I feel that when you look at yourself in that place and you are watching yourself objectively on there, you can see how anxious you have been about everything. It's a wake-up call to see yourself talking about your kids, because you're able to empathise with yourself, listening to yourself. You know, you do need that time where you can go and take a night out. You know, I think it's perfectly okay for you to feel like, you know, you have a weekend. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's healthy because you're feeding your own relationship. But the truth of the matter is, you know, you do have to be on the same page. What do you need from each other as a couple?
Support.
Listen.
Support and listen. Who's going first?
Me.
Okay.
I want him to remember what I've told him because he's listened, not it's gone over his head. I want, if maybe I'm standing back out of the situation, looking in, because it's easy when you're looking in and think he's dealing with it wrong, then maybe step back and listen to me and we can help do it, work together to make it right, instead of him just going off and doing what he does or me going off and doing what... We work together at getting them to listen to us. So in order to do that, that means that you've got to recognise that as soon as you hear noise, you react. You react by then going in and shouting.
Yeah.
It's a habit you've got yourself into,
that's correct.
which is counterproductive. It's just not, doesn't do anything. Might make you feel better for 2 minutes, but then afterwards you're not feeling so good afterwards.
No, that's right, yeah.
You step back, you observe, you step back in. You can be effective. You can make a difference in doing that.
Yeah.
So how do we then stop you from getting to a place where you're getting riled up as much? Your decompression between when you finish work to when you get home is critical.
Yep.
It's just acknowledging that you're going home and leaving work and coming home and you're putting on a different hat.
Yeah.
Change your mood, shift it, help yourself to be able to do that. Whatever that case is. Mine's normally a big bubble bath. Right? But you know what I'm saying? Find that place. The reason why you feel that guilt is knowing that you're at work, you know, and you're not seeing them as much as what you would love to.
That's right.
I think that can be said for every parent right now in Great Britain.
Yeah.
I really do. I do. You know, and I don't believe that there's an easy solution for that.
No.
But there has to be somewhere, a place where you have peace in knowing when I'm with my kids, I'm going to have fun and I'm going to have quality time with my kids as a family.
That's what we
want.
want.
You know what? I'm going to work every day providing for my family. Don't beat yourself up over that, please.
Okay.
Somewhere you've got to recognise that you've got to find peace with that because how you're behaving because of it is of detriment to the children.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do we feel like we have a game plan in place? Do you know what you need to do now
Yeah,
when you go home?
yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
Today on Family Matters.
I was drinking alcohol, I was doing speed, cocaine.
Truthfully, you were neglecting her. I mean, you're on the drugs, drink, and neglecting her.
It's that one, isn't it? Wait for it. She hasn't got any respect.
Why are you disrespecting her home? Why is that okay? What do you mean I don't know? That's not acceptable.
I am sorry.
It's not okay.
No, it isn't.
Ellie needs guidance from you. Do you know what to do? Do you know what she needs? It's good you're here today because today you don't have to run anymore.
I felt like I didn't bond with Adam.
Did you feel bad for that?
I felt that bad. I even turned around to my mum and said, can I give him back? And it made me feel really bad as a mother to say that.
If you're sleeping in separate rooms, what relationship is there?
That's like we said to each other the other day, we just feel like flatmates. I can come in and she, like the other night, she was upset when I come in. She don't want to be touched.
Do you feel that way?
I really didn't think this would happen to me. I just don't want to feel like his neighbour.
Welcome to the show. My first guest, Liz, contacted me because she says that her relationship with partner Malcolm is on the verge of splitting up, despite the fact that she is 3 months pregnant with his child. Liz says that they constantly argue and admits she doesn't trust Malcolm to look after her own daughter, let alone their unborn child. Take a look at this.
Come on, stop it, come on. My name's Liz, my little girl is Ellie, and my partner is Malcolm. The relationship is falling apart. Feeling a bit tired, that's all. In the past, I have used alcohol and drugs. Obviously, I'm clean now and have been clean for quite a few months, but this is one reason why it's messed Ellie's life up. When she can't have her own way, she will get very stroppy and will have arguments. Take your bag off and sit up. Come on. No! She will get very upset and that's when I give in and do everything for her. Come on, it's that one, isn't it? Wait for it. Because Malcolm isn't Ellie's dad, I don't like him to tell Ellie off. I feel like I should be the one that tells Ellie off. Don't you dare do that, you know that's naughty. I am 2 months pregnant and since the pregnancy, it's like I don't want to be around him anymore. I don't hardly say I love you anymore. I struggle to say those words now. Me and my daughter are currently living at my mum's, and this is another reason why me and Malcolm are spending more time apart. This will be the first time that I'm being 100% open and honest with Malcolm about our relationship and how I feel.
Hi, Liz.
Hiya.
Welcome to the show.
Hi.
So, how long have you been clean for?
Since last September.
Last September. Congratulations. And what was your use? What were you using?
I was drinking alcohol, I was doing speed, cocaine.
Okay. All right. So, was that daily?
Oh, it could be like 2, 3, 4 days a week, have 5 or 6 days clean and then...
And looking after your kid at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. What impact did that have on your little one?
It's messed her life up. I haven't taught her respect. I haven't taught her to say please and thank you. She could click her fingers and I'd do everything for her. And because I was doing, feeling bad and guilty, I'd buy her affection. And...
So where was you getting all the money for all this?
I was selling things.
Okay. So you were supporting, obviously, your use.
Yes.
And when was the point for you that you went enough?
Last year. My mum knew because I had to talk to her.
Was she involved in looking after your little one while you were using at the time?
Well, she didn't know at the time. My mum had an idea what I was doing, and I came clean, and she says, if you want to come clean, then she was going to take Ellie.
So what was the process? What did you do?
I went for help. I went for it was like a 6-week course. I think I still need more counselling, not for drugs, for myself.
What are you dealing with now that you feel that you need counselling for?
My confidence and jealousy, insecurities. I've never liked who I am as a person. I've always tried to be something else. I've never had the confidence. So with alcohol and drugs, it was giving me the confidence.
The false
yes.
illusion that you were, accepted, fitted in to a crowd who were obviously...
The wrong crowd.
Yeah, doing the wrong things. Yeah. Let's go back to Ellie for a moment. What would she see?
Not a mum that should be giving her routines and taking her to school properly and doing her homework, which I'm doing now.
Yes.
But I wasn't back then.
Yeah.
And she'd miss days off of school because I felt too yuck or... She wasn't asked to be born and everything, and I just...
So, truthfully, you were neglecting her. I mean, you're on the drugs, drink, and neglecting her.
Yeah.
She wasn't getting what she needed from you in any capacity.
No,
Were you doing it around her? Would she...
She wouldn't see. She wouldn't see, but obviously she knew Mummy was different.
Yeah. OK, let's go to tape.
Stop it!
Ellie. Hi, my name's Malcolm. I'm engaged to Elizabeth. Mine and Ellie's relationship is like a roller coaster.
No!
1 minute she could be really happy, other times she won't listen to me. She won't do as I ask. Come on, Ellie, we're walking. Come on, why don't you want to walk? Come on. She goes running to her mum.
Come on, let's just quickly hurry up home. Come on.
She absolutely hates me disciplining her. Come on. Ellie has picked up her behaviour from her mum.
No, why are you doing that, Ellie? What are you doing?
I do feel that Liz does rely on her mum a little bit too much and not enough on me.
Would you like to give her a bath a bit later?
I feel undermined by Liz most of the time.
Malcolm, can Ellie just sit there, please?
As a man, I feel rejected. I go to kiss her, she turns her cheek, and I feel I'm not wanted, not loved, and I just want that relationship to get a lot better. I can't wait to be a dad again, and no matter what happens between me and Liz, she will never take that away from me. All I can do is keep trying and trying, but there's only so much I can try.
Welcome, Malcolm.
Thank you.
So, where are we at right now?
Practically, I do not live with Liz at all.
You're engaged, though?
We're engaged, yes.
Yeah. Right.
Our relationship is literally like a roller coaster. 90% of the time, I go round there, we disagree, but we do have some good days, but very, very minimal. Sometimes I feel that Liz doesn't respect me as a man and let me help her, i.e. respect, please, thank you, everything that needs to be taught to a child at a young age. Literally, when I try and discipline Ellie, Liz does not like it. Full stop. I get the evil looks, her jealousy as well is out of control sometimes.
So, you've got this banter going on in your relationship, which is not healthy.
Yeah.
Ellie's stuck in the middle of all of this.
Yeah.
So, you feel right now that in this relationship, you've moved forward to want to make a commitment to be engaged with one another.
Yeah.
However, you're feeling locked out because you're not feeling like you're being able to actually be a parent and teach Ellie what she needs and be a father figure around her?
I'd love to be a father figure to Ellie, but I would never take the father figure away from her real dad.
Okay. So what do you really think of Malcolm? I mean, you know, what do you really feel?
I love him, but I walk all over him as well, and he needs to be strong. He needs to be strong to me and for me.
Why do you walk all over?
He doesn't stand up to me. I haven't been in a relationship like this before where I've walked all over a man.
Yeah, but why do you choose to do that?
Don't know. I think sometimes it's how he talks to me, his reactions on his face, certain faces that he pulls. It'll get my back up straight away. I want us to be happy and back in love and none of this conflict between us. I want to be able to trust him with Ellie and to take her places.
How can you do that if you don't allow him to do that? And what does that feel like for you?
Unwanted. I've had enough now. It's me standing up to her now. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm not having her walk all over me at all.
So what are you fed up with?
The way you talk to me, the way you look at me. You sometimes always blow the smallest thing out of proportion. And it's the way you say things to me without Ellie hearing, which starts a disagreement, which gets my back up, and then you have a go at me making out it's all me in front of Ellie. And I do snap back, which I have got to stop.
Sometimes when I give you these looks or say something quiet, that's because I don't want Ellie to hear, but you automatically say something back to me so Ellie can hear, and then it'll really, really annoy me. And that's when I have to say something else. You know, why say it in front of Ellie? She's only 6.5 years old. I don't want her to be hearing things or whatever's going on. And I say that to you all the time.
Don't you feel that sort of makes it quite clear why she's misbehaving? Are you not surprised that she's behaving the way that she is? Because look at the environment you're creating for her. What are you saying that you need from Malcolm with respect to Ellie?
I want her to go to you and talk to you and everything.
Then let it happen. I'm trying to change now. I have tried my utmost best with her lately. I've been trying to do things with her. Just let it happen. Stop trying to fight against it. The way you act towards me, then Ellie rubs off on Ellie and she thinks she can talk to me like that and be like that towards me. I admit I have said things in front of Ellie which I shouldn't have. I have pushed her away sometimes. But now I'm trying to change that.
Poor Ellie. I mean, Ellie's stuck in the middle of it, you know, because the pair of you can't pull yourselves together and act mature and just act like adults and come to a decision. It's not fair on Ellie.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Ellie needs guidance from you. Do you know what to do? Do you know what she needs? It's good you're here today because today you don't have to run anymore.
Can you get Ellie some pyjamas out of the bottom drawer, please?
My name's Catherine. I am mum to Liz, nanny to Ellie, and mum-in-law-to-be to Malcolm. Whenever Liz and Ellie have an argument, it just sounds like it's two little children arguing.
I'm taking it with me because I know what you like.
No, I won't change it.
Yes, you do.
I just want to take it out. No, stop it. Whatever.
Liz and Ellie have been living here for nearly 5 weeks now. I'm getting quite fed up of it. She took over. It was a tip. I'm having to sleep on the sofa in my flat. And I just want my own place back. Liz is trying to control him all the time.
You've only just had one.
I think Liz does love him, but she's not in love with him. But I do know that Malcolm still does love Liz. I think the new baby could make them or break them. She does not respect me.
What?
She doesn't respect herself. She doesn't respect my flat. In my eyes, until she respects herself, she won't respect anyone else.
Welcome.
Hello.
So what's going on with Liz?
What's going on?
No respect, no this, no that. I mean, what's happening?
She hasn't got any respect. She will not go back to her own place because she can't face it.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Why are you disrespecting her home?
Well, I was, but I keep on trying to.
No, I mean, why? Why is that okay? What do you mean I don't know? That's not acceptable. You know, your mum has turned around. I mean, you're a grown woman. Your mum has turned around and said, you can come and stay here with Ellie. And then you take the liberty in thinking that you can treat your mum the way you are. I mean, why? Why would you do that? Why would you disrespect your own mother who has shown you the grace to be able to come in and spend time? Why would you do that?
I don't respect myself then.
No sorry, no nothing?
I am sorry.
Then why don't you tell her? Then why don't you tell your mum?
Well, I am sorry.
It's not okay.
No, it isn't. She knows how I like to have my place. And it had been like that for a couple of months almost. I let everything go when I was doing drugs.
Yeah, but you're not now, you're clean.
No, no.
Which is a good thing.
The one thing that doesn't help is because of the way she brought Ellie up. Ellie thinks she can go around and do exactly what her mum done, like disrespect people's properties and everything else.
She just copies everything.
And so she copies everything Liz does. Liz is trying to change that, but where it's sunk into Ellie so much now, Ellie doesn't always listen either.
I don't tidy up after myself, I will admit that, but I go around tidying up after Ellie.
Yes, that is true.
But how are you setting an example then? How? What are you saying? You're going like this? I mean...
No, she's got to teach Ellie to tidy up herself.
If you're not clearing up after yourself, who's clearing up after you?
You are
I've stopped doing it. I was. I've stopped doing it.
Why does Liz not have that foundation put in place, Catherine?
I don't know.
Why?
She weren't brought up like that.
So tell me how she was brought up.
Clean and tidy. She used to tidy all her own toys away. I used to put clothes on her bed in little piles and she'd put them away. I don't understand why she's turned.
Trauma as a child?
Could have been. She's had quite a lot to deal with in her childhood.
Seen a lot?
I have. I've seen a lot.
Saw a lot in your own childhood? Yeah. Have you dealt with that? You spoke about that? Did you use the drugs to numb that?
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, because over years she has been an alcoholic more than once. She used to hide it all over the house. And I even pulled up about it once when I saw them in the empty bottles and cans in the bin. And she said they're not my friends being round.
Can we share that today? Can you share that with me so I can understand more?
Like I said, I think I've always wanted to be something I'm not. To either be a better person or to have confidence there.
What I'm getting here is that your upbringing, okay, has created a numbness. I mean, basically, the trauma from your childhood has led you to become somebody who became dependent on alcohol and drug use to numb from obviously what you do need to have counselling for now.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why I sometimes am scared to talk to you. Like, I'll try and talk to you, but if I see a certain face or anger, I go for myself. She's got that defence barrier straight away. And then that is why I have to go to my mum to talk to Malcolm.
Okay, so your past is now playing a big part in your present life right now because it's restricting you from allowing Malcolm to have a close relationship with your daughter. Yeah. Right? That's basically what we're saying. Yeah. I'd like to go back to tape, please.
What Liz has put on me now is actually brought my stress levels up. I always feel if I bury my head in the sand, it'll go away, or think about running away. Just getting Ellie and just going. I hope the outcome of Joe's help will be that I do have a relationship again with Malcolm.
It does make me feel like I'm being rejected. And all I want to do is be that safety net that she can fall on and rely on.
I don't like to think where our relationship would be at this point. I don't even know if we'd have one.
To sort all these issues out means the world to me. I want our life back the way it was. I just want her to be that loving person that I know that she can be.
I need to change in a lot of ways, and I don't know how to.
Sorry. She just didn't realise what she's doing to me. I can't throw it out because my belief is when you have children, you're there for them.
Sorry.
It's good you're here today. It's good you're here today because it means that everything that you've been suppressing down, everything that you've been numbing, everything that you've been making out is not there, okay, that you've been running from, today you don't have to run anymore. You spoke your truth. I'm going to make sure that you get aftercare to deal with what's just come out of that lid. Okay, so that you can move on and understand why you behave the way you do, why you did what you did, okay, and the effects of you being a victim of that, because I think it's incredibly important for you to understand that.
Yeah.
Because until you understand that, you're never going to have a healthy relationship with Malcolm, never. Let's go back to Ellie for a moment because, you know, Ellie needs guidance from you. She needs the nurturing. She needs rules and boundaries. She needs the attention where she can emotionally connect with you. It's going to be ever most important for you as you're going through your therapy and understanding the victim you were, okay, and detaching yourself from really that little girl that you feel now in a big woman's body.
Yeah.
That's going to be important for you to be able to separate that.
I know.
Okay? But in the meantime, whilst that is happening, there's a little girl there that needs you to do her right. Do you know what to do? Do you know what she needs?
Yeah, she needs love.
She needs you to make decisions for her, decisions that are responsible. She needs you to be able to protect her and reassure her. She needs you to give her guidance and boundaries and rules and fun and good times. She needs you to educate her and to spend time with her. She needs you to make those decisions for her, responsible decisions that parents make. She needs you to be able to do that. I love her. So where do we go from here? Because we know what this little girl needs. She's just not having that consistently because she's stuck in the middle of the on-off relationship. You know, since you've asked for my help, you've been on and off, okay, because of this banter. And I believe that what needs to happen right now is whilst you're going through therapy, okay, and you're at your mum's, full stop, period, understand what your mum needs, okay, from you to be there until that place is of living condition that you can go back. But you do need to go back.
Yeah.
You do need to go back. I'd like a time frame on that. What do you feel, Mum?
A month.
Got that?
Keep going backwards and forwards and doing bits.
A month. And I feel right now what I'd like to see is while you're taking that therapy is for the relationship to be in a place right now where you can spend time together, okay, and you can be showing in the meantime how you're building your relationship with Ellie. And then what I'd like to see over a period of 3 months is to see where you're at then. Just to see where you're at right then, because you can't keep putting, okay, this little one through that. And quite frankly, with another one on the way, there is no way in hell, okay, that you're going to bring another life into this world with dysfunction. No way. You need to be able to sort that out. You know? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that something that you feel that you can both make an agreement on?
Yeah.
Is that something you both feel comfortable with?
I've told her no matter what it takes, I will be there at the end of it. If she wants me, then fine.
Okay. But I have to say right now, it's not healthy. And somebody has to call time out on that. You know, and I think it would be the healthy, mature decision to call time out right now on this relationship until you can get yourself sorted.
Yes.
For everyone. For everyone. I really do. I really do. Is that something we agree on?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah? You okay about that?
Yes.
You okay? I
thank
mean,
you.
of course not okay, but understand that it's a necessity.
Yeah, thank you.
And there's a little girl there that needs guidance, that needs the correct parental guidance.
I know.
And that's what I want to see her get. Do we feel happy with what we're going to do moving forward?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come on Family Matters.
I felt like I didn't bond with Adam.
Did you feel bad for that?
I felt that bad. I even turned around to my mum and said, can I give him back? And it made me feel really bad as a mother to say that.
Welcome back. My next guest, Dave, and his partner, Lisa, came to me because they say that ever since their 14-month-old son was born, they can't have the family life they've always dreamed of. Why? Because like many women in the UK, Lisa unfortunately suffered from postnatal depression, which has had a huge impact on her and her relationship. Take a look at this.
My name's Lisa and I've been with my partner Dave for nearly 7 years now, and we've got a son together and his name's Adam and he's 14 months old.
My partner Lisa, she has got postnatal depression and she's really struggling with Adam.
I get upset if Adam gets upset. Adam, come on. I can't sleep. I'm always thinking about him, worrying about him. It's exhausting. I feel like a failure. I feel like I'm a bad mum. If he starts crying, it's like someone screaming in my head. If I lose my temper, which I don't like, I might swear, but then I feel bad because I'm swearing at my son. Or if I have to correct him, I feel terrible that I'm about to correct him. If he's moaning or crying, I could end up crying as well. Come on.
We used to go out nearly every weekend, like couples do. And we just at each other's side all the time. But like now, it's just completely different. Since Adam was born, we've slept in separate rooms. See, I think because we've got into this routine, we just feel like flatmates, to be honest. There's no relation there, really.
I tried to talk to him about stuff, but intimacy-wise, it's not there. We tried to hug each other or give each other a kiss and ask how the day is.
She don't want me touching her, she don't want to be sleeping in the same room. She's all Adam at the minute. And you do feel pushed out. Well, I do feel pushed out.
Welcome, the pair of you. Welcome. What is it that you feel for when you watch the videotape? What did you see?
I just get upset, just with Adam crying and the way Dave feels.
Yeah. So when did you first know that you were feeling different, and how did you recognise that you had postnatal depression?
I think straight away I knew, but I didn't admit to it. I was always upset, always crying.
Yes.
I felt like I didn't bond with Adam.
Yeah. Did you feel bad for that? Did
Yeah,
you feel
I
like you
felt bad.
should?
Yeah.
Did you have this ideal in your head that it was going to be a certain way and then it wasn't?
Yeah, I felt that bad. I even turned around to my mum and said, can I give him back? And it made me feel really bad as a mother to say that.
Yeah.
Because, Dave was bonding perfectly with him. I had a bad labour, so the first month I had to bed rest, so I couldn't do anything. So Dave fed him, day and night. And I think that's why I felt like I couldn't bond. and then I panicked.
So you felt like when you were holding Adam, you didn't feel anything. You didn't feel any kind of connection.
No.
Any kind of
no mother
bonding?
instincts. No, like, oh, I know what he needs. I know what that cry is. I know what this cry is at. I mean, in the hospital, I tried to breastfeed.
Yes.
Because I really wanted to have that bond, but the baby couldn't latch on, and then I think I felt like I'd failed because I couldn't breastfeed.
Yes.
So in the end, I just decided to bottle feed him, which, you know, it was good because I knew that he was getting fed. But I think even then, I felt like I'd failed because I wanted to breastfeed and I couldn't.
Right. So you felt you'd let yourself down and you'd let your baby down.
Yeah.
So hard on yourself.
Yeah.
So hard on yourself. And the journey for you for that?
It's not nice seeing her go through it and that.
Yeah.
I was just glad that I booked the month off. I mean, looking after the baby and that, I enjoyed doing that, obviously, but it weren't nice knowing Lisa couldn't have nothing to do with him, you know, so...
Yeah.
It was hard watching it.
You just got on with it, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you went back to work?
Yeah. Because I work shifts, so I'm not there in the daytime, and then...
Okay. And then who would have the baby? You'd have the baby?
But then I'd have the baby all day, and then Dave wouldn't be until like 1 o'clock in the morning because of his shift work.
And how was that for you then?
Well, I was terrified
You
when
used to be
Dave
panicking, don't you?
work. I was literally petrified to be
knowing that she's
alone
left with the baby on her own.
with the baby. Yeah.
So you felt scared of what?
She's
Anything
crying,
happens to
anything.
the baby, you know.
So you got extreme anxiety then?
Yeah.
You started to feel anxious about being around the baby?
Yeah, if
and...
he was to cry or... Because I've got no, like, experience, first-time mum.
So the confidence?
Yeah,
It's confidence of
just
knowing what to do?
Yeah.
And how to respond to your baby's needs?
Yeah.
OK, I'd love to meet your mum.
Thanks.
Let's meet your mum. I know she's here today.
I know Lisa misses her mum.
I have been close to my mum all my life, really. And we got more close, I think, when my parents split up. She's someone that I look up to.
I'm Janice. I'm Lisa's mum, and I've got grandson, Adam. Joe's been contacted because Lisa needs help. It's as if there's nowhere else to go. We've heard and we've seen such a lot as to what Joe can do. She's overwhelmed.
Adam? No.
She worries. She wants nothing but the best for Adam. She just wants the best for him. Things like having a shower, getting the breakfast, seeing to Adam. It's such a big chore because of the depression. She finds that very difficult. Lisa needs help. She's so frustrated. She doesn't like to feel like this. It's heartbreaking because I just want them as a family to be happy.
What, you going to start me off? There we are. Oh, word. So, tell me what we've done. What we've done here. I mean, you know, watching from the sidelines of wanting, you know, your daughter to be in a better place. What do you feel that she could do to actually help herself become more confident with the little one? What do you see happening?
Well, she's made the decision to come on the show.
Yes.
And to ask for your help. Because it is very difficult. I'm sorry. It's difficult watching your daughter go through this because I know, being a mother myself, I've always been proud for my girls. And I just wanted to be as happy as what I was when I had my two daughters, because it's a wonderful thing, and Adam's so adorable. I never want to give him back. I just wanted to get as much help, if there is any help at all.
But what I've heard is that you have been left with him and you have this enormous amount of anxiety now when you are with him, which is a symptom of postnatal depression. So what is it that you feel when you're actually in his company now and that you're left with him?
I think it's just the crying that gets to her now.
Yeah, it's just the crying.
It's not so much worrying, you know, if he's got stomach pains or whatnot. Like, it's not that kind of worry, it's the crying.
It is also if, like, when Dave comes home, because we have different rooms.
So what have you got, 3 rooms or?
2 rooms.
So where are you sleeping then?
Because we've got a double bed in the cut room. Like.
You're sleeping in the baby's room?
Because he always gets...
Why is that?
Because he always wakes up, he's never slept through.
Right, OK, so he hasn't slept through?
I mean, I says I'd do that as well, because obviously if he's getting up and then I'm getting out of the same bed, I'm waking Lisa up, and then she can't get back to sleep then because she's worrying about him.
Yeah.
Like now, she still worries if he's too cold or...
What is it that you're worried about?
If he's coughing and he's sick, or if he's cold, or...
What's the worst case scenario? What is it that you're fearful of?
If he dies or if he chokes or something.
So that's what you're fearful of? You have alarms? Have you got your...
Yeah, we've got a monitor.
You've got your monitor?
Like yeah.
I mean... You got your baby monitor?
Yeah.
So you look at him, do you?
Yeah.
You got one with a little TV screen?
Yeah.
But you still need your husband in the same room, though? That's not enough? Is that not enough? What about if he's in his own room and you have a baby monitor that you can turn the volume down, but you can see, OK, and then at least you can have your husband back in your own bedroom and you're back in your own room? I mean, wouldn't that be a step forward?
Yeah.
He was on about doing
Let's
it.
talk about the reality of the relationship then. Because if you're sleeping in separate rooms, and that's been going on for like 14 months now, like what relationship is there?
It isn't really, is it? That's like we said to each other the other day, we just feel like flatmates, to be honest. It'd be nice to get back to normal, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What would it be nice to?
Just share the same bed, you know, not anything, you know, just to have someone in your own bed.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't think that'd be bad either, do you? I mean, just saying. I mean, truthfully, I mean, you've both got to be feeling like, well, where's the cuddles? Where's just the intimate time? Just together.
Really none of that, is there? And then when
Do you not miss that?
Yeah.
Do you not miss being laying in bed with your partner and
that's what I say.
cuddle up?
I'll get in the night and then don't know what kind of day Lisa's had, obviously. I'll talk to her if I can on the phone, dinner breaks and that, but I can come in and she, like the other night, she was upset when I come in. She don't want to be touched, she just, you know, she sort of like...
Do you feel that way?
Wants to be left.
If I've had a bad day with Adam, and Dave, I know, gives me a hug or something, I'm just like, you know, get off, don't want to know.
Why?
Because I'm either tired or I'm just not in the mood or...
For a cuddle?
Yeah.
But why? Do you feel that's going to go somewhere else?
Sometimes, yeah. Most of the time, yeah.
So what she's saying is that she feels that if it's a cuddle, it might lead to further cuddles and basically more cuddles and more of those cuddles that you're not ready for.
No.
You're not?
I just don't want to feel like this no more. I really didn't think this would happen to me. You know, I'm just tired of feeling down all the time and I hate getting up. You know, I'm supposed to be happy. We've got a family. You know, he's nearly 14 months old and I'm not happy.
Still to come on Family Matters.
The reality is that you've got to look at how you're going to take these steps forward in order to get better.
That's the first time I've left him with someone he's never met before.
Good, that's a start.
It's like I can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm really sick of this, you know. Sorry. Sometimes I think it's someone else's life and I'm living it through their eyes. I never thought I'd be the person experiencing this. And it's horrible because, you know, I should be enjoying life. I've had a son, we've wanted a child for ages. You know, when I was pregnant, I used to vision, we go to the beach and be a family, and it's nothing like that. But when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't see me. I don't see the way I used to be.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'd just leave her or like, because I wouldn't, but it would be hard. Obviously, living like this is no good for Lisa or me, or the baby.
My fears for the relationship is that Dave will leave. I think it doesn't matter how many times he'll say, I'm not going to leave you, I'm not going to leave you. I still feel like he's going to leave because why would you want to be with someone who's so depressed and low all the time?
I mean, my hopes for the future, obviously Lisa gets better perhaps Adam, we will have another little baby.
I want us to become more of a family. You know, me and Dave have that intimate side. Just the word happy.
My hopes for the future is that Lisa will get better and that they will be happy. She needs to build her confidence up, to enjoy the time with Adam while he's so tiny, and to get herself right.
So I'm watching the tape and I see this underlying fear of you feeling like it's, you know, the relationship's going to end up falling apart because there is no relationship between the pair of you.
But that's, I mean, before all this was going on, she's always had it in the back of her head, if we have a bad argument, I'm going to leave. But I don't know if that's...
there anyway?
Yeah, I don't know if
so
that's...
the anxiety's there anyway?
My parents split up, so...
So we're dealing with a lot of anxiety. I mean, we've gone from, you know, a very unideal labour, OK? You had postnatal depression, and now we're dealing with a symptom of that, this huge anxiety that you have constantly, you know, and I want to be able to look at how you move forward with little small baby steps you can do to make you feel more comfortable. I mean, of course, you're feeling like you don't want to be touched, you're hypersensitive. You know, you're scared that it's going to lead on to something that you're not ready for quite yet. Yet the reality is that you've got to look at how you're going to take these steps forward in order to get better, you know, because you've got to be able to really decrease the amount of anxiety that you feel with Adam, so that ultimately, the more time you have away, the more time that you guys can connect and get yourselves back on track as well. Look at him, love him.
That's the first time I've left him, you know, with someone he's never met before.
Good, that's a start. How does that make you feel?
Happy.
He's happy. Look at him. He's happy, love him. But it's okay. Yeah. It's okay because he's being cared for and looked after, and he, you know, and he's enjoying the little toys there on the table. Here's the first step today. You came here and look, you're not with him, he's being looked after, you can see he's enjoying himself, and that's what I'm saying I'd like to see you do when you go back home. So I'd like to make sure that I can bring you back and forth for a week, okay, at your house, because what I'd love to be able to see, okay, is for you, we'll supply the car, okay, so you can go back and forth, okay, to your daughter's house. And what I'd like to be able to see from yourself is for you to be able to wean away, okay, in the house first, all right? Okay. So, mum's with Adam in the house, and you're upstairs. I don't care if you're taking a bubble bath, reading a book. I don't care if you're washing your hair, grooming it, painting your toenails. I do not care. What I want to see is mum with your little one, and you just detaching yourself in the house, all right? Then what I'd like to see on the next day is I'd like to see you actually pop outside the house and take a walk around the block and come back again. You went, oh my God, your eyes just went, a walk around the block. Yeah, a walk around the block. But as long as you show him that you come back, then what you're teaching him is object permanence. In other words, you can see me, now you don't see me. You can see me, now you don't see me, because I come back. You need to teach him that so that he doesn't feel that anxiety. What we're learning for you to do is literally just to wean you so that that anxiety, when you're away from him, it doesn't increase.
Would I say when we're going out, would I make an effort so he knows I'm leaving?
Yeah, and it's really no big deal. Like, you know, you don't have to be a big mummy's going out dance. Yeah. You know, look at him. Just look at him. He's fine. He feels that. He knows that. He can sense that. You know, but you make him nervous as well if you're nervous. Nothing is going to happen to him. He's being looked after. You know, and you've done that today. So I'd like to see towards the end of the week, okay, from upstairs to 3 times around the block to an hour for you guys to go out on Saturday for lunch together. And we'll pay for your lunch, okay? I'll take you out for lunch. Mum, babysit, so that you can go out and have that time just to make that first step in connecting, okay? So that you know that you can do it. And that when you come back, that you know Adam's fine. So, can we take the bed out of the baby's room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want it done anyway.
Now, let's talk about this intimacy, because obviously you're worried that a cuddle's going to become a cuddle. OK, so where can we safely say that we can cuddle with knowing right now, respectfully, it can't go anywhere right now because it's just not in the place where you're at right now?
It's meant no difference to me anyway. I've been made love for ages, so it don't bother me, like. You know? I'd be happy to go in and give her a cuddle every night before bed.
You know, you'll know when you're, ready to take it the next step, and that's a conversation that you can have. But for now, I think it's, we can safely say we know to stop there. Be happy for a cuddle. Give him a cuddle then. He's happy for a cuddle. All right. So, do we have a plan? Because I have to tell you, for as much as we, recognise the importance and awareness of postnatal depression, it's as important for us to recognise the symptoms of as well, which is this high anxiety. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, and quite easily, with taking these baby steps and being consistent with that, you can have yourself in a much better place, as a family, and for Adam as well. So do we have a game plan? We've got Mum, Car's picking you up, taking you back and forth, making sure that you get to your daughter's house safely. Yeah. We've got you going upstairs whilst you're playing with the little one downstairs. We've got you going around the block. The neighbours are going to be wondering, what's she doing walking around the block? OK, 3 times that day. We've then got you going out for an hour, whatever, coming back again. Yeah. Do we have a game plan?
Yeah.
All right, good, because that little one there needs it from his parents. Thank you.
Yeah.
On Family Matters.
I used to be such a little girl, and now all 3 of them, they all want mummy, mummy, mummy. He will act to other people with a dad. He's this wonderful dad.
How can I be a wonderful dad, Terry, if you don't let me see the kids?
Are you still in love with Terry?
I'll always love her, but me and Terry will never be again. It hurts. She was my best friend.
What's going on here? What's going on between the pair of you?
Don't know how much more I can take.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
He doesn't realise how loud he shouts.
You ignorant little girl.
You're looking at him like, actually, I don't like you right now.
Sometimes, yeah.
How often do you argue about this situation?
Every day.
I don't think the problem's the kids. I really don't. I think the parents have got to put their ideas up. And I'm hoping we can do that today. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the show. My first guest, Terry, and her ex-partner, Andy, are here because since their split just under a year ago, their daughter Sky's behaviour has become very aggressive. Terry says her daughter hits her on a daily basis and she doesn't know how to manage her unruly temper.
I'm Terry Weatherby and my kids are Sky, Hope, Star Weatherby. Hello. The main problems are Sky's behaviour. No! She gets angry. She don't listen.
5 minutes, stay in here. No. Yes, I've told you, bedroom, now.
She hits.
No, you do not touch, no! You said that my back!
I dread getting up every morning. Getting Sky to school is a nightmare.
There's a car! Sky! No!
When we get home, she's overexcited.
No! You didn't need to throw that!
I consider myself as a single parent to my 3 girls.
Just sit down. Now stop.
and you don't do anything.
My name's Andrew. I've got 3 little girls with Terry. I think the main problems are mine and Terry's relationship.
You do not speak to your kids every day. You
Because
do
you
not...
don't let me, you weirdo.
So
Let me go to She wants to cry. Terry, I try paying for my kids as much as I can. She hears me and her mum like, arguing and she does it.
You are good.
She is the wild child.
The screaming. I don't think anything's working, to be quite honest. I have actually tried my hardest with everything, and there is nothing that is working.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Let's go back to the beginning of your relationship, because this obviously is still a very raw, sensitive situation right now. Terry?
Yeah, it is. Everything was great at the beginning. We was a normal family. I thought, anyway. Don't know where to start, really, to be quite honest.
Let's start from your relationship. How old were you both when you got together?
When we first got together properly, I was 18 properly. But we was close when I was 16.
And then when you was 18, then you started to be in a committed relationship together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And when did you find out you were pregnant?
Straight away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that a shock to you both?
Yeah.
That's when we got together. I got pregnant before we got actually together.
So basically you found out that you were having a baby?
Yeah, and then we got committed.
So what was that like for the pair of you?
I was excited. That's all I wanted to be as a mum.
All right, so you're excited?
Yeah.
And yourself?
I was excited, but it was a scary thought.
Okay, so when did then the troubles start?
He was cheating straight away.
Yeah, I did.
As soon as we met, he was cheating. He cheated on me with the bird he was with. But I didn't find this out till, later on.
So whilst you found out...
When I was in labour, he was cheating.
Right, so whilst you were having Sky,
yeah.
you were cheating and you were with somebody else? Right, okay. All right.
Yeah, I can't lie. She's right.
I was so in love. I didn't believe that was all telling me he was cheating, and I was so in love I didn't believe him. So that's why I kept taking him back.
So what was you feeling looking after your newborn, knowing that this was going on? How did you start to move forward?
I let him get in my head again and took him back again. We was in our own place, and then I was in hospital for 2 nights. I had a miscarriage with his baby, and I came back out, and then I found out he was cheating on me again. He'd got, with his other baby mum, he got someone else pregnant.
I didn't believe you were pregnant with this baby.
Oh.
It was a miscarriage.
Being hospitalised for 2 nights, it's a lie.
So what made you feel that Terry had lied about being pregnant and...
Just everyone saying, no, she's not pregnant. It's not yours. It's not this.
Yeah,
it's not
that's all
that.
we've had.
I listened to everyone. And that
was
was my
problem.
That is my biggest problem. I listened to everybody.
You didn't pick up the phone?
Yeah, I did. But every time I did pick up the phone, we'd argue.
Right.
Me and Terry can't sit down and have a deep, civilised conversation. Never.
Right, well, good, because we're having one right now. Bring me up to the present, because there was more cheating. You ended up having another child. Is that what I heard from somebody else?
Yeah.
There's 4 weeks between our middle one and the other one.
Okay, and at that particular time, Andy was then removed from the house. You weren't together?
And went with her.
Right.
Lived with her, got with her.
Right, okay. And what happened in that period of time? You were then looking after 2 children then, correct?
Yeah, that is when I went into the black hole.
So you became very depressed.
Yeah.
With raising the 2 children by yourself.
Yeah.
Was there any contact with respects to your relationship with the children?
No, you can't say no, Terry.
They weren't.
Because, we try and it just argue. And then when we argue, I just think, whatever, and then I just used to sit back and leave it.
So if you sat back and left it, how long was that left? If you felt that you couldn't go around, otherwise you'd argue, how long did you sit back for?
Sometimes, like a couple of weeks, month. Sometimes it was infuriating me, like frustrated me so much.
So there were times that Andy just didn't call, and there were times when he would call and you would say you can't talk to your children.
No, obviously
Don't you dare lie, it's happened, Terry, don't lie.
Then I'd obviously kick off and say what you think you can ring a month down the line when you've gone a month without talking to him.
And would you then say you can't talk to your children?
I would.
So then that's a fact. There were times then.
Yeah.
And
then there were times
when I can hear the kids saying, "That's Daddy, I want to speak to Daddy, I want to talk to Daddy." No.
That's...
Okay. So is this how it kind of went on for quite a long time? You would call, it would be maybe a long period of time, you would say that he couldn't talk to the kids.
Yeah, because
you would find out
the period
that you were doing other
time-
things. Can you just let me talk? Because this is why we're here. I want us to be able to talk, hear what the other person has to say, and then respond, because that's what you both haven't been doing.
No.
Okay? So I want this to be mature and composed because you're both parents. What do you do, like, presently? What happens at the moment? Like, what's the game plan right now?
I try and get down there as much as I can, but, it's not cheap to come down there all the time, and then it's getting down there, and then if me and Terry have an argument, it's get out.
So what's it like when you are there, and you are there with the kids?
It's nice. It is nice, but sometimes it's really stressful, but...
Why?
It's worrying because I don't know when me and Terry are going to start arguing. And then when we start arguing, she asks me to go, and then all the kids see is me walking out on them. And that does my head in, because it's not me walking out on them. It's me walking out because I don't want to argue with her.
Okay. Let's go to the tape.
No, she's writing it, not me.
Andrew comes round, there's always an argument.
Take responsibility.
Me bringing up your kids is not taking responsibility, no? Why can you not bring your kids?
Listen.
Every single time.
It's Terry's way or the highway. Don't let her hold her.
I was holding her, she's fine. He always kicks off, so it's normal.
Yeah, start this Go away, Terry, because I just
No, get out. Go.
You're
And I kick myself every time for giving him a chance.
Can you open the door, please? Can I get my phone? I want my phone now.
You know what? You
Weirdo. How can I be a good dad if she won't let me be a dad?
do not speak to your kids every day.
Because you don't let me, you weirdo.
I despise him.
What can I do? You? What do you do? You just sit on your...
Oh, it's all right there. Bye. See ya. I remember one time, he was strangling me on the floor, pulling me around like a rag doll, got me onto the floor, and Sky was standing there begging him, saying, "Daddy, Daddy, stop, Daddy, stop."
The kid's behaviour stems from me and Terry in the first place. I just wish he'd never had to see it all, or hear it. Because it's not fair.
Sky's definitely scarred. That's all she knows. Since she's been, like, a baby, all she's seen is violence.
When did the domestic violence start happening?
Can't remember exactly the first time, but Sky was about 7 months old. Yeah, 7 months old.
Don't sit there and make out it's all me, Terry. You're just as bad. You knocked me outside a pub.
Yeah, why?
No, it's not why, Terry.
I let you get away with it.
No, you talk about...
Can one talk and then the other one listen, please?
I let him get away with it for about 2 years, and then yes, I did start punching and hitting back.
Terry, you make out I punched you in the mouth, I beat you up, I've kicked you around the house, everything else. You punched yourself in the face and rang the police and told them it was me, Terry. Don't you dare lie. You've done that.
You don't drag me round by my hair like a rag doll, strangle me on the floor.
When you knee me in the head and when you're punching I mean, what do you want me to do? Stand there and say,
Can I just ask you one thing while we're here? Can I just ask you to curb your language?
Yeah.
What I want you to be able to do is if you feel emotion and you feel angry, fair enough. But what I'm asking you to do here is to regulate and have some control and be truthful at the same time. That's what I do want to be able to do with a pair of you. So from being in this place where you were fighting and arguing with each other and disrespecting one another and behaving abusively, where are we right now presently? You've split up. You are no longer living together.
No.
What do you actually want from Andy? What do you want from him?
To be a dad.
You can have this conversation with Andy, respectfully, please, respectfully.
Like, he will sit there now and say, like, he will act to other people, he's a dad, he's this wonderful dad.
I don't make out. I can't be. How can I be a wonderful dad, Terry, if you don't let me see the kids? You said it yourself. You said it yourself on video. Everyone's seen it. You will never see your kids again.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Are you still in love with Terry?
I'll always love her. But me and Terry will never be again. It hurts. She was my best friend.
We're here to be focused on the kids and the commitment that you can give to the kids, because quite clearly, there is an enormous amount of anger, betrayal, hurt and pain with the relationship with Andy, and the same for yourself, in feeling that you have been kept away from the children, or feel like you haven't done, because you're angry with one another. Just come for a moment. Let's just go to the tape so that we can see some more here.
I do feel that this is the last chance for me. I am at my breaking point.
If things don't improve, it won't be just with me and Terry, but I believe the relationship with me and Sky will go. Me and Sky were inseparable. I couldn't leave the house without her screaming for me. I was daddy, she was daddy's girl. But now, it's like we drifted apart.
Like, once I got rid of him, obviously the violence weren't there, but then I felt like I was getting punished even more because my daughter was doing it to me.
Don't start! Now stop!
My main concern about Sky is her sisters. Picking Star up.
She scares me because she's so big and heavy-handed. What if she drops her?
That is my main concern. That overrules everything.
I don't want her hurting them. I want Sky to look at me and be happy that I was her dad again.
Can we just stop? That is true. Sky used to be such a daddy's little girl. And now, well, all three of them, they all want mummy, mummy, mummy.
So there's a line that needs to be drawn, correct? That there's a line with respects to the fact is you don't like each other. You're not in a place where
it's not that I don't like
cordial.
Terry. I think the world of Terry, and that's what does me in and really grits me, because I do think the world of Terry.
Are you still in love with Terry?
I love Terry. I will. Okay. I knew this was going to be asked. I love Terry, of course I do. And I'll always love her. And it hurts me when I get told she's with another man, because we spoke about so much. But then obviously we've got to let her go. But me and Terry will never be again. We can't ever be again.
This is unhealthy, Andy. It's unhealthy.
And it hurts. Because she was my best friend.
But the pair of you were, and you're saying, used to do this, used to do that.
And that's
but things changed,
yeah.
Andy. Things changed. You're both. Let's be honest here. You know, you're talking in the past and remembering the past. But the truth of the matter is, you both need to be accountable. That you both made decisions that led to this. That led to this place where you now feel so far apart from one another. And I want to be able to concentrate on the pair of you recognising how you will move forward so that you can have a healthy relationship with your girls, and that you can have a healthy relationship with Sky as well, so that she's raised in a more stable environment than what she has been. This is what I'm going to suggest. This is what I am going to suggest. That you start off by choosing, is the weekend better for you or for a weekday?
The weekend will be better.
A weekend. Okay, this is what I'm going to suggest. Okay? That you start off by showing Terry that you can come and you can do a Saturday afternoon, okay? The next weekend that you show that you can do a whole day, okay? And then you start to build on that to show that then they're gone for the weekend and they can be at your house. You're going to have to show that you can do that, Andy, in order for Terry to feel that she can trust.
She won't do it.
Well, if you don't do it, the reality is supervised.
And I will be stopping you.
What? No, because the reality is, Terry, the reality is what happens is it goes straight to family law and mediation, and you will have supervised visits. That's what will happen.
I never know.
I won't put my kids through that.
You'll have no choice if he takes you to court.
Yeah, I meant like they should be allowed to see their daddy in his own home. I don't want them going through a
You just said it yourself. You want
yeah,
them
but
to
you need to build on the trust, Andrew.
You do need to build on it.
You need to build your home
Andy.
so it's child-friendly as well.
Are you not prepared to take the kids for...
Yeah, of course I am. I'll do anything for my children. I'll die for my children. She knows it.
Then what commitment will you make?
I'll be there every other weekend to see my kids.
Every other weekend?
Yeah, of course I will.
OK, so every other weekend, OK, you will come on a Saturday, OK, and you will take the kids right up to lunchtime.
Yeah.
OK? And then you will come and do that on a Sunday. OK, Andy?
Well, no, not really.
Why?
Because I live in Kings Lynn. It's a totally different region, so I can't...
You want to see kids, you would walk.
What, from Kings Lynn?
Yep.
Terry, who's going to do that? Let's be honest. Let's talk reality.
If that was my kids,
let's talk reality.
And you had...
Kings Lynn,
if
Suffolk,
you had full
take 3 hours on a train, it's going to take me 5 hours.
Yes, I would walk. I would walk to see my
Terry,
kids.
you don't like walking to the shop.
All right, then. I would walk to see my kids. Hand on heart.
I haven't got the money, Joe, to come there on a Saturday, then to go back on a Saturday, and then to come back down on a Sunday.
I
can't do that.
Fair enough. Listen, I'm sitting here, OK? I'm sitting here working that out. You've just said to me that you don't have the money to come and do it on the Sunday as well.
Yeah, I haven't.
OK,
all right. I did have... I'd love to.
Fair enough.
I'd be there every day.
Absolutely fair enough. OK, that's realistic. OK, fair enough. So what you will do is you will come and you will do half day on a Saturday, OK? And you will do that for 3 weeks, OK?
Yeah, I would.
You'll do that for 3 weeks. And then you will come and you will do a whole day and you will drop the kids back And you will do that for 8 weeks, okay? And then from there, we'll start having some trust built up to the point where you'll then be able to take the kids on a Saturday morning and keep them overnight and bring them back on a Sunday. Do we have an agreement there?
Yeah. As long as it's 3 weeks, 8 weeks, then overnight.
I've just said 3 weeks, 8 weeks, and then overnight. You mess up once, you're going to push back the trust. Do we have an agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not just you keep saying like mess up. If she doesn't like or hear something, she'll stop me from saying.
No, we've just made an agreement here. Okay, I've set the stipulation. Do we have an agreement for these children?
Yeah, definitely.
Do we?
100%.
Okay. 3 weeks, 8 weeks, and then overnights. Are we clear?
Yeah.
Are we clear?
100%.
Okay. Now we have those kids being with their mum and their father and no dysfunction, because that's what these kids deserve. Please go and sort yourselves out and process from your own issues as well, okay? You need to heal from your own emotional scars. Thank you very much.
Still to come on Family Matters.
What's going on here? What's going on between the pair of you?
Don't know how much more I can take.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
He doesn't realise how loud he shouts.
You ignorant little girl.
You're looking at him like, actually, I don't like you right now.
Sometimes, yeah.
Welcome back. My next guest, Leanne and Jason, contacted us as their opposing views on parenting is driving a wedge between the whole family. So much so that if things don't change, they say it could be the end of their marriage.
My name's Leanne. I live with my husband Jason, my 4 children, 16-year-old Jessica, Jacob is 9, Emily 6, and Isaac who's 3. I wouldn't say we were a dysfunctional family, but we do have quite a few issues with regards to children's behaviour.
The main problem is the disobedience.
You just need to keep Jake. Stop!
The amount of times that we have to tell the children to do things.
If the children are fighting, I'll try and split them up, put one in one place, one in another, let them cool down.
Leanne generally takes the calmer approach.
I don't want to listen to that while I'm eating.
Jason shouts really loud and can be quite intimidating.
Do you understand what I'm telling you, Emily?
The more I get irritated,
Emily?
the louder my voice gets.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I feel that shouting
Don't be so ignorant, Emily.
is my way of dealing with it.
Naughty girl, you ignorant little girl.
The shouting and the screaming have a negative effect on the family. The life just can't carry on like this. Something's got to change.
Enough.
And I'm not quite sure what it is that needs to change.
Welcome, Leanne, Jason.
Thank you.
Looking at yourself there, what was you thinking? Just that last shot there of you, just like this. What's going on in your head?
Turmoil. Just had enough. Don't know how much more I can take.
You both say that you've got opposing differences when it comes to raising the children, and you haven't obviously found a compromise. You speak about literally Dad being really intimidating. You don't think the kids are listening. What's going on here? What's going on between the pair of you? Why has there been this turmoil as parents with respects to not just being able to come to an agreement?
Well, the way I've told you before, the way I see it is we need to do things together. We've got to both sing off the same hymn sheet, if you like. If I say, do we do something this way, we've got to do it that way, not carry on for a couple of weeks and then you decide to do it another way, because the kids need consistency.
What was your own family upbringing like?
I would say my dad was very similar.
Your dad was very similar?
Yeah.
So we've got this auto-parenting.
Disciplinarian,
Yeah.
short temper, loud voice.
Yeah. And how did that feel for you? I mean, obviously, a man in your home who was a disciplinarian, but as a child, I mean, obviously, that had an effect on you. There must have been times when you just felt like, is this reasonable or is it not?
It was intimidating at times, yeah. Yeah.
You remember feeling scared?
Yes.
Can you take yourself right back to how that feels, not to respect the authority of a parent, but actually to be scared of what he might do? Can you?
Yeah.
What would that feel like?
Upsetting. Frightening.
Do you feel like you're doing anything wrong?
Not in that moment, no.
So you're smacking and you're shouting is justified?
At the time, I believe so, but then I look back and I feel guilty.
Now tell me about the resentment that's been built up because of it.
Because I want to treat, discipline them one way, he wants to discipline them another. And because they're doing something to each other and hurting each other, and I'm doing one thing, he's doing another, we've got this wall that we're battling against all the time.
And sometimes we argue in front of the children.
I'm sitting between the pair of you, and I can feel the energy. Like, you're standoffish. You're on the chair, and you're looking at him like, actually, I don't like you right now. Yeah, you're my husband, but I don't like you.
Sometimes, yeah.
Is this look what you commonly get?
Probably more often than not, yeah.
Does it not trigger something in your own mind, thinking, every time I look at my wife, this is the kind of look I'm getting? Like, I'm obviously doing something wrong. I'm obviously not on the same page. I'm obviously not in harmony with my wife with respects to us finding a compromise.
Yeah, I accept that my way is not the best way. And I want to come to a compromise.
Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible for Jason to compromise?
He doesn't realise how loud he shouts. That's the problem. And if you say you're shouting too loud, you don't need to shout at a child. Now we do, but we need to get to the stage where we don't need to shout at them to get them to do something. We just need to ask them or tell them. You can be firm with a child without bawling at them.
Let's take a look at some videotape.
Emily, who's 6, she was diagnosed as a diabetic. But she actually went in hospital, one girl, and came out another.
You just need to kick, Jake! Stop!
Enough. She's gone from being a little angel to being a little monster.
She has tantrums, she punches, she smacks, she kicks, she screams.
Ollie!
The other day, Emily was doing her homework.
Yes, you did!
And decided to throw a file across the table to Jacob.
Emily?
Which then resulted in Jacob getting up, going round the table, and they both started fighting with each other.
Stop fighting! Stop it, Jacob.
And it's just got out of control.
What do you see when you watch that video tape, Jason? Like, did things just change overnight? I mean, did it just all of a sudden? Emily has diabetes and then you have a different child, a different family?
It seemed to just happen overnight, yeah. Jacob's always had a little bit of a temper. And he's one of them that if somebody does something to him, he will retaliate. But quite often he's the instigator. Where before, but now, Emily, you wouldn't ever get a word out of Emily. She was so quiet, so reserved, so polite. I mean, they've all got good manners. But now, quite more often than not, Emily's the instigator. And because Jacob's always had a bad temper anyway, it just turns into full-blown fights all the time.
Beforehand, it was generally Jacob who was the instigator, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But now Emily's gone from being a little angel to being a bit of a terror.
How often do you argue about this situation?
Every day.
Yeah.
So every day, that's the example the kids have?
Yeah.
Of you squabbling about who's doing what and why it's not going to work and what you should be doing. The pair of you do that?
Yeah, to the extent where they say, stop fighting.
The kids turn around and say, stop fighting?
Stop
They have done,
arguing,
yeah.
yeah.
Not
What
very
do the children
often,
say
but
to
they
you,
do.
Jason?
Daddy, stop arguing with Mummy.
What do you say? What do you say to the kids?
And what can you say to that?
Do you ignore it? I mean, what do you say to them? When they turn around and they say, Daddy, stop arguing, Daddy, stop chatting, what do you say to the kids?
I would probably say, honestly, stay out of it or something like that.
Blame me.
What do you do?
Or blame me.
What do you mean by that?
They blame me for starting it. Because I always start the arguments, apparently.
What do you mean? What's Leanne talking about?
I think it's because we visibly have disagreements in front of the children. And I would probably have a go at Leanne if she was telling me to do something different in front of the children.
Do you feel like that undermines you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Let's take a look at some videotape I did earlier with the kids. I just want you to watch this videotape because I had a chance to meet the kids earlier, and I just want you to take a look at this, please.
So, why are we all here today? What's going on?
To have a talk.
Sorry?
So we can have a talk.
Have a talk. We're going to have a family talk. Are we? What does Mummy and Daddy do? What do they do when you misbehave?
He sometimes shouts.
Does he?
Yeah.
Is it different to what Mummy does, Emily?
Yeah.
So, which one sounds softer?
Mum.
Mum. Mum's more soft? Would you agree with your brother? Or not really? What do you think?
Mummy.
Mummy?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So, if you could say something to Daddy about when he gets all angry.
My mum's always moaning at him for shouting.
Is she? You went, really? Is that what happens?
Yeah.
What does Mummy say then?
Well, she's like... She talks in like a really strict voice.
So, if I could help your family today, Emily, okay, what would I do? If I could help your family, what would I tell your mummy and what would I tell your daddy from you?
Don't shout.
Don't shout. The repetition. Do not shout. I personally, I don't think the problem's the kids. I really don't. I think the parents have got to butt their ideas up. And I'm hoping we can do that today. Because the reality is, you have Emily's diabetes under control, correct?
Yeah.
You have open dialogue with the hospitals, the doctors, correct?
Yeah.
You're totally in control and feeling confident with respects to understanding her dietary needs.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yeah.
All right, so you're feeling confident there. You know that with the reality of blood sugar levels comes irritability and perhaps, you know, little mood swings. But the truth of the matter is that when I watch the videotape, I see two kids just mimicking the behaviour that goes on between the pair of you. Yes, they are siblings where they're going to argue. They have different personalities, different temperaments. They do wind each other up. But the reality is that the pair of you are not on the same page when it comes to looking at what you're going to do to really encourage them to get along better, knowing that they have different personalities and different temperaments, and how you're going to stick together when it comes to the discipline you're going to give the children. I mean, you can't, the battle is between the pair of you. If you could just leave the egos outside the front room and come together, with recognising how consistently and together you can discipline the children, they wouldn't have any mixed messages.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Take the kids out of the equation here. Are you happy in your marriage?
It's the shouting that I don't like. I resent it.
Are you aware that if you continue, that you're going to end up losing your family? If you could just leave the egos outside the front room and come together with recognising how consistently and together you can discipline the children, they wouldn't have any mixed messages. Take a look at the tape.
As the father of the children in this house, I feel like I've got a massive amount of responsibility to provide real guidance for the children.
Stop. Stop.
Tie up.
Come here.
No, tie up. Play the game. Going to bed. No.
My biggest fear is for it to carry on like this. I just don't want it to carry on like this.
I would say I am struggling. What the best way of controlling the children is.
Go and brush your teeth, please. Emily!
I'm at a loss as to how to move forward. We need a bit of help. If we can't get that help, I really don't know what's going to happen with us as a family. And that makes me feel really sad.
Right, Isaac.
It's causing us to have arguments, and we'll go to bed not speaking to each other, and you know, it's all because of what's happening with the children. It's filtering through to our marriage as well, and I want that to be put to a stop as well.
So what do we do about this?
We've got to be consistent and we've got to be doing the same thing.
What happens if Jason continues to behave the way that he's doing and making you feel invisible and making you not feel emotionally supported or feeling like you're on the same page? Because you look withdrawn now. What happens?
It's not an option, it's got to change. You can't carry on like this.
Why?
Because how it's affecting the children, how it's affecting us as a family.
Take the kids out of the equation here. Are you happy in your marriage?
Yeah, when he's not shouting. It's the shouting that I don't like. I resent it.
Are you aware that if you continue to be intimidating, to justify a reason every time to smack your kids, to shout at your kids, because you refuse to sit down with your wife and to discuss an effective way of being able to discipline your children, to encourage them to come to the table and want to be a part of the family, that you're going to end up losing your family?
I've thought of that possibility, yeah.
You don't think that would happen, do you?
It will if it carries on.
Yeah, but you don't actually believe that, do you?
Probably not, no.
Why?
I just feel that if anything would happen to me and Leanne, it would have a huge impact on the kids.
That's a true statement. But the reality is that every time Leanne turns around and tells you, I don't want you to do that, don't want you to behave this way, I don't want you shouting at the kids, I don't want you to do this, every time that happens, you tolerate that behaviour and you know that you can continue because nothing's done about it. And at the end of the day, all you're going to do, Jason, with this intimidating, abusive behaviour is draw a wedge with your kids. They're not going to come to you. They're not going to want to just hang out with daddy and sit on daddy's lap and talk about things. They're just going to go to mummy all the time. And you're going to draw an emotional wedge between yourself and your wife. What do you want from Jason? What do you want and what do you need from Jason? Because you've obviously been telling him for months or even possibly years and he's not been listening. What do you want?
I want him to stop shouting.
You have an opportunity right now, the pair of you, to intelligently look at how you were raised yourselves. And to be honest, like to really be honest, Jason. You know, loyalty to your parents is one thing, but truth about how that really made you feel is another. And if you can't look at yourself in the mirror and really be honest with that, then none of this is going to make sense. But intelligently, you've got to be able to understand right here that how you're behaving right now is going to cause damage. And you have a chance right now to break that cycle, literally break the mold. So where do we go from here? So what is the game plan? So what do you agree on right now? Because I'm sure there are a few things that you can both agree to work towards before you leave here today. What are those? Give me your top 3 priorities between the pair of you.
No shouting.
Well, to stop the shouting, stop the smacking.
Stop arguing in front of him.
The shouting, the way that you're going to compose yourself so that you don't get to a place of shouting, from what I've seen at looking at the tape, is that when you start to feel the first point of getting angry, which is going to be heat, okay? And I'm going to tell you that because when I look at yourself here, when you feel put on the spot, or you feel out of control, or you feel agitated, your skin flushes, okay, around your neck area. Yeah. Okay, it's your capillary area. So you're going to feel body heat. So as soon as you start to feel that, that's your first sign. The second thing, no smacking. So you'll make choices. Each one of them have what's valuable to them. Whether that's really, I mean, the ages that they are now, what's the ages of the kids now?
9, 7 and 3.
9, 7 and 3. 9, 7 and 3. For the 3-year-old, yes. 9 and 7-year-old, it's not really necessary now to use the naughty step. You know, you want to encourage them and give rewards and show positive praise for what they are doing so that they can continue to do that, because the kids will want to please. But look what their currency is. What's their currency? What's valuable to them? Going out on their bikes, having a sleepover, perhaps it's playing with something particular. Look at what their currency is. And the third one?
Not bickering in front of the kids.
And this is what I will say to you about that, okay? When you start to shout at each other and then become disrespectful to each other, you give your children a warped sense of what a relationship is. It's okay for you to be in debate about something. Well, I don't think it's the left, I think it's the right. No, I think it's the right. Okay, no, it is the left. Yeah, you were right. You've got to see resolution at the end. It's okay for them to see mummy and daddy having disagreements, but show them that we come to a resolution at the end as well, and that there's no hostility held. So no emotional grudges, no withholding physical or emotional control. Yeah. Can we make an agreement on those 3 things?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can you go home tonight with what the currency is?
Yeah.
Yep. With recognising that it's resolution, and when one of you loses it, which is going to be you, okay? But Leanne, you can turn around and say, you need to count to 10, you're getting flush, you need to walk out the room and come back in composed, and you need to be able to accept that. Yeah. Don't allow the ugliness to take over. Yeah. You've got beautiful children, you want a relationship with them, of course you do. Doesn't make you feel good. Can we do this?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And there's our plan. Thank you.
Family Matters.
I'm at a loss as what to do to help my son. After the death of Sean, Brody's behaviour deteriorated. I think Brody was in denial, really, about his death.
He's using the anger and the breaking things as the outlet for how he's feeling, which is one of the steps of grieving. Were you in that place again of arguing that?
No, it was nothing. It was totally different. That's why it's so heartbreaking, because it was the best it had been.
You know why we're doing this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not doing this.
I have ME and fibromyalgia. I'm tired a lot of the time. I'm in a lot of pain. My daughter Eliza is out of control. She's the boss of the house.
Eliza, I need to get your head.
No, I just feel like I'm always giving out advice, like, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. It does go on deaf ears, and I always say to you, just take Sophie to the shop with you.
You have a medical condition. It's about recognising how you work alongside it and make the most of every day so that you have quality of life. Welcome to the show. My first guest, Sharon, contacted me because she doesn't know how to rebuild her fractured family. 18 months ago, Sharon's partner, Sean, the father of her son, Brody, tragically died. And 6 months later, she started dating Sean's best friend, Dean. She says that Brody's behaviour has spiralled out of control and the family is at breaking point. Take a look at this.
I'm Sharon, mum of 2 to Brody and Kayla, ex-partner to Sean, and my new partner now is Dean. I phoned the show because I feel we kind of hit a brick wall. I'm at a loss as what to do to help my son. Me and Sean met when we was 17, 18. We had Brody after about 9 months of being together. Everything was going great, and we were going to, be together as a family. But then Sharon passed away suddenly, and it distraught the family wall. After the death of Sean, Brody's behaviour deteriorated. When Sean first passed away, I think Brody was in denial, really, about his death. He didn't believe that he'd passed away. Brody was really angry at his dad for how he left. We all thought that he'd taken his death really well. And then it's, obviously dawned on Brody, it hit Brody that one day just asked him, my dad has passed away. And then that's when his behaviour changed. Right, come on, now.
Just wait.
No, I'm not waiting.
He's not going anywhere.
No. I knew Dean through Sean. Brody was obviously shocked when he found out we were together. I think Dean, especially when it comes up to anniversaries, I'm very distant from Dean, which he finds it hard because I'm in a relationship with him, but yeah, I'm kind of mourning somebody else.
Welcome. Difficult to watch, I can imagine, right? Yeah. What is it that you notice when you watch the tape about what you're saying?
It kind of just hits home. What Brody's been through.
Well, take me back to your relationship with Sean.
We met when we was 17, 18.
Yes.
Moved in together about 3 months after.
Right.
I fell pregnant about 9 months after being with Sean.
Yeah.
We were together on and off for a good few years. It was quite volatile on both sides.
Not a lot of stability in the relationship.
Yeah.
Dysfunctional, but also a lot of unstableness for Brody as well.
Yeah, very much so.
And how did Brody deal with all of this?
When Sean passed away, Brody was in denial, where it hit me. My world just...
Were you in that place again of arguing that, just not really happening?
No, it was nothing. It was totally different. That's why it's so heartbreaking, because it was the best it had been. It was, we were a lot older then.
You know what? Can I just say something to you? Can I just say something to you? You know why we're doing this?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not doing this.
Okay. There's a reason why you rang. It's because you want the help. Okay? The reality is, I'm going to ask you questions because I need to ask you questions, because that's no different to any therapist, counsellor. They'll ask you questions. Tell me your story.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Let me do my job and ask what I need to ask. But you know what? Tell me a story. Give me a hand then. Let's start again, right? Let me tell you something. If you didn't know that I couldn't help you, you weren't cool. You weren't cool. So give me a chance. Give me a chance to do my job, girl. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do is do my job. Give me a chance to do it. You know, we help you. We help millions of other people as well. OK, let me do my job and ask what I need to ask. But you know what? Tell me a story. Give me a hand then. Give me some unison, girl. Give me some unison. Come on. Just come with me. Don't ask a question. Let's start again, right? OK. All right. It was difficult. You went off stage. We had a chat. You've agreed to come back in. It's good because it's about just doing this. So you heard the news. You then told Brody?
No, Sean's mum did.
Sean's mum, OK. All right. And was that done the same day or a couple of days after, or what was...?
Within half an hour.
Right, OK. So bring me up to speed now, because you obviously were friends, you know. Sean's friends with Dean, you're friends with Dean, you're mates, right? Yeah. You're all friends. You're in a relationship with Dean, correct?
Yeah.
So how did that blossom?
I don't know. So I guess, obviously, when Sean passed, you know, he'd just call up to the house to check me and the kids were doing OK, really. I went back to uni. He didn't live that far from the uni, so we just used to see each other in town, just general chit-chat. And then we just naturally fell into a relationship, I think, because he was so much like Sean as well. He's a bit of a Jack the Lad, both Sean and Dean, and I don't know, I was like drawn to him. Were you drawn to him because he was Sean's best mate, or did he have mannerisms the same?
Yeah,
very much so, yeah.
Same mannerisms, same...
Same dress sense, everything. Right. And obviously when Sean passed away, it was nice to kind of have somebody around that reminded me of Sean, I guess.
So morally then, for Brody, it was tough, because he felt morally what was happening was not right.
Yeah.
Did he ever say anything like, you know, you're taking my dad's place, or how could you do that, or, you know, you're my dad's best mate, and, you know, was there any kind of anger when he was talking to him?
No, he's never said anything like that, what you've just said.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Brody's lashed out, and he would at times go out of his way to wind Dean up, and he's a merchant that he knows how to just...
So he'd do things to wind him up?
Yeah.
OK, let's go to the tape.
They both dress exactly the same way. The quirky little things that they say, it's just... I think probably that's why it attracted me to Dean, really, is because he's so much like Sean.
Brody said to me that every time he sees me, you know, he wanted it to be his dad, really. So he started to resent me a little bit. I was crying, actually. I was heartbroken. You know, we had a proper heart-to-heart, and I was absolutely heartbroken that a child had said that to me. I could see his like anger towards me then, but then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. It just got too much. I just want to dare to speak to my parents how Brody speaks to his.
No, Alex! Brody coming in!
No, this is the fourth time now. Get in! Get in, Brody, Brody!
I can tell Brody to do something 10 times and he'll just totally ignore me.
Is that Brody that I've asked to go to bed 16 times?
Why?
I like dress like his dad, I act like his dad. He just wants me to be his dad, he wants his dad to be here and not me, obviously.
Blimey, he does look like him. So, where's Dean right now? Explain why Dean's not here.
Dean was in court a couple of weeks ago for a driving offence. He breached his order, so he's had to do 6 months in prison.
Right. So he's doing 6 months right now. Have you had communication with him while he's
every day
serving?
he phones me, yeah.
Right, OK. Where has that led you in your relationship with Brody at the moment?
He's in my bed every night. Yeah. Obviously, we had to tell Brody what was going on, so straight away Brody's like, right, sleeping in your bed tonight, Mum, for the next 3 months.
So you've had other family members around you, correct?
Yeah.
And who have they been?
Dean's mum, his
Dean's
sister, my parents.
OK. So I'd like to meet Dean's mum. I believe she's here today, is that right?
She is, yeah.
OK, let's go to the tape.
Well, me and Sharon have had like the arguments because it's still Brody's dad at the end of the day, isn't it? And it's hard for me because obviously I'm in a relationship with Sharon now, and when you're seeing pictures of Sharon and Sean, he's Brody's dad, but it's still hard when you love someone as well, isn't it? And I certainly don't want him to be forgot about. Do you know what I mean? But I don't want it pushed in my face either.
I've still got pictures in the house now, yeah, I agree. That would be odd. If that person was still out there, God passed away while we were in love, do you, can you not comprehend that?
What the hell are you doing with me?
It did upset me that there were like no photos of me and like photos of him everywhere.
My name is Christine and I am Dean's mum. Dean knew Sean well. Sean obviously were a great loss to Sharon, and I think it's been very difficult for her to put that behind her. Her and Dean starting to be a couple, and photos were about of Sean, but obviously that would upset Dean. Dean's often said that he'd be better off not being there.
Do you know what it is, love, really? You haven't got over with Sean, and you should have never got over with me until you get over him. And the day that you get over him, then come back and see me, love. But until that day comes, I don't want to see pictures of you and Sean together in front of me when I'm in love with you. And if you can't deal with that...
I was in love with Sean when he passed away, and it was quite hard for Dean to accept that I lost somebody when I loved them. Brody's not obviously dealt well with Sean's death. We need to just get that bond for Brody and Dean.
Welcome. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
You think your son's got a point?
I do.
With what he's saying there, in talking about, you know, still in love with Sean and, you know, you need to think about what you want?
Yeah, I do. Well, Sharon knows. I'd already said that I thought the photos should be in Brody's bedroom and not out for Dean to look at.
So let's talk about Brody. Because how is this affecting Brody? What is he doing with respect to his grief? Has he been counselling? Is he showing progress? How is he coping?
Yeah, he was referred for counselling. Due to funding, it could only be offered 6 sessions. In hindsight, it could have been more sessions, obviously. I think it did kind of touch the surface a little bit and help him, but he lashes out, does Brody? He lashes out at people around him physically, but when he gets in that state of mind, it's hard to know how to control him. I find it difficult to like set boundaries, and when he's mad, he's mad.
So how do you raise him anyway? Like, do you have boundaries in place? Do you spend time with him? Are you understanding of knowing how to help and support him through his grief right now?
I feel that Brody can talk to me about absolutely anything, but when it comes down to his dad, he doesn't mention him, because I think that's Brody not wanting to hurt me. So I'll know that there's something wrong, but trying to get it out of him and say, do you know what I mean? I know if it is your dad, then it's all right, but he puts on this big front and, you know, to protect me, I think, so.
And what's your relationship with Brody like at the moment?
Not as good as it should be.
What do you think that's down to?
Brody not having no respect for me. You know, I'm often told that I'm too soft on him, but...
How bad is the behaviour?
Oh, outside bad. Bad. And she
Give me an
puts,
example.
She puts up with it. I mean, it's rude, isn't it, Sharon?
It can be, yeah.
And, I mean, sometimes, it's not always like that. Sometimes it can be really nice.
He switches it on and off. He knows when, like, probably today's he'll be as good as gold, or if you...
Well, I had the chance to meet Brody before the show, so take a look at the videotape. How you doing, Brody?
Good.
Good to see you. What have you been up to?
I'm just playing out.
Yeah? So who do you live with at home?
My mum, stepdad and my brother.
So is your stepdad living with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long has he been living with you for?
At least a year.
At least a year. I was told by your mum that your father passed away, is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. You still miss him much?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think about him every day?
Yeah.
You talk to your dad?
Sometimes.
Yeah. How is it different?
Because it's like he wears and does a lot of the same stuff as my dad. And like, it's hard to cope.
Does it remind you?
Yeah.
Of your dad? What do you get angry about, do you know?
Just like why he took drugs and died.
Do you think she understands how difficult it is for you? Do you think she truly understands that? No. It was hard for me to walk out that room. You know, I have to say, I was very upset. I had to take 10 minutes myself. You know, and walked out and gave me a big hug. I walked back out. It was amazing. It was amazing how he'd only just met me, and yet he was so open with his feelings about how we felt about his dad. But as grown women here, I think we've really got to take into account what he's truly feeling and what's going on with him right now. And the man who's not here right now, I think also had a point in respects that at the time, it all seems rather muddled and confusing and a lot of mixed emotions, you know, with respects to how you feel, what you're going through, what Brody's going through. There's not been enough time for him to adjust, is there? There's not been enough time for him to receive from you the nurturing that he's needed as a little boy who's lost his father. Do you know what I mean? You know? Let's go to the tape, please.
It's hard to know what not to do with him, what to do with him, how to like discipline him, what to do. It's just, I don't want him going down that path, but I think if he doesn't get the right help, then he could quite seriously go down that path.
As a family, it just never seems to be right between me and Brody, but when I'm on my own with him, he's a completely different person. I think he needs that little bit of love and, do you know what I mean? Maybe a more one-to-one time with me and Brody, definitely. Yeah, he's kind of hinted that yeah, you can't tell me you don't know what to do with me, kind of thing. But if I'm part of this family, then I am somewhat to do with him.
Dean does find it quite hard when Brody misbehaves around him. He does want to build a bond with him. I'd really like for Brody and Dean's relationship to grow. Dean doesn't want to take over a fatherly role because he could never ever replace Sean, and we all know that. But at the same time, you know, we are a family unit now, me and Dean are together, so he does want to build a bond with Brody, get things back on track.
Life would be better if we just always stopped arguing and just always nice and stopped winding each other up.
So how do you make that happen if you're running around trying to please Dean and you're not being mindful of what's happening with Brody right now as a mother?
I don't know. I think Brody's... I feel at a loss of how to help him.
If you haven't given yourself time to connect with Brody, then it's going to create the animosity, because the period of time from when you went into a relationship with Dean to when you lost Sean was very minimal, wasn't it? You know, what was it, 6 months, something like that? It was very minimal. That kind of time is very short, you know? So you can't expect, you know, would we ever expect a young child to even feel that he could even understand how he would regulate all these mixed emotions. You know, so everything that he's feeling that he can't explain, that he doesn't know how to regulate or process, is coming out in the secondary behaviour that we're seeing now. So he's using the anger and the breaking things as a means of frustration. You know, he's using that as the outlet for how he's feeling, which is one of the steps of grieving. But if you as a grown woman are making a choice to be with Dean, then that decision and how you manoeuvre around meeting Brody's needs for his grief is going to be of utmost importance that you receive that support from Dean and that Dean understands that, you know, because at the end of the day, there's a young little boy that Dean wants to be able to connect with and have a relationship with, that you want to be able to nurture, okay, and have a relationship with because he's your son, okay, and you want to have closeness with him, but at the same time being mindful that he's not wrong to feel the way he feels right now. It's not wrong for him to feel pushed out. It's not wrong for him to feel that...
I didn't know it felt like that.
That you have that time. You know, I spoke to Brody about different ways he could deal with his anger. You know, he was very proud to show me his, you know, press-ups, his chin-ups, and just jumping jacks and, you know, look, there he was. Like, he wanted to show, look. He's like, I can do him. Doing his exercises, all right? And doing physical things. And I said to him, look, you know, when you are feeling that way, it's very natural that you're feeling emotional, you know, that you're feeling angry, that you're having those feelings, but you've got to have a positive outlet of where you use that energy. You know, picking up things and throwing things, you know, and behaving the way that you are is using that energy in a destructive way. And I think you need to understand that, you know, the back chat and the disrespect is coming from a place of him really trying to understand emotionally how he's feeling because he's grieving right now. He's in a lot of pain.
I've done that to him.
He's in a lot of pain. Here's my opinion, for what it's worth. I don't think there is anything wrong in having a few photographs of his father in the house. As a grown man who had a relationship with Sean, okay, as a close friend, a best friend, okay, I would hope to think that Dean would have a maturity and understanding that there's a little boy right now that needs to know that there is a celebration and an honour of the man that his father was, okay, his father, regardless of how he passed away. That's his dad. Yeah. That's his dad. And what I would like to do is I'd like to carry on his counselling. So I'd like to be able to offer you the aftercare for him to be able to carry on and have that grief counselling, which I think will be incredibly important. Christine, thoughts? Any thoughts?
I think you're right. I think, well, I know that Sharon didn't have enough time to grieve, or Brody. Relationship happened too quickly. And to be honest with you, so does Dean. Hence, it's removed itself for a while from the relationship.
Thank you for saying that, because as a mother who, you know, you love your son, you know, I think it's important for, you know, for Sharon to hear that, you know, from a woman of experience, you know, a woman, you know, who's had life experience, you know, I think it's important, you know. If I offered you grief counselling to go, to just understand and process and have somebody there for you, would you accept that? Because I believe as a woman who has lost a partner and has a child from that man, I believe that that's necessary. I really do believe you need that. I really do believe it would do you the absolute world of good. Would you take that? What that's going to do is to help you start the process of you understanding, of you feeling, you know, of you being able to just grasp some sense of your own self right now with what you're going through. You know, your son's going to do that. And I feel at the end of the day, what I'd like to see is the relationship with you and Brody become stronger in the fact that he does feel that he can talk about his father, that you are able to flick through photo albums and, you know, get out pictures and talk about some of the things you did. Like, he needs that. He so needs that, you know? It's not bad talking to me, is it, really? It's not really that bad. Give me a hug, you. It's not that
bad. Still to come on Family Matters.
No, I just feel like I'm always giving out advice, like, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. It does go on deaf ears, and I always say to you, just take Sophie to the shop with you.
Welcome back. My next guest, Tracy, describes herself as a failure, a bad mum, and says she feels constantly guilty that she has let her 2 children down. She contacted me because she is desperate for help. Take a look at this.
I'm Tracy. I live here with my partner Richard, my granddad who's 90, and Isaac who's 6, and Eliza who's 2. I need Joe's help because my daughter Eliza is out of control. She's the boss of the house.
Eliza, I need to get your head.
It's affecting my son, and he needs quiet time and he needs to be doing his schoolwork, and we're just not getting the opportunity to support him in any way. I have ME and fibromyalgia. I'm tired a lot of the time, I'm in a lot of pain. I also have the responsibility of my granddad who's got dementia. Isaac is registered as a young carer. He does offer a lot of support around the house. I'm exhausted, but it's very hard for other people just to step into my life and take over because the cavalry isn't coming and nobody can come. This is my life, I'm the mum. It is for me to do something about it. It's not for somebody else to come and step in because I haven't got the energy. And this is where I feel I fail my children.
Who's another one?
And they suffer.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Oh my God, we've passed the tissues out already. I know, it's upsetting. It's upsetting to, you know, to hear yourself talk about your situation. But I'd love you to be able to just talk me through that. Just to kind of understand, you know, really your medical condition. You have
ME and fibromyalgia.
ME and fibromyalgia. And can you explain that in detail with the impact of that on your own body?
For me, I'm a lot better than what I was, but originally I was asleep for 3 or 4 days, couldn't wake up. Now it affects me that I'm in pain. I feel like I'm coming down with the flu all the time.
Right. And what about Grandad?
Oh, my Grandad, I love him. Yeah, he's 90. He's got dementia, Alzheimer's. He's blind. He's got peripheral sight in his left eye.
Right, yeah.
He's a lovely gentleman. I love him to pieces. My children love him, but it can be a burden, you know, not in a nasty way, but just in a needy way.
Yeah.
I feel guilty with my children because, like, it's been nice weather recently. I picked up Isaac up from school.
Yes.
His friends were going to the park, and he was like, Mum, can we go to the park? Can we go to the park? And I was like, we've got to get back for Grandad.
Is he a young carer?
He is a young carer. He goes to a club that's for young carers to help get him out. You know, there's times I can't take him because I've got Eliza running here and Grandad in a wheelchair, or if I leave Grandad, he'll wander off. He'll suddenly think, oh, where's Tracy? And he'll, you know,
so
I've
it's
lost
the
him.
support. That's the support of the Young Carers Association, and they come together and take him out.
Yeah, and he goes to cinema. Things I can't do with him.
Right. And your partner?
Yeah.
Tell me about that situation. Because he's working, isn't he?
He's an amazing man. Yes. He works away a lot.
Yeah.
He's very supportive. He's great with Grandad. He's great with the kids. You know, I just feel I'm really lucky to have him. Yeah. I'm really lucky.
Let's take a look at the tape then.
He's worked away. He's worked away for 27 weeks, and a couple of months before that as well, he worked away.
My job commitment's to take me away. I could be away a lot of that year. When I am away a lot, it really does worry me, you know, that I can't be at home and supportive. Eliza, she's very demanding and she's playing up a lot. I'd say Isaac supports although he's only 6, his calmness brings that balance into the house when I'm not here. Tracy's one of these people, when she's well, she can't sit still. To the point of when I come in from work and the kids are off to bed and want to relax, she will not stop. I have to literally say to her, stop.
Come on, quickly. Eliza, come on, you need to come and get ready.
So for her to ask anyone for help, let alone be a 6-year-old son, is probably deep down inside her, hurting her very much, you know.
Do that track.
Yeah, okay. We'll do that track. If I had a choice, I'd retire tomorrow so that I could be here. I don't have that choice.
Hello.
Hiya.
Welcome.
Pleased to meet you.
Welcome. So you away a lot?
Very much so, yeah.
With
very
work?
lot. Yes, it takes me away a lot.
And how does that play on your emotions, being away, knowing everything that's got to go on at home?
It's very concerning for me.
What's your worst fear? You say it's concerning. You know, what's that worst case scenario that runs through your head all the time?
If Tracy went into a bad episode of ME, she's out cold. I've seen her out cold.
Yeah.
And with the 2 youngsters at home and Grandad, it's, you know, they're home alone then.
Yeah. Now, you've got 2 kids from a previous relationship,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
3. 3,
Yes.
OK. Do you want to name them and age them and everything else?
The oldest one, she's 22.
Okay.
Becky, she's 20.
Becky's 20.
Becky, 20, and
Yes.
Sophie is 13.
And Sophie, 13.
Yes.
OK, I'd like to watch some tape.
Yeah? I've got 3 other daughters. Maybe I don't see them as much as I'd like to. With my work commitments, I struggle to juggle quality time with my family and all my children. As a family in general, we do try to get out and do as much as we can, but we don't always get to do that as much as we'd like to. 1, from my job commitment, and 2, from Grandad being here, so.
My dad does work. He does work hard and he does work quite a lot, but again, I feel like that family time is important. Like, Sophie's missing out a lot. I think everyone needs to realise that.
It's hard with the way that Eliza plays up especially, and if Tracy's not well, to be able to give Sophie that one-on-one.
I was thinking Eliza, they do get a lot of attention, but they're young, so they will. But Sophie, on the other hand, probably feels like she's getting pushed out a little bit, where she's not getting attention, and she needs some attention too.
Sometimes when I'm meant to be going up there, he's still working, so I don't go up. It doesn't feel great. I miss him all the time. Just when I get to see him, I still miss him because it's not like he's there, because he's always doing something.
Sophie's probably the one that's probably struggled the most of not having my attention.
I don't remember the last time I spent one-on-one time with my dad.
Sophie actually gets more one-to-one with Richard than anybody else. And I don't think she's ever told that. Maybe we need to be telling her that.
Welcome. Talking about your sister here, you know, and her time with her dad. You know, what's she feeling?
I think she just thinks she wants more time.
What do you mean?
More as a family.
Time. Everybody wants more time.
Like,
But what do you think she's really trying to say? Because she does have time, right? She does see her dad.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does have time. She does go to dad's and stuff like that. But I think more when she does go up, like to go out with everyone, I suppose.
She needs more quality time.
Yeah, quality
I think
time.
You've hit the nail right on the head. I think it's quality. You know, not just sort of. Oh, it's been 3 hours today. You know, but more a case of
it's
quality.
a case. Yeah, it's a case of, you know, we don't go out and we don't do nothing. We just stay indoors, or we don't actually go out and do nothing. You know, we're just sort of.
Yeah.
And any 13-year-old girl's gonna get bored, I suppose. Sometimes dads just don't see that. You know, to be honest.
Well, I had a great opportunity today, obviously, to speak to Sophie and Isaac. So watch the tape.
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you, Sophie.
Hello.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Isaac. Hello, darling. Nice to meet you. So I hear that you're a young carer. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What do you do as a young carer?
We normally go out, like, to the cinema.
Yeah.
Or the park, or the beach, or something like that.
Wow, and is there a group of you?
Yeah.
Wow. Do you have a fun day out? Yeah. And you're a young carer because you do something very special, don't you?
I look after my granddad and my mum.
You do. That's right, you do. What kind of things do you do for them to help them?
I help my granddad walk up the stairs because he can't see.
So you help him, you assist him, you help him?
I help my mum when she's got a pain.
Right.
I know who looks after me.
Who looks after you?
My Ted.
Your Teddy looks after you.
And because he catches all my dreams when I have a bad dream.
Is this your Teddy?
Yeah.
What's your Teddy called?
Ted.
Ted. Cumber Sands, Ted. Do you see Dad much, Sophie?
No, I only like go up there like every other weekend, but
Every other weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that because that's all that can be done right now?
Yeah, like I have a weekend with Mum, weekend with Dad, and sometimes like I don't really want to go up there because then I'll get bored or I want to be with my friends. And...
Why wouldn't you just be okay with being in his company right now and just hanging out with your dad?
Because there's nothing that we're actually doing. We're just sitting around and we're just watching the telly and don't really talk.
Oh, right, okay. So he's not good at making those conversations?
No.
In an ideal world, what would you like to see with your dad? Because I know, like, you want to spend more time with him, right?
Yeah, like maybe go out to places and, like, him actually taking me out.
Do you think you could help your dad, like, come up with some ideas if he was a bit short on what he thought he could do with you?
Yeah.
Because then it would help him to at least know, you know, what you might be interested in doing together. That would be a start, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe perhaps you could write that out for me today.
Yeah.
You know, then at least once I've spoke to the family, that's something you'd have in your back pocket to be able to give to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you do that while I'm talking today to your family?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go and talk to family. Catch up with you later. Nice meeting you. Oh, she has got at that list.
Yeah, that's what she was doing. She said, I've got to write a list with... I've got to
she has got that list. Do you get more of an insight now with what she's saying?
I think I've always had that insight there. So I've never done anything about it, you know. It's... I want to give everyone that quality time.
Even
you know?
last night, I'm going to...
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
We had Becky, we haven't seen Becky for ages. You went in that hotel room and you put the telly on, and I was angry. I thought we could have all sat in a room, we could have had time with Becky.
Did you tell him?
No.
Why?
Because I'm always the baddie. I'm always nagging him, I'm always getting on his case.
Still to come on Family Matters.
You have a medical condition. It's about recognising how you work alongside it and make the most of every day so that you have quality of life. It's not about nagging, though, is it?
And she's right, but you know what I mean? I'll listen to that, and you know, this is one thing she's got. She's not always the baddie. She keeps thinking she is. She's not.
So, you just said you're not the baddie. Fire!
Yeah.
Fire away! You're not the baddie. I'm standing right back here. Off you go.
I just feel like I'm always giving out advice, like, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And it does go on deaf ears, and I always say to you, just take Sophie to the shop with you. You know.
Becky, you want to be more involved with the family.
Yeah, definitely,
you know,
more
and
family
come
time.
down and
Yeah. Like,
spend time.
It's more, I think, on a Sunday, because that's when everyone's off work, I suppose, because I work Saturdays as well, which is...
Yeah.
But, yeah, Sundays, I think it's something we need to plan. So
Now, you've offered to have the kids, though, haven't you?
Yeah, I've offered to have the kids.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad idea. Hello.
If Becky doesn't come to us, she doesn't
You
really...
just said, no, listen to what's just been said. She'd love to be able to do that. I mean, to come over and just hang out with the kids.
Come to our house.
I'll drive
Why
now,
not?
don't I? So I can drive up.
Build the
Why not? Your relationship is with Becky. Look at her laugh. She wants that. Part of being with a family.
I don't feel that she's wanted that, though. I don't feel she's wanted to come down and visit.
Be honest, this is brilliant, because this is really bringing us all together a bit here. You know, this is sort of...
Blimey,
Remind me, we've never sat down and talked, have we?
I don't think, as a family...
Communication is rubbish in our family.
As a family...
I feel like it's a little bit hard for you, though, just to let go a bit. You know, why wouldn't you?
I do. I don't know, maybe I have to explore that a bit more. Maybe I am finding it difficult. I know that Eliza's such a handful and I don't want to put on them. I want to be a part of it all. You know, I don't want to just go, I have the kids, I'm going out.
No, but you have to accept that you can't always.
No, I can't.
And that's where you need to be at peace. So the times that you can't and the help is there for the kids to go off on the swings and the slides and kick a football. Can you say yes, please? Thank you. Yes, I would like that. Is that too hard to say?
No, it's not.
Then let her hear it.
Yes, please. I'd love that.
Good thing. It's a really good thing. Let's take a look at some more tape.
I feel like I am a bad parent. I feel I've got the abilities of being a good parent. I want to be a good parent.
My fear for Tracy is that she's going to burn her candle out.
I think about what my children's future, what damage I'm going to do to them today that might affect them tomorrow.
If there's one thing I'd want for this family, that's all of us, me, Tracy and 5 kids, is just harmony.
I think that family time is really important and that we all need to kind of come together and realise that we need to make more of an effort, myself as well. But it's just time, that you've got to make time for your family. Family's important, so yeah.
I feel like I'm failing and I don't feel that I'm in control of my failure.
I worry that, you know, that if Eliza's like this now, what's she going to be like when she's 12, 13, if we don't get a grip, don't get help now?
I do worry about how things are going to be for me as a parent. I don't know what I've done.
You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything, you know, and you're not a bad parent, as you keep calling yourself. You know, you're a parent who's challenged every day with your medical conditions and you cross those hurdles every day, and some days you have up days and some days you have down days. And what I would like to see is you to become more calmer in your tone so that she understands that's you telling her, giving her a warning. At the same time, I know you understand the importance of being able to use this conversational voice that we've been talking to, which is very soft. You know, very passive-aggressive, very soft in your tone, and then when you lose it, it's very aggressive. So it's either really nice and fluffy, because your voice is very light in conversation, or it's really aggressive and heavy. What you want to do is do more voice control, where it's firm and steady, and then just higher the pitch when you're happy with what she's doing. And she'll be able to distinguish the difference with you because of that voice control. And that will really help you on days, as I said, not just when you can move, but when you feel sore and you can't. You have a medical condition. It's about recognising how you work alongside it and make the most of every day so that you have quality of life. Quality of life. Don't let it be the barrier towards everything else in your family.
I think you've got to realise how much you've worked towards this as well. You know, with your illness, how much in the early days when you was out cold, and we sat down and we worked out managing it. You know, what Joe probably doesn't realise, 12 months ago, she was 20 stone. 21 stone, 12 months ago. And the loss of the weight and everything is working all towards managing this a lot
It's all
better.
little steps I'm taking. I'm thinking, might do this.
That's exactly what it is. It's baby steps.
And that's
it's all baby steps.
This is what she's doing, and this is what I wanted to, you know, push across to you. You're doing brilliantly. You're doing fantastic. You know what I mean? You've got to believe it. You've got to believe in yourself,
Well, you've seen it, right? I'm hoping now we have a family plan, right?
Yeah,
because we've got Sophie with activities and things that she wants to do with you. We've got carving dates to make that happen.
you know?
Yeah.
But Beck's coming over, wanting to take the kids out and spend time with yourself. You know, you getting the kids trained up, doing what they need to do, the younger ones, and understanding that things are good. Like, things are good.
Yeah.
Things are good, baby steps. We're going home with a game plan.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Good, good, thank you.
Today on Family Matters.
He kicks, punches, smacks. He's grabbed me by the throat.
Are you scared of yourself?
When he gets in this rage, yeah.
I'll take him out sometimes and we'll have a lovely day, and then as soon as me and his mum are together, that's it. He seems to change. Changes into a different kid.
You are the parents. You are the adult. You are responsible for shaping that little boy's behaviour.
No offence to you, I just wish we didn't have to come here. I wish we could just be a nice family.
Say, what is your problem?
She wasn't going to school. She was always late. I was at breaking point and I asked my mum to have her because I didn't know what else I could do with her.
I think my sister needs to grow up and think of other people except for herself. She's living in her own world.
I don't want Ben and Lauren to be where me and Steve are. I don't want them to not talk for 10 years and then one of them to find out they're in hospital. I don't want you and Lauren to be where I am.
It's a shocking tragedy and a rude awakening, and it really does put things into perspective when something like this happens. It really does. Hello and a warm welcome to the show. My first guest, Emma, is here because her son's unruly and aggressive behaviour is not just affecting her relationship with partner Sean, but the stress actually caused her to suffer from alopecia for the last 8 months. Emma says that the violence from her son is often focused on her and she wants to get help before this breaks the family apart.
Come here, where's Mason? I'm Emma. I live here with my partner Sean, my 2 children. I've got a 9-year-old boy Mason and a 1-year-old girl called Isla. We need help because our son is getting out of control with his anger, his attitude.
I'm not getting one. Eh? Not getting one. I'm going to bed. 8:05.
You know, you're going to bed at 8 o'clock.
5 10 minutes.
Nope.
10 minutes.
Nope.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Mason's behaviour involves kicking, punching, slapping, shouting.
Can you go to bed, please? No.
I've got alopecia, which is down to stress. So it's literally tearing my hair out. I think it's just my body saying, you can't do it for much longer. The worst thing that he's ever done is grabbed me by the throat.
It took a lot to get him off.
Sean's getting depressed. One of the reasons is Mason's behaviour.
I've been off work recently with stress. I do feel powerless in a way because there's only so far you can go. There's only so much you can do where we clash.
You can read a book for 10 minutes.
No, you can't. I'll say one thing, she'll say another.
No, if you read a book for 10 minutes, then I'll go up and I'll take it.
I'll just tell. So you might just let me have this tablet or this TV,
No, reading a book isn't the same as that.
It's putting a big strain on us.
Yeah. How does that one go?
What do you want?
Well, what are you getting?
I just told you twice.
We've spoke quite a few times about breaking up.
If something doesn't change, we won't be a family for much longer.
So, thank you both for coming. The first question I'd really love to pose to the pair of you is, were there ever conversations with respects to your parenting skills and being on the same page with how you would raise the kids?
Not before we had them. I mean, we do say to each other now, you know, is it us that's causing him to be like this? Because, you know, we don't agree most of the time.
What are the things you don't agree on? Because I think that they're healthy to kind of really point out and identify.
I'm more firm than Sean. Sean works longer hours than I do, so sort of when he sees the kids, he just wants to treat them, you know.
You as a chef, is that right?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You're currently not working at the moment
I've got a job, but I'm off. I'm sick from my job, so I do have a job to go.
because of all this.
There is this, but there's other. I'm not putting everything down to Mason, but there is majority of it is that, yeah.
How do you justify the violence, though? I mean, you know, where's this?
Don't know. But that's something.
don't know,
That's something me and you we've never
No.
been violent with each other. You know, we don't. It's like I say to him, I don't go around walk up to a random person in the street and punch him in the face or kick him. So where that comes from, I don't know.
What does he do?
He kicks, punches, smacks, grabs me by the arms. He'll punch walls, slam doors, kick doors, grab me by the throat.
And what happened?
I can't really remember how it got so bad, but just the vision of my child grabbing me by the throat. It was just a scary situation because he's a big lad, you know, he's 9 now, but it was like 2 years ago, if not longer, so...
So he's 7?
Yeah.
And he grabs you by the throat. What do you do? What do you think at that moment as it's happening?
I just thought, oh my God, but I sort of froze as well, just... Has he actually just done that?
Are you scared of your son?
When he gets in this rage, yeah.
What about yourself?
You see, the violence is more aimed towards Emma. Is more that, to me, is verbally abusive towards me. I'll give him his due. You know, he don't. I'm not saying he swears. You know, he doesn't swear, and that's something that we are. I don't say lucky with because it's not, but you know, he can say some nasty things.
Quick with his mouth, isn't
really
it?
quick with
So it's me. He knows that I'm smaller and closer to his size, that he can, you know, get the violence out. Whereas with Sean, he knows that Sean's more quick-tempered than I am, so he'll just carry on and he'll pick and he'll pick and he'll pick till Sean snaps.
I had a chance to meet him before the show. I'd like you to watch this tape. Hiya, how you doing? I'm Joe. Nice to meet you. How old are you?
9.
9. How you doing?
All right.
You had a good morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? What are you interested in? What do you enjoy doing at school?
Maths.
And what about your hobbies? You into rugby? You play football? You like tennis?
Football and swimming.
Football and swimming. Who takes you to the leisure centre so that you can go swimming?
Sometimes just my mum, and sometimes just my dad or both of them.
Oh, OK, mum or dad. Do you know why you're here today? Do you know why the whole family came down?
For my behaviour.
Oh, is that what they told you? Does mum get annoyed with you sometimes?
Sometimes.
Yeah. What does she get annoyed about?
Sometimes when I'm silly, but then I get a bit too silly.
Right, OK. Have they ever said to you that your behaviour needs to change? What did they say about your behaviour then? Because I think, you see, I think that mum and dad, I think that they need to learn some things as well. They need to learn some tools as well, right? So then, I guess what I've got to do now is to go and talk to your mum and dad so that we can make things better in the house, right? Do you think that your mum and dad would be happier? Do you think you would be? You do? Why?
So I'm not getting shouted at all the time.
Right.
I'm getting stuff taken off of me.
Yeah. All right then, well listen, I'm going to go and talk to your mum and dad. See if I can help them with anything. All right? Nice talking to you though. See you later. Bye. What upset you about watching that?
She looks so little.
Sorry?
She looks so small.
He looks so small?
Yeah. Just
because he is?
Yeah.
Just because he's a 9-year-old little boy?
Yeah.
And you've got him on a pedestal that's 20 foot high.
Still to come on Family Matters.
You are the parents. You are the adult. You are responsible for shaping that little boy's behaviour.
No offence to you, I just wish we didn't have to come here. I wish we could just be a nice family.
Who's the antagoniser in the relationship? You or you? Or are you both?
I think both.
Both of us, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to meet Julie. Let's take a look at some tape. It's your mum, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Julie, I'm Sean's mum, Isla Grace's nana and Mason's nana. When Mason starts, it's the temper on him, it's horrendous. The faces, the temper on his faces, he don't know when to stop. It's like the devil's got inside him. Sean and Emma can't get Mason under control. They used to be able to, but not anymore. It's gone beyond that, he don't care.
Get round here now and pick it up. You can throw that in your dad now and serious trouble.
Seen Sean in tears more than once. I think Sean thinks he's failed.
Get into bed. Now. Now. Move.
It is getting to crisis point. Thank God it's not there yet, but it's getting there.
What? Go to sleep. No shouting.
Could cry sometimes for him. I really could.
Hi. I'm getting my drink.
I don't think they can take it.
Idiot. Mason.
Julie, nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's your take on all of this? Listening to Mason and having these violent outbursts?
I don't know. I just really don't know where it comes from. It started when he was about 4, Emma, really, didn't it? I remember picking him up from preschool one afternoon. Do you remember? You finished work. He was sat watching this favourite, maybe Dora the Explorer, something like that. He really enjoyed it. She just said, "Are you going to give Mum a kiss?" And he turned round and he set about, he didn't remember. And both me and Emma said, "Where did that come from?"
And he did what?
He started kicking her and slapping her.
Smacking her.
Mm-hmm.
And he was only 4.
Was he
just
told?
come out of nowhere.
But was he told about that being unacceptable behaviour? What did you do?
Well, it was easy to control then, just sat him down. You know,
and then what?
Told him that he can't do that, you know, it's not...
But was there a discipline? Was there a consequence? What happened?
No, I think we just told him, yeah.
Nothing. So you just told him, but you didn't do nothing. So you never learnt that there was a consequence for his actions?
No, not at that age, no.
So when did he ever start to learn that?
6, 7 years old.
6 when he was...
6. So he had 2 years of just behaving like that before you even put in any kind of consequence?
Yeah.
Is he like that with you, Julie?
No, he ain't.
Why?
I don't know. He's as good as gold. If me and Grandad has him, I don't even know I've got him. I don't even know he's there.
Why do you think he's doing it to Mum and Dad? And he doesn't to you?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Someone's not being tough enough. Someone's not being consistent. Someone's not following through. Someone's not doing something, obviously.
I think...
Majority, and I'll just, I give in too easy. I give him what he wants when he wants it. If,
You do give in too easy, Sean.
Emma can punish him, like say, take something away, and I'll give him it back. You know the thing with Mason as well is when he's a good lad, he's brilliant. It's like this morning, just me and him went for a walk up to Old Trafford. Lovely morning, We held hands all the way there.
Come on.
We just had, we didn't do it extravagant. We just had a lovely morning. None of this like, "Dad, can I have?" And me having to say no. It was just really nice. I'll take him out sometimes, and we'll have a lovely day. And then I'll go home, and as soon as me and his mum are together, that's it. He seems to change. Like if he's out with Emma, it's the same. It's just him and Emma. It's lovely. And then when we're together, that's it. It just changes into a different kid.
Because that's all he needs. It's not about whether it's extravagant or not. It's about the fact that he enjoyed this morning. Just being with you, just being was enough.
you know, and you enjoyed it, right?
Yeah, I love taking him out. I took him, me and him had a day out in London, went to Wembley to watch football, and we had a lovely day. But I know a lot of it is from him being, because I went back to work when he was about 1 month old, and from him being then to being, well, now, 6 days a week, 16 hours a day, which is what I do. I don't get any chance to spend time with him. And at the end of the day, he's my baby, my little boy. It's just, we're here to try, get him help, and no offence to you, I just wish we didn't have to come here. Wish we could just be a nice family.
But you are a nice family.
Yeah, no, but
nice family, but you've got
go
issues
to the park and just hold on, that kind of, like that, without having to be shouting at Mason, even having to walk through the park because he sees something he wants.
But that's down to some of the skill sets that have not been put in place that we'll learn today. The fact that you've come here to ask for help is a good thing. It's a good thing that you've done that, and it's a good thing that you notice how he is when he is with you, and you're taking those walks and you're just spending that time together. And it seems that this was a good opportunity for you to get a lot off your chest with how you were feeling.
I don't know if Emma agrees, but I think 70-80% of it is down to where we are with him. And I think if we knew how to be different, which, because it's been so many years of being like this with him, we're just in this routine.
Just take a look at this videotape for a minute.
My worst fears for the future are we're not going to be a family that lives together, that Mason's behaviour when he gets older will seriously get him into trouble. I think my worst fears are that Isla's going to copy him. Dream outcome and to see us in the future would be all together, all happy.
We've tried every other channel, every other avenue. We've tried education system, skilled nurses, doctors, and we don't seem to be getting anywhere. This is, it's very last resort for us. I just want us to be a nice family, we can go out and people want to invite you places.
There'd be a lovely little family unit. There would, and Mason stops them from being this lovely little family unit.
Julie, what's Mason not been taught by his mum and dad that he needs to be taught? Because the reality is that when he comes to your house, he does behave differently. Because you do have expectations, he does know where he needs to toe the line with you and his granddad. And there is a different way in which you communicate with him. Honestly, truthfully, because that's what family's supposed to be here for, okay, to not walk on eggshells, but to have open hearts and to be able to talk the truth. What do you see from the parents here that Mason needs that they just haven't quite grasped yet?
I think in recent months, I think he wants to be treated a bit more like an adult, a bit more he wants a bit more responsibility. Mm-hmm. He don't want to be told to turn his TV off and go to bed because he'll do it on his own. He does when he's at my house.
You see how, he's sweet with his little sister.
She's his weakness. He can be one of his flares and his tempers. She'll walk into the room and he'll stop.
Which shows you and I and all of us here, that he is very conscientious of how he behaves around his little sister. But there's no boundary in place that you're putting in for him as parents. What do we agree on today? Where do we move forward?
We need to work together.
What are you going to work together on?
Planning things, doing more with him, spending more time with him, giving him more trust and responsibility, and and agreeing on what we're going to give him before. I don't turn around and say you can do something, and then you don't agree with it. We agree on it before we tell him. So then when we do tell him something, we're both agreeing on it. So he's not then seeing me and you at each other.
Bingo, give me 5, man. Seriously, you just heard everything I just said. You just heard everything I said. It's like the penny just dropped. So no tit-tat arguing, no shouting at him. Look at your own behaviour. Do not let him reel you in. You are the parents. You are the adult. You are responsible for shaping that little boy's behaviour. And he may tell you right now he don't want it, but he needs it. He needs it. I heard some lovely feedback from you here, Sean, about exactly what you need to do. You're listening, you're on board. I love it. I love it when I can hear that, because I know that tonight you're going to go home with a game plan. And that makes me really happy, because that's what that little boy needs. He needs you to help him to emotionally be at the milestone where he needs to be. And he needs you to be able to help him do that. So do we have a game plan? Yeah. We have a game plan? All right, I feel good for that little boy there. Thank you.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Obviously separated from my husband, Steve. Since filming, he's had a stroke. That's the first time I've heard him speak since the 6th of February.
What's going on here? What's going on between the pair of you?
Don't know how much more I can take.
Do you know what to do? Do you know what she needs? There is a young, innocent child who is caught in the middle of all of this.
And I've got to quit the thing now that I don't go anywhere. It's just too stressful.
Just upset. I just need it to get better.
I don't think the problem's the kids. I really don't. I think the parents have got to put their ideas up. It's good you're here today, because today you don't have to run anymore.
Welcome back. My next guest, Sandra, says that ever since her 20-year marriage to husband Steve fell apart after revealing she was gay, family life has been turned upside down. Take a look at this.
My name's Sandra, and I live with my daughter Lauren, who's 13, and my son Ben, who's 15. He's more part-time because he lives with his dad sometimes as well.
Well, I'm Steve. I live in this place at the moment with my son.
Steve and I have been married for over 20 years. I left him in 2011. I'd always had feelings about girls, and I basically realised that although I love my children to bits and I would never change what I had in my life, that I wasn't happy at home.
It's something that obviously, you know, the sort of person I am, I'm not going to stop somebody from making a choice they want to make in life.
I took Lauren with me with a hope to sort her out. You're going to walk out of school? No, you need to do the detention,
I'm not
sweetheart.
staying.
But you have to do it.
No, I don't.
She doesn't do anything unless she's asked lots of times. I would like to have that iPad, please.
It's not mine, it's Dina's.
Yeah, and you can have it back after I've
No!
And unfortunately, it hasn't worked because my health has deteriorated as time's gone on. In 2005, I had a gastric bypass. I lost 13 stone, but my legs hadn't slimmed down. I'm at the point of ringing social services and asking for help. It's killing me.
Welcome, Sandra.
Thank you.
I guess very shocking in a way to look at the videotape, because we spent time as a team filming in the house and watching yourself with your family. Today, could you please keep us up to speed and let our guests know here the circumstances of what's happened today in your family?
Okay, I contacted you because obviously things had gone wrong, bringing up Lauren and Ben. I obviously separated from my husband, Steve. Since filming, he's had a stroke.
All right, just take your time. Take your time.
That's the first time I've heard him speak since the 6th of February.
Take your time. Before that happened, before Steve had a stroke, there was obviously a lot of arguing and confrontation going off in the home, correct?
Well, we actually live apart. Since I came out as being gay, I actually left the family home and took Lauren with me.
So you were married for how long?
I got married 6 weeks after I turned 20, so 23 years.
23 years.
Yeah.
And then after 23 years,
yeah,
you must have
decided
got that
to
courage.
be myself.
Lived your truth, which I commend you for.
Thank you.
And actually had that conversation, that very serious conversation with Steve.
With Steve, who was absolutely, to be honest with you, wonderful about it. Because as he said, there's nothing he could do to change that.
But was it a shock for him? I mean, he's in love with you. You've got 2 kids together.
We had
it must have
problems.
been difficult,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it wasn't all plain sailing. He understood, but he also understood there was nothing he could do to sort of save the relationship.
Yes. How was it for the kids when they eventually got told? I mean, was that a sit down with you and Steve? Was that a kids, I want to talk to you? Did they have some kind of idea?
I think
was there language floating around? I mean, what you know?
I think they had some sort of idea by the friends I was keeping.
Right.
But we did sit them down and we did talk to them, and they then came back to us and said, well, one's going to come and live with you, Mum, and one's going to live with Dad. And they actually chose who was living where. But Ben actually said, well, I'm going to go and live with Dad, because if Lauren lives with Dad, they'll kill each other because they don't get on. They've got quite a clashy personality together.
Yeah.
Constant rows with the pair of them.
Now, the stroke played what impact on Steve? I mean, what is his medical condition right now?
Right.
Can he talk? Can he walk?
Okay, 2 weeks ago I was told he would never walk or talk again. He has already...
There he is, look, on the tape.
He started to walk about 2 days after that.
Fantastic.
And I actually, 2 days ago, seen him transfer from seat to a car seat. And he even walks over little jumps now, like little dog jumps, to sort of get his positioning right.
Amazing.
His balance is a lot better. He's walking with one walking stick.
So he's making those baby steps forward.
He sure
literally.
Is. But he's still not speaking.
He's not talking.
And they still stand by the fact that he probably won't, which the children are struggling with big time.
So today then, as raw as this will be for you emotionally, you're going to see some videotape about what he felt, because he's unable to talk and tell the family this. And we have that tape.
I believe, probably in my heart, I probably know what I'm about to hear, but I am interested to hear it.
Okay, let's take a look.
The stage we're at with Lauren at the moment is it's a constant battle daily. As soon as it's time to wake her up. Come on, please.
Okay, I am ready.
I can't obviously go upstairs to get her, so she knows that. And it becomes a screaming match every morning.
Stop swearing at me, get up. Now. I'm set up in my room.
She won't undertake anything that she's asked to do. She's asked to clean her room. She's decided that she doesn't want to clean her room, and therefore she won't do it.
When are we going to get this room tidied, please?
Oh, I'm tidying.
Okay, yeah, what year?
She'll tend to argue with you until you either give in or it descends into chaos.
I'll delete him. Sake, what is your problem?
Right now, your attitude, sweetheart.
The use of the internet, that's controlled.
Okay, I'd like to check your Facebook, please.
Why?
Because I would like to do one of my checks on your Facebook. About 5 months ago, there was quite a few things that happened with Lauren.
Okay, I'll delete him.
Okay, delete that person right now, please. There was a few incidents on the internet that didn't make me very comfortable at all. I don't get why these people are on your Facebook, lols. So sending kisses and hearts.
I didn't know what else to put.
And it's got to the point where I've lost all trust in what she tells me she's doing.
Me and Lauren don't actually get on. We've never been brother and sister. I don't think her as my sister. Lauren gets away with too much, with not helping and not cleaning her room and not getting Mum any drinks or food. She just doesn't help. She just messes up the place.
Good to see you, Ben.
Thank you.
Obviously, incredibly sorry to hear the news of your father. It was a shock to all of us, including the team here. But I'm really glad to see that he's making those improvements and those baby steps forward. Fingers crossed he continues to do so. Tell me what's going on with your sister. What do you see? Because I'm watching that videotape, you know, and it's obvious that you're there for your mum, helping her out with her own medical condition.
Yeah.
Correct? Explain that for me again, please.
Got a condition called lipedema. It's a toxic fat that only affects women. You're born with it. And basically your legs just grow and grow and grow, and I will eventually be bedbound.
Right. So, obviously, Ben, doing stuff, helping out around the house. This has happened with your father. What needs to happen? What's going on?
I think my sister needs to grow up and think of other people except for herself. She's living in her own world. I don't think she totally understands what's going on around her with mum, what will eventually happen to herself with dad. And she doesn't... The only reason me and Lauren really fight is because she'll not help or that sort of thing.
So obviously before the show I had a chance to catch up with your son and your daughter. So let's take a look. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Ben.
Hello.
Hi, Laura, nice to meet you. How did you travel down?
Long.
Long. All right, long. So, here today just to really have an opportunity to come together as a family and patch a few things up, right? And to make things a bit better. In your mind, what do you feel needs help?
The arguments.
Right, so like what?
How he tries to be the boss, like as when my dad's not there, and that, and how he tries to tell me like what to do.
Right.
And the arguments between me and my mum kind of get out of hand sometimes.
Does your mum rely on you in a way to help her?
The reason I ask her is because mum gives up too easy. She's too soft, and like if she asks her to do something, she'll ask her twice, and she won't do it, and then...
But I do it in the end.
I'll have to ask her.
Right. So you step in, though, because you see that your mum is failing to have communication with your sister where things get done. For you, it's being the peacemaker.
Yeah.
And the transition was one that you accepted easily or not when your mum and dad parted ways and your mum had...
We knew it was coming.
Lived her truth.
Because she kind of had a girlfriend while with my dad.
She had a
girlfriend while with my dad. So.
Whilst with your dad, okay.
Yeah, so we kind of knew it was coming.
Well,
right.
Dad already knew that she was with someone, but...
Right, okay. And so you were informed about that? You knew already?
No, we knew when they split up, when my mum came out gay, so...
Yeah, okay. What's the reality of that for you both? Do you feel torn emotionally?
No, because, like, when they started arguing, I just thought to myself, if they split up, I'm going with my mum.
Tell me the reason why.
Because me and my dad clashed all the time. Like, we didn't, like, clash as much as we used to, but now I go up and see him every night in the hospital and we're quite close. And
of course, because you love your dad, of course.
Yeah.
What goes through your head in situations like that?
Why didn't they do it earlier? We would have been younger and we wouldn't, like... I don't know, it would have... in a sort of way, it would have been easier.
Itself, Ben. Your biggest concern really is how everyone's going to function under the home, under the roof, and your sister and your mum are going to get on better.
Yeah.
So that, I guess you can really pull away, right? And not feel like you have to step up for your mum and be, in a way, a father figure, really, because you're stepping up into that role where you're supporting your mum in the place where your dad would have, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah.
OK, that makes it clear for me. What relationship do you want with your sister? What would you like?
For me to think of her as sister instead of not.
But what do you think of her then?
I don't think of her as a sister. I think of her as somebody who either lives under the same roof or just has the same blood sort of thing.
So emotionally, you've kind of detached from her because you're clouded by other emotions, though, right? With respects to just feeling resentful that she can't pull her weight, that you are, and she's not.
Still to come on Family Matters.
I don't want Ben and Lauren to be where me and Steve are. I don't want them to not talk for 10 years and then one of them to find out they're in hospital. I don't want you and Lauren to be where I am.
Why is Lauren not living with you?
Because since Steve had his stroke, she's been sleeping on her floor upstairs in front of her door, so we can't get into her in the mornings. She's not been going to school on time.
So how long has she been living at her grandma's?
The last 2 weeks, I think it is. She does go there every now and again when things just seem to build up.
Choices? Who made the choice? How did the decision come about?
The first time she went, I was at breaking point and I asked my mum to have her because I didn't know what else I could do with her. I was getting in trouble with school because she wasn't going to school. She was always late. Now, I physically can't get up the stairs in the morning. So what do I do? I mean, how do I cope with that? How do I get her downstairs?
I had a chance to meet Lauren, so let's watch the videotape so we can listen. So, Lauren, what doesn't your mum understand?
Everything.
Let's talk about that. Let's bridge the gap here.
She doesn't trust me, and she doesn't trust me, like, something happened quite a while last year with something I don't really want to mention.
Yeah.
And,
was it bad?
Yeah.
Was she responsible?
No, but I've tried to gain her trust from it, like going out with my mates and that, and I've been home on time, but she still doesn't trust me.
What does your mum do that you feel invades your space?
Well, she checks my Facebook and that, because she doesn't trust me.
Yeah.
And, like, she doesn't let me... She just always checks what I'm doing. It's like, let me have some freedom. I want to go live back at home with all the arguments stopping.
Why do you want to go back and live back home?
Just so I can live with my mum again and be a proper family.
You looked over at Ben then, and?
She's very clever, and that's what I got from that. The door has never been shut for her to come home. She goes to my mum's and she is told she can come back whenever she wants. I've never, ever closed the door to her.
I don't think she's saying that, though.
And even to the point that we spoke to her about coming home after we'd been here, and she's chosen to go back to my mum's.
What do you need from your mum, Ben? What does your mum need to know so that your sister can't keep getting away with all this?
You can't give up with telling her what to do, because when you give up, she gets what she wants. If she gets what she wants, she doesn't learn. Even doing jobs around the house, she doesn't do any.
And she's got worse since this. Yeah. But it's not all focused around Steve and his stroke. I mean, this was going on, and it's been going on for years. I've lost my connection with her a long time ago, and I don't know how to get it back.
The reality is that you are living your truth, and you cannot take one step forward and live your truth as the woman you are today and the mother, and yet let her get away with blue murder because you feel guilty for that. Or not put your foot down and say, this is how things are going to be. And then all she learns is that as long as you're prepared to back down from every word, what have you just taught her?
Yeah, I'm not one of these mums that sits here and says, oh, I've been a good mum, blah, blah. I know I've messed up, and
so
I know I have.
So you say to me how to change. All you do is reverse what you have been doing. What makes you not be consistent? What makes you cave in and go, no, I won't do it today? Why do you not follow through? Why are you not consistent? No. Until you know that answer, it won't change. Now, I know your sister-in-law's here, right? Mm-hmm. Steve's sister.
Yep.
I'd like to meet her. Take a look at the tape.
I'm Liz and I'm Steve's little sister. We drifted apart from 10 years ago. I went to the hospital to see my brother, and it was the first time I'd ever seen my brother face to face, and in the 10 years we hadn't seen each other. It's the first physical, you know, the first time I ever got to hold his hand. We were really close when we were young. I really idolised him. I'm hoping that we can continue that as brother and sister.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Well, you hear what's going on here.
Yeah.
Trying to sort stuff out, right? How did you hear the news of your brother?
It was through his eldest daughter and Lauren.
Right.
They texted me to say, you know, Dad's had a stroke, but he's okay at the moment. And I'm like, oh, that's not okay. And it shocked me because there was still that element of anger from all that time apart. But we'd only just, that little seed just started to develop that we might start talking again. And I was really thrilled. I thought, finally, we can finally put all that aside and move on, because I really missed having a family. I really missed that. It always used to annoy me that all my friends got to go and see their family, you know, close relatives, and I don't have that, even though they're a stone's throw away. So when I found out, it was just like, oh, I'm going to lose my brother. We haven't even resolved any of this. And there's another thing, I really want to say this to Ben and Lauren. When I was listening earlier on, I don't want Ben and Lauren to be where me and Steve are. I don't want them to not talk for 10 years and then one of them to find out from a niece or nephew they don't know, you know, don't really know, to say they're in hospital. I don't think either of you will ever understand how heartbreaking that is, especially if you haven't spoken for so long. Sorry, I don't want you and Lauren to be where I am. You two really need to be brother and sister. You need each other. This is where you need it. Yeah. You need each other. I can't stress that enough.
I mean, we asked you all about the future. I mean, let's face it, it's a shocking tragedy and a rude awakening, and it really does put things into perspective when something like this happens. It really does. Mm-hmm. Steve can't tell us anymore, can he? He can't tell us anymore right now what his hopes for the future are, what he wants to see right now. But I do want you to take a look at the videotape, because he did tell us.
Both me and Sandra both feel that we seem to have lost something along the way with Lauren, in the way of a relationship that you'd have with a child. And it's hard because we don't know how to get that back.
If nothing changes, I don't know where I'm going to be. It'll get to the point where I can't deal with her. I will have to try and get help elsewhere, because it's slowly running me into the ground. There you go. It's hard.
Love ya. Yeah, you too.
I always feel that the best tool that a parent can ever do is to be able to just be really honest about where they've screwed up with their teenagers, you know, and to just say there are just some things that I felt, you know, that I felt really sorry for you in those circumstances. But as a teenager, I weren't doing my job as your mum. And as your mum who loves you dearly, this is what I do need to put in place, because I do give a damn, because I do love you and I do care. And this is what we are going to do moving forward. So cleaning that slate not only allows you to put in the boundaries and the guidelines and the expectations and the designated chores of how you all muck in together and be a part of that family, but also the things that you will do as a family. This is actually what I do want. You know, I've got, you know, my legs hurt me and, you know, the mobility is not always there, but I would like to know that on this night and this night, we actually can come together and have a game of cards, that we can come together and put a movie on. I want time, I want to connect, I want to be able to do that. Because those little small things that happen here and there are what's going to make you connect, you know? And I've got to be honest with you, for all sitting here, that man has a journey. He has a really tough journey, emotionally, mentally. He's being tested every day. And if that man could not walk and he's taking a few steps every day to get himself better, then I'll be damned that you lot can do it, let me tell you, because he's doing it. I know this is what he would want, and of course, he's got his own reflection, his own time. But it'd be lovely to have that relationship, obviously, again with your brother.
Absolutely. I need it to be back. I need them in my life again.
It's a very special relationship, As someone who's a big sister, it's a special relationship.
I miss it. I so miss it, and I want Ben and Lauren to have that. And it saddens me that right now they don't.
There's no reason why you can't work towards that. You know, there's not. Let's go home tonight and put in place what needs to be put in place as a parent and not a friend, so that we can shift and totally change the family dynamics, so that we can shift it around so that we can keep walking forward, because that man's walking forward. I want you guys walking forward. Can we work towards that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
On Family Matters.
Give me an account of, when things were good and when they sort of started changing.
Leo just found quite a lot of hate towards me.
You don't need to snatch off him, Leo. Pick it up and pass it to me, please.
He's just, all of a sudden, just didn't like me anymore.
Just put them away.
Your son's behaving a certain way. Look, what do you do about that? No, this is hard emotionally for you, I understand this.
I honestly don't see it that way.
Leo, I've told you not to put that over your head.
You treat Alfie so much different to the way you treat Leo.
Do you think this is funny? Because it's not funny, Leo.
Bonnie, I'm speechless. That made me really angry. How dare you treat my son like that? I'm fed up of my son crying in my arms and begging me not to send him round to you.
There is a young, innocent child who is caught in the middle of all of this. And it's unfair to Leo. And a warm welcome to the show. My first family today, Bonnie and Ryan, contacted the show for help with Leo, Ryan's 7-year-old son from a previous relationship. Bonnie says stepson Leo refuses to behave when he visits their home, disrupting the other children and causing arguments between herself and fiancé Ryan.
My name's Bonnie. I have a partner called Ryan. We have 2 lovely little girls together, Ellie and Lexi. We also have a son from different relationships. I have Alfie and he has Leo. My relationship with Leo isn't very good at the moment. All of a sudden he had a lot of hate for me and there started to be a lot of problems in our family, arguments.
Just put them away.
Back chat.
You don't need to snatch off him, Leo, okay? You're not his parent. No.
Just completely ignoring anything that I say to him. You always ignore me. Every time I ask you to do something, you just completely ignore me.
Bonnie and Leo's relationship can be very stressful, but know how to press each other's buttons.
Oh, you should know how to behave by now. Leo, that's enough.
Some of the worst things that Leo has done to me, when I was pregnant with Lexi, he kicked me with 2 feet into my stomach.
I've never witnessed any violence between them.
Me and Ryan argue about is discipline in the house. He thinks I'm being too strict.
Why can't you just back me up for one? Because all you do is having a go.
Our relationship's because obviously me and Bonnie row because I'm sticking up for Leo or I'm trying to tell her to back off Leo.
If you backed off him, there wouldn't be a problem, would there?
Why should I put up with being spoken to like that?
Welcome, Bonnie, Ryan.
Thank you.
Pleased that you're here. How long have you been having Leo visit the home? How old was he? And
about 2.5, 3.
2.5, 3?
Yeah.
And how long have you guys been together?
5.5 years.
5.5 years. Are you currently in a relationship now?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
And you live together?
No.
No.
You don't? Have you ever lived together?
Yes, we have, yeah.
Okay, so how long have you been separated?
About 2.5 years.
And you've been living where?
Back with my parents.
Back with your parents.
Yeah.
But do you still see Leo? Like, does he still come to the house? Do you still go
if
there?
I have contact with Leo, then I'll take Leo up to see the rest of the family.
And that's when he also comes and stays with you?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
OK, so give me a story. Give me an account of, you know, when things were good and when they sort of started changing.
At the beginning of our relationship, me and Leo, we were quite strong. We had loads of fun together.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, things just started going downhill, really.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Leo just found quite a lot of hate towards me. He's just, all of a sudden, just didn't like me anymore.
Where do you think that came from, Ryan?
No.
Did you ever ask him? Your son's behaving a certain way.
I honestly don't see it that way.
You don't see it that way at all?
I don't see it that way at all.
So you don't feel that you ever saw any kind of hatred?
Just kids being kids, in my eyes.
But you felt that was hatred?
Yeah, I felt like he just didn't like me anymore.
So do you feel like Bonnie's exaggerating? You don't feel like that is the case?
Sometimes there is arguments, but then the next day they can be best friends again.
So when you see this hatred, what is he doing?
He pretty much just ignores everything that I say. He'll look straight through me, and obviously that pushes my buttons and makes me cross. Yeah, but it's just really, really tough because he just doesn't listen to a word I say. And then if I'm asking him to do things, I can ask him a million times, and then Ryan can come in and he'll do it straight away without
It's to do with the way you ask him, though, and the things you nag at him about. Like, that's why. If you used to ask him nicely and ask him in a different manner, he would do it.
I ask him in that way, I ask Alfie in that way, and I ask Lexi in that way.
You treat Alfie so much different to the way you treat Leo.
I don't think I do at all.
Well, for the swords, for instance, the toys, Leo was never allowed any toy swords or anything like that when he was Alfie's age. But now Alfie's got to the age, he likes Power Rangers, he's allowed to run around the house with samurai swords.
He's got one. The difference is Leo used to be very, very aggressive with his guns and his swords towards me and towards the situation, whatever we was in. And I didn't like it, which I banned.
You don't like the fact that they play with weapons, toy weapons, because you was brought up like that yourself.
No, I don't like it, and I don't like Alfie doing it either. But
you let Alfie get away with it, don't you?
He got that one thing from a friend for his birthday. I can't just take that away from him.
Why? You took the robot that my mum brought him away, didn't you?
I had a gun on it. Guns and swords are a little bit different.
No, it's not. My eyes is exactly the same. You either let him have one or nothing at all.
The conversation with respects to the children discussed? Why wasn't this
because it causes
small little situation discussed?
At home, and we avoid it. It will just cause a big argument between us.
So you don't bother to talk. So then you go through and liaison and have conversations with a young boy instead. But how does that make sense?
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
So basically, you're having a conversation or an argument with a young boy because what you should be doing is having a conversation here.
Yeah.
The two parents should have a conversation. Leo's not going to sit there and make his own judgment of what he should be doing and what he shouldn't be doing. He's looking to you both for the guidance of what's right and wrong, what he can and what he can't do. He's looking for that guidance from the pair of you.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to watch this piece of tape here, because watching this is when the boys were playing. Bonnie, you said don't snatch, and that was directly to Leo, and actually it was your son in the yellow top there that took it.
Which happens quite a lot.
That's hardly fair, is it?
Straight away, Alfie will turn around and accuse Leo or something, and Bonnie
Leo did try and tell you there. You then snapped back, thinking that it was Leo and it wasn't.
Because whenever I'm at home and whenever Leo comes to us, I'm always on guard all the time because of what goes on.
So you assumed?
Well, I guess so. I must have assumed that particular time because it happens so often that I have to be aware of what's going on. I'm doing my own things, trying to do dinner or whatever I'm doing, but I've also got to keep one eye on what's going on with the children because, you know, at the end of the day, things can happen in a second. And if I can't see what's going on, it's very difficult.
And do you see any of this? Do you see any of this?
If that was the situation, yeah, I do, yeah. The kids play up all the time. Like.
All right, let's take a look at some tape.
Bedtime is always an issue. I try and settle the children.
You gonna give her a kiss or not? No. Give her a kiss on the cheek so I can put her to bed. Just really upset. Can you just give her a kiss? Leo, can you just give her a kiss? Why don't you want to? What's the big deal?
I normally get a lot of back chat off Leo.
Leo, I've told you not to put that over your head. Leo, do not go under the covers. You won't be able to breathe. You will not be able to breathe properly if you have covers over your head. One of the children here, you should know how to behave by now. Leo, that's enough. Do you think this is funny? Because it's not funny, Leo. This is not a game. It's bedtime. And you'll just stop it. Just go to sleep. You do not sleep like that. Ryan, can you come and sort Leo out, please?
Bedtime always leads to an argument with me and Ryan.
Yeah, again, he has one.
I hate bedtimes. It makes me so angry that he doesn't back me up. Why can't you just back me up for once?
Because all you do is having a go.
What, I've asked him to lie down and go to sleep?
We should have been going to bed at this time anyway.
It will always continue on to the evening.
Oh, you want to sit up there just to get one over on it? If you backed off him, there would be a problem, would there?
It's just a shame that he can't listen to me like the rest of them.
You can't treat him like the rest of them.
Can you explain to me what was going on in that tape? Because there was a lot of harsh kind of shouting there.
Yeah, I mean, he just kept going under the covers the whole time. I told him that he wouldn't be able to breathe properly. You know, he wouldn't be able to breathe properly. It'd get too hot under the covers.
Why was there a need to control putting the covers over his head? I mean, most parents are happy if their kids will go to bed and stay in the bedroom and not come down. You know, and be able to have an evening together. What was the concern for you that you had to repetitively control the actions of a young boy sleeping in his bed?
Because not only was he going under the covers, he was being silly, he was messing around. It's not like he was going to... If he was going to go sleep under the covers, then fair enough.
Are you expecting the children to go sleep like that?
No, not at all.
Lights out sleep?
She does,
Not at all, no, not at all.
Then
Kids don't do that, they gradually go to sleep.
No, and you
but they
can't
need to
shout at
calm
them until they go
down.
to sleep
They need
either.
to calm down, they get into their beds, they know it's bedtime. And my kids don't do that, Ryan. Mine don't. They go into bed and...
Lexi does it all the time.
Yes,
Alfie don't do it because he's had it
Lexi's
drummed
3 years
into him
old.
that he's got to be perfect all the time.
He's not perfect all the time, not by any stretch of the imagination, but he knows when bedtime is. And yeah, he'll play me up 3 or 4 times occasionally, but he'll always go to sleep.
Yeah, so does Leo always go to sleep
But
eventually.
it takes at least an hour.
Because you're stood there screaming at him.
I don't. I try and sit there in quiet, and I said to him that evening...
That wasn't sitting there in quiet?
No, because he kept messing around.
That's what it's
and
like all
being
the time.
silly, giggling under the covers, talking, shouting.
But if he's in his bed and he chooses to put the covers over his head and do tents or whatever he wants to do, okay, whatever pacifies Leo to eventually get himself off to sleep, and he's in his bed in the bedroom, why did you have to keep going in and hovering over him and shouting for him to get to sleep? How is anybody going to get to sleep? I mean, imagine you in your bed and somebody's hanging over your head going, get to sleep, get to sleep. How are you going to get to sleep?
The reason I was doing that is he was going to wake the other 2 up, and Lexi, once she's woken up, there's no getting her back to sleep. She can be an absolute...
But and your shouting weren't going to wake those kids up if they were asleep?
No, but at the end of the day, right, I have all day worked my guts off. Okay, I have struggled all day doing everything for all of those kids. And I'm tired myself, and yeah, I'm broke. You know, I'm not perfect.
Nobody's saying you are. But now we're talking about something different, because by saying that you're feeling absolutely tired and you're broke by the end of the day, now we're talking about you feeling like a lack of support that you're
I don't get any
receiving.
support, none at all.
So what do you need from Ryan that you're obviously not getting, that as you're in a place where you're screaming at a child's head because immediately they're not falling to sleep?
I just wish you'd help, you know. I would have more energy.
You feel free because he's here.
If you
I think he needs to
help
hear
me a bit more with the day-to-day.
I'm at work day to
I know
day.
you're
I don't
at
live
work,
there
but you
anymore,
come home
Bonnie.
for tea time,
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
come
still
home for
cooking tea,
yeah.
and I still have to sort the kids out and cook tea.
And I put the kids to bed, don't I, sometimes with you?
I then bath them with very little help. Occasionally,
you bath them while I'm walking the dog, yeah.
So you don't just interact with the kids then? I mean, you just kind of had a grown-up conversation and just watch telly, but nothing where you're interacting with them?
No,
you know,
really.
like they're on the floor, they're jumping on daddy, or, you know, you're playing games with them?
Very rarely.
Very rarely?
Very rarely.
OK.
That's something I'd love to see.
So, obviously, you have Leo and his mother is called Kylie, correct?
Yeah.
OK, so how do you feel about Kylie as a person?
She's upset me a lot. She's done a lot in the past to get at me, like.
Right, so you still hold grudge. You haven't moved on from that place.
It's not that I hold a grudge. It's just that I'll never forgive her for some of the things she's done.
Right, so you are still holding a grudge then?
Well, if you say so. If you say yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Still to come on Family Matters.
How dare you treat my son like that? He wanted the covers over his head. So what? Big deal. Why do you have to
he can go to bed and not breathe then, that's fine. Do you like to keep them separate, the women?
Like I say, I'll try and have as little to do with Kylie as possible anyway.
Right, but you wouldn't be happy then for Bonnie to be on the phone discussing,
I don't know.
you know, Leo?
I don't really know. I've never really thought of that.
Right,
There's been times where I have felt the need to, but, you know, it's not my place. It's Ryan's, and I'm very much kept out of the communication between them if they're
I feel if that was to
phone.
happen, it would turn into a massive row.
Right. So the assumption of it being a row, you keep them separate. Let's go to tape, please.
I'm Kylie, I'm Leo's mum and Ryan's ex-partner. Communication with me and Ryan is very up and down.
I don't really talk about his behaviour with Kylie. What happens in my family stays in my family, the same as what happens in her family is her business, it stays in her family.
Leo will sometimes come out and say outright that he just doesn't want to go round to Bonnie's house. Unfortunately, it also comes out in his behaviour.
Pick it up and pass it to me, please.
I do definitely think that Kylie might have had an influence in Leo's behaviour. We've had issues before where Leo's said that Mummy's told him to hit Alfie, or Mummy's told him to lash out, to shout at Bonnie and stuff like that.
At the beginning of mine and Ryan's relationship, there was a lot of influence from Kylie. Obviously, Leo was 2.5, 3 years old. He used to come round and he used to punch me and kick me.
Me, Bonnie and Kylie have never sat down and spoke about any of the issues here.
Never had any communication with Bonnie. I think Leo misses out on absolutely everything to do with family life over there. You know, he's always talking about his brother and sisters and he's always talking about his dad. And I'd just like to hopefully include the person he always talks about to be Bonnie as well.
Welcome, Kylie. So let's do this properly. Bonnie, meet Kylie.
Nice to find
This is
you.
Leo's mother. Kylie, meet Bonnie. OK, you've just seen that tape. I'd like to hear your feedback with respects to the lies, the behaviour regarding Leo and
to be honest,
told that it's mummy and everything else.
Yeah, I've got quite a lot to say about it. First of all, Ryan, I'd like to say I really appreciate the fact that I've seen you backing your son up. Bonnie, I'm speechless. This is saying that, you know, Leo kicked you in the stomach when you was pregnant. Why the hell didn't you... Do you not think that's something that needed to be spoke about? If that's
but I've never had any communication with you, so how on earth can I do that?
You're a grown woman.
That'd be down to me,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
that's me and Ryan. We discussed that.
Passing it on.
Well, that's something that if my son's done something as disgusting as that, being violent to anyone is unacceptable. My son's never been violent to me. Now, what I saw on the videotape with Leo at bedtime, that made me really angry. How dare you
It does
treat
me
my
as
son
well.
like that?
I'd love for you to do one day of what I do.
Do you know what? I've got three stepchildren in my care a lot of the time.
And does your partner back you up?
No, not all the time, no, because he's at work. You know, there's always breakdown in communication in any relationship, but ultimately, you are the adult.
Yes, I am
You're
the adult. Exactly, I am the adult of that house. I'm the mother of that house.
Take charge of it.
Well, how can I take charge of it when I don't get supported at all? If I take charge and try and sort a situation out...
You shouldn't need to have
I don't get any backup at all.
Deal with it though, Bonnie.
Bonnie, he wanted the covers over his head. So what? Big deal. Why do you have to
So he can go to bed and not breathe then, that's fine.
You're taking it all too personally. We've come here to try and sort this out.
How can I not take it personally?
You bought it here.
I know I did, yeah, because I've had enough. I've had enough.
Have you ever tried to have any kind of you know, mediation? Have you ever tried to come together, you know, with the fact that the children...
5 times I've arranged mediation through the solicitors.
It's not
5 times no one's...
I've heard of it once, and that was at Christmas.
You may have heard of it once.
Sorry, so it was 5 times, but
There's been a few times that Kylie suggested...
And no one's turned
But you've said no.
I've said no, I wouldn't do it.
You didn't want to do it?
So I've been
never
brought
been
on
involved
TV.
in it. I've never heard of it, apart from Christmas when she sent a text suggesting mediation. That's the first time I've ever heard of anything.
Okay. I just heard you say, but do you get support? Do you get support? So, you know, obviously, Kylie being disgusted with the way that you're treating her son, you feel that you don't receive the support from Ryan.
I don't. No.
And that's why it's frustrating for you.
Yeah, it is frustrating for me. And then it makes
still
things...
doesn't give you the right
Can I
to treat
speak?
my son like
Can I
that.
speak? Thanks. I do not get any support, and it makes me frustrated, which then changes the way that I speak to people. Of course it does when you get frustrated.
Please, I'd love you to be able to talk to Kylie while she's here. So can you have a conversation with each other here, please? I'm here to be able to mediate for the 5 times that didn't happen, and I'd like this conversation to happen.
At the end of the day, right, if Leo listened to me, okay, and did as he's told, like most of the time the other children, yeah, sometimes it takes them 3 or 4 times, but they always listen to me, and then they know their boundaries, they know the rules in my house, and they slip up. Of course they do, they're children. But Leo will never, ever listen to me. He will look straight through me, and then the moment Ryan comes down and asks him to do one thing, he does it like that.
Do you think maybe it's because for starters, you're going head to head with him?
Yeah.
He's a child, you're an adult. Take the higher ground.
So his dad should do that, not me.
No, you should do that.
Why should I do that?
Because if you don't want my son at your house,
I didn't say I didn't want him there.
I'm fed up of my son crying in my arms and begging me not to send him round to you.
So why haven't you contacted us and spoke to us about it?
I've contacted him. Look at over Christmas.
I saw one text
several
message.
times.
I saw one text message. I don't get involved in used to. Used to have arguments. You two text each other. I'm never ever in the loop. I never know what's going on.
Because you don't want to be, Bonnie.
If
you want to be, you could have
that is absolute rubbish.
Sorry, because what?
I wouldn't involve her. If me and Kylie was having an argument,
So you choose not to involve?
I wouldn't go back and tell Bonnie.
I never know what's going on.
Several times, Ryan, where I've said to you, not so much recently, but in the past, where I've said to you, I want Bonnie's phone number. I want to speak to Bonnie about it because you're not sorting it out.
No, there isn't.
You know,
You've never asked me for her phone number.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
As far as I'm concerned, this is absolutely ridiculous. The whole situation, the fact that my son doesn't want to go round to her house, you know, the fact that my son doesn't want to go and stay with you upsets me. I want him to be able to come round to your house and be happy.
Yes, and so do I. That's exactly what I want. I want him to come to my house and sit in with our family and everyone to be happy as one family. I don't want there to be a breakdown.
So why do you treat him so differently?
I don't treat him differently.
I'm sorry, I've just seen the video.
One clip out of 5.5
and it was enough to make my blood boil.
That's the same all the time, Bonnie. It's not just that one clip.
No, it isn't
it's
at
like
all.
that all the time.
I only get half the story because obviously the only story I get is Leo's.
Let's hear from Leo because I had a lovely chance today to have a little chat to him. So let's watch this tape of Leo. So I'm here with you because I thought we'd have a little conversation so that I could then talk to your mum and your stepmom and your dad and really help them so that when all the children are together, everybody's feeling much happier. So you're happy when you're going to the park and you're doing things. And what are the things that make you feel a little bit sad?
When everyone's shouting.
Oh, who's everyone? Who does the shouting?
Dad and Bonnie.
Dad and Bonnie, OK. So, like, when they're arguing and stuff and shouting?
Yeah.
Do you just go like this? I don't want to hear it. What do you do?
Sometimes I just, like... Sometimes I talk back to her sometimes, and then sometimes I just, like, cover my ears and go up to my room.
So what things make you annoyed then?
Because, like, she tells me off for something I didn't know when, like, I try to do something which I'm trying to help with.
Oh. So do you think that maybe she doesn't sometimes understand?
Yeah.
Tell me what makes you really happy and tell me what makes you really sad so that I can let them know.
What makes me really happy is, like, when all of us are doing really fun things.
OK.
And when we're all, like, arguing and doing that,
yeah,
that makes me sad.
What we want to do then, all us adults, is have a good conversation so that you're not feeling that way anymore.
Right, I'll leave you here then, carrying on with your colouring. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. It's really upsetting to see him sad.
Yeah, it is. And even though I'm not his mother, it still affects me a lot.
Can I just point out the fact as well that he will admit if he's been back-chatting and he knows when he's done wrong.
He may admit it to you, but he doesn't do it in our household.
He's just admitted it to Joe.
Yeah, exactly, but he doesn't do it to us.
Well, why?
Because
do you not think
it always
maybe it's
causes
something
such
you're doing that
Because we
isn't
don't
quite
give him
right?
a chance, do we? We're too quick to bite his head off.
So I'm here for some help. At the end of the day, when I'm at home and when he comes to my house, there's 4 of them, okay? And it is tough. They're all very young children. And it is really, really hard work, Kylie, okay? Because I do everything in that house.
I don't doubt it, Bonnie, you know, but ultimately, you're mum. And mum is the one that needs
only
to...
everybody saw that.
Still to come on Family Matters.
No wonder why Bonnie's sitting here and she feels rather hostile towards Kylie, because all she gets when you have bad conversations between you two is the brunt of it. That's not fair for Bonnie.
No, it's not.
So your relationship has been under an enormous amount of strain anyway, because you've just both felt like it wasn't working between the pair of you. And so you've been back and forth, parents, but over there anyway, and the kids have been under all this duress anyway.
Well, I've tried to protect the children as much as I can. As far as they're aware, Ryan is there all of the time. He comes home from work, has dinner with us.
That's not the same for Leo,
Can I
though, is
finish?
it?
Yeah, it is. Can I finish? Okay, when Ryan comes in from work and he will have dinner with the children, and then we'll do the evening, they'll go to bed, and then in the morning, Daddy's not there. Where is he? He's at work. And at the weekend, when we have...
So you make out, though, that it's like he has been there?
Yeah.
Why?
To protect them, because I
What
don't...
are you protecting them from?
It's what they're used to. I don't want them to think that there's a breakdown in our relationship.
Well, you don't think they feel that?
Yeah, I know
the strain in the house. You don't think the kids can't see, hear, or feel?
Yeah, I know that they feel it.
Then why would you lie?
Because I want to protect them as
From
much
what?
as I can. Because I don't want them hurting any more than they have to. They're already hurting enough as it is.
So you're
They don't
protecting
need
them
it.
from the fact that the relationship is under strain constantly?
I don't.
Because why would you do it any other way? Why would you do that?
No, that's pretty much bang on there,
I'd just like to speak out there and say that, you know, you may be trying to protect your kids and stopping them from being hurt. However, when Leo comes home and tells me that, you know, Daddy and Bonnie were arguing again, what you've got to understand is when I'm sending Leo over there, I'm putting my full faith in you as well as Ryan. And then when my son's coming home and he's saying, oh, I've had a really horrible time, Bonnie was shouting, and I'm like, well, what did you do? And we sit there and we'll talk about it. And there has been times where I've pulled him up and I've said, the thing at Living Coast's about a penguin.
He wanted a penguin. You made him get... He wanted a toy and you said that they all had to have penguins and he didn't want a penguin.
I text Ryan and I said, I want Leo to apologise to Bonnie because that's out of order. I will back you up if you're right.
like that.
So why didn't you hear it?
Because
I mean, why
Ryan
didn't you
keeps
hear
me
it?
out of any communication.
Why do you keep Bonnie
I don't remember
out
even getting a
of
text
a...
message.
Why do you keep the mothers
Well, I keep
separately?
them separate.
Why are the texts not relayed? Why,
Well, if she
why haven't
wanted
you
to text
created that?
Bonnie, then that's fair enough. She can do that.
But she couldn't get a number from you
She
earlier.
never asked me for a number.
I've asked you if you... I've got all the text messages on my phone.
I'd like to see him because I've never had it.
Just watching you, you know, in your communication with Kylie, you're very defensive. Very defensive, and this is a lady that you've never met, and it feels awkward for you that there's this defensive mechanism in you just by watching your body language. What is it that you feel? I want to be able to understand that.
It's very awkward for me to discuss things with Kylie, I suppose.
Why?
Because I haven't been in the loop before.
Yes.
It's very difficult to then all of a sudden have the opportunity to speak to Kylie and hear her views on everything that's been going on. You know, this has been going on a long time now.
So all you have is assumption then?
Yeah.
All you have is assumption because you've never stepped forward either to actually get Kylie's number and to just break that barrier down and say, look, you know, I look after your child, you know, on the weekends. We need to talk. We actually do need to talk. What stopped you from doing that?
I suppose I don't... I've always felt that it's never been my place.
that's Ryan's place. You know, if there's a problem, then he will talk to Kylie about it.
But even though it's your place to look after Kylie's son, even though it's your place to nurture, to love, to supervise, to take care of Leo, even though, how can you not? How does that work?
I have felt the need a couple of times, but I've always stepped back because I feel like it's not my place at all.
I feel that it is your place, and I want you to know that, you know, from this day forward, it is your place to talk to me. If you've got a problem with something, come to me. I'm not a big bad ogre, and I'm not going to have my son disrespect anyone, let alone someone that's playing such a big part in his life.
Yeah, but if this had been 2 years ago, you two would have been rowing right now, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be sat here
Well,
talking.
no, we wouldn't have, because we've never had the opportunity, because you've, for good or bad reason, you've kept it separate from, you know, even our vows. When you're effing and blinding at me through text message, I will get annoyed about it. Yeah. Because I'm human.
But then you do it to him just as much as he does it to you, and I would never step in an argument between you two.
Well, maybe that's
not my place.
Is that why you feel hostility? Because
there is a lot of
you have
arguments
heard
between
about
them.
that, but not the good stuff when Kylie's asking about her son?
Yeah, I've never heard anything good, I suppose. I suppose all I hear of is arguments between them, and it's difficult. And, you know, there have been many times where I felt cross with some of the things that she said, and obviously, you know, I would stick up for Ryan, but, you know, it's not my place to go and have a go at her about something that she said. So I stepped back and just let Ryan deal with it himself.
So, but then you're not supporting Ryan, are you?
Well, I am supporting him because I support him at home, but what I don't do is kick off at you for him, because he can do that himself. He's a grown man. If he's got an argument with you, he'll deal with it himself. And when he comes home and he wants to talk about it, then we sit down, and then that's how I support him.
Come home and that's it. If I'm in a bad mood, I'm in a bad mood for you.
Yeah, and I have to put up with that. You know, when he's in a bad mood, once you two
if
are
I've had a row
around.
with Kylie in the daytime, I'll come home and I'll be in a bad mood.
But ultimately...
Hold on a minute. Don't blame Kylie about you coming home and finding an excuse not to interact with the children.
No, I'm not saying that.
I mean,
I'm saying
you
if
can't
I'm
do
in a
that.
bad mood, if I've had a row with Kylie and I come home in a bad mood, then Bonnie usually gets the brunt of it.
Well, that's not okay. I mean, that's basically going to make Bonnie sit here and feel hostile towards Kylie because you can't separate the two relationships.
It's not a
Why is it now
it's not a
becoming
case of
these women's
separating the
problem?
two, is it?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. It
Why is it a case of
absolutely is.
separating the
It's
two
about you recognising as a grown man that you have a child with Kylie,
No, I know
and you have
that.
a responsibility to be committed to that child and be amicable regarding that child, and to come home and not let Bonnie get the brunt of that. That is not fair for your partner.
It's not a case of separating a relationship, is it?
It is a case of recognising that Bonnie shouldn't get the brunt of that.
No, she shouldn't, I know that.
So you should be more regulated in your emotions. You should understand and be more composed. It's not okay to do that. It's not mature at all. What? And now we're here, sitting here having this discussion, and no wonder why Bonnie's sitting here and she feels rather hostile towards Kylie, because all she gets when you have bad conversations between you two is the brunt of it. That's not fair for Bonnie.
No, it's not. I agree with that. It's not fair, no.
So what do you do to change that?
I don't know. That's why we're here now, because you're supposed to be trying to help us get our family back.
So what do you do about it? No, what do you do about that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
What is the cause of your relationship to finish?
I felt very much like Bonnie did, that I didn't get support. I was very young. I was 18 when I had my son. I was scared. You know, I felt very alone. And the main arguments would stem from the fact that I felt Ryan was not backing me and helping me to look after me and Leo, and that he was more interested in being out with his mates and doing stuff like...
What was his behaviour like?
Tell him.
He could be very aggressive and very nasty with his words as well as his actions.
So you have had these arguments that have escalated out of control, where there's been, you know, physical altercations in fighting and being rude to each other and being very verbally abusive.
Yeah.
Okay. Bonnie, the relationship, supported?
It used to be supported.
It used to be?
Yeah.
But you haven't felt that has been the case?
No, it's gone downhill quite quickly.
Right, let's go to tape.
Me and Ryan live separately because things got really bad in our family. I couldn't take any more, so I asked him to leave.
I'm living with my parents at the minute. It's easier to get out of the situation and calm things down It's been pretty rocky and we've nearly split up a couple of times because of it.
I hope Joe can help us all come together and be closer as a family and talk openly, and that my son's happy. When Leo tells me that he doesn't want to go to Bonnie and Ryan's and he gets upset, it breaks my heart.
We really need help with our family. It's falling apart. I'm just trying to do the best for everybody, and I don't hate Leo. I just want us to be happy.
I definitely want to move back in and be with my family and all live together again, but at the minute I just don't see how it's ever going to work.
I'd love for Ryan to move back into our family home and for everybody to feel like it's their home, including Leo.
I honestly feel that this is our last shot. If we can't rectify the problems now, then me and Bonnie are going to have to call it a day and go our separate ways.
This means everything to me. If this can't be resolved, I am walking away from the relationship between me and Ryan. I have literally had enough of all the pain and heartache, watching my children go through it, having to go through it myself. And although I love Ryan very much, I will have to leave him because this has been 5.5 years and I can't take any more.
Breathe in. This is hard emotionally for you. I understand this. I understand this.
I just feel like everyone's making me out to be the bad person. I'm not bad all the time. I do the discipline in the house, but I also do have a lot of fun with the children. I do try and make them happy all of the time. It's not always possible. When they're misbehaving, I have to discipline them. What kind of parent would I be if I didn't?
Ryan. Thoughts? Do you have any thoughts that you want to share?
I just want Bonnie to back off Leo a little bit and just give him a bit of leeway and stop jumping down his neck all the time.
Your backing off would be not to discipline at all?
No, it wouldn't.
It would be. If you want me to back off, Ryan, you do the disciplining. I'm quite happy to take a step back and let you do this.
Before,
you don't. You never tell him off when he's naughty.
No, because I don't
and the
feel
others
as if
get it
he's
in the
being
neck,
naughty.
don't they? When they're naughty, they get told off because that's my job, because I'm their parent and I need to teach them right from wrong, OK? And they need to know how to behave.
I do that. It's different, most. He just jumps down his neck all the time, like every little thing.
That's not true. And when he does misbehave, do you tell him off?
Yeah, if I believe he's being naughty, then I'll punish him, yeah.
My opinion on my son is obviously going to be biased. He's my son. I think he's great. However, I'm not blind to the fact that he can, you know, he can play weaknesses. He can play people off against each other. When we're out and, you know, we're out with my friends and my family, everyone comments on how, you know, how well behaved he is and how, yes, he can get over the top, but it takes a look. You know, it takes a look or a stern word, and he knows he's pushed it too far.
That's with you because you're his mother.
Alfie,
yes, I know, but I have exactly the same with Alfie. All I've got to do is look at him and he will go, OK, fine, stop.
Well,
and
maybe
his
it's
mum,
the continuity with...
I have no respect of Leo. Leo does not respect me one little bit.
The thing is, I find that really hard to relate to because my friends will look after Leo and he respects them.
Question for you, Bonnie. What do you need from Ryan that you're not actually getting in the relationship with him that would make you feel supported with all of the kids? All of the kids.
I would like us to sit down and talk about how we discipline our children, how we also have fun with the kids, and love us to work together off the same page and do, you know, believe in what we're doing.
How many times have you tried to do that?
Every other week.
How many times?
A lot.
A lot over the years. What would you?
Thousands.
so more than you can remember. Yeah. You've tried to do that. Okay. Why hasn't it worked?
Because it just causes arguments because we have different thoughts on parenting.
Right. Okay. I'm going to ask you to leave and grab a tall coffee and be escorted by my team off into the green room, please, while I talk to the young ladies on stage here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come on Family Matters.
There is a young, innocent child who is caught in the middle of all of this, and it's unfair to Leo. I've asked Ryan to leave because my concern right now, truthfully, is that
as you've seen from that tape, there is a young, innocent child who is caught in the middle of all of this. And it's unfair to Leo. And at the end of the day, if Leo is getting stressed and if Leo is misbehaving, no, that's because that child is being subjected to the turmoil that's going on between the adults. And that's my concern. That's my concern. Yeah? If I objectively look at your circumstance, the pair of you, I know that you know that you've been harsh on the kids at times. You felt that maybe you've been unrealistic. You felt that maybe it wasn't quite the case. I know that from talking to you. But the reality is that everything that you're feeling from your relationship right now is being projected onto that little boy. Because you're not getting supported, Bonnie, in the way that you deserve to be supported. And that's a problem. Because the reality is that there is no reason why the women concerned looking after the children and nurturing the children should be hostile towards one another and be arguing with one another. I know this is not the first time that you have felt continuously let down by him.
I just want to run away.
You just don't feel like you're getting the support. And my point is that whilst you're in a relationship where you feel you are not getting the support from your partner, that is going to take its toll, where kids just on an everyday basis, where one day they decide they don't want to listen to you, you're going to make a mountain out of a molehill and you're going to deal with it very differently. You're going to deal with it really harsh, really stressed, because the tape don't lie, Bonnie. And it's not fair for Leo, and actually it's not fair for the rest of the children. But it's projected anger on Leo. It's projected anger because you are trying to hold on to something right now in your relationship with Ryan that you can't control. You can't control the fact that he doesn't want to step up and be the father you need him to be. You can't control the fact that he doesn't want to be present and involved in the way that you would like him to be. You can't control that. And you can't make him do it either. But what you can control today, when you leave here, is what you do about it as a mother. That's what you can do. That's what you can change. If Ryan wants this relationship, Bonnie, then Ryan better work for it. And he better show you that he is prepared to step up and understand his responsibilities as a father, OK?
I also feel that when me and Ryan argue, obviously sometimes, a lot of the time, the children hear the arguments, and I feel like Leo, obviously, he's going to obviously side with his dad, no matter what.
Through his love.
And I think that he also, I think he obviously, when me and Leo have arguments, I see his dad in him so much. I see the arguments that me and Ryan have, and the back chat and everything, and it just frustrates me incredibly.
Because he doesn't understand. He's a young boy, but he doesn't understand any of that. You're trying to please Leo, you're trying to please everyone. Why don't you think about you and what you need? Because you need to focus on what you want and what you need, OK? And stop trying to hold on to a situation that you have no control. Trust me, if Ryan wants to be in your life, he will. He will behave in a fashion and show you, not talk a good talk, walk the walk with actions, and show you that he wants to be in your life and he will be everything you need, so that he can then come back into the house. And if he's going to step up as a father and do what he's supposed to do as a father, then he needs to learn that first so that he can be that way. There shouldn't be any ill will, but, you know, between the pair of you, you're both mothers. You both understand, you know?
The only time I've ever felt anger towards you is when I see the effect it has on my son.
I get that.
I've got no problem with you. None at all.
The relationship's strained. I mean, he's at his mum and dad's, right? Mm-hmm. OK? You're unhappy. That's why he's there. Yeah. Because there's an enormous amount of strain on the relationship. He's not giving you what you need. Doesn't matter how much you shout, argue, he's not stepping up. But that frustration is leading you to be very unrealistic with Leo. You're taking it out on Leo. It's not Leo's fault. His dad needs to sort himself out.
To be honest, it's not always Leo that gets all of it. the other children get it too.
Well, then you said that.
You know,
you're
it's not just
right.
Leo.
Well, then you're.
Alfie and Lexi get it just as bad.
Well, you're their mother, and it's good that you're admitting that. It's good that you're admitting that you take it out on the other kids as well, because you need to realise that.
I just find the whole thing so hard sometimes.
Because it is emotionally difficult. Your relationship's strained. And whilst it's strained, if you choose to continue seeing him, then I think you seriously have to think about whether Leo stays at your house on the weekends, because it's not fair for Leo to be subjected to that.
I try and do it half and half.
No, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. It's not fair on Leo. If Ryan is going to separately try and build his relationship with you, then Ryan can be the father he's supposed to be for Leo, okay, and take him out for the weekends. And he can stay at his grandmother's, because he only gets him every other weekend, right?
Yeah, but, you know, most of the time Leo is asking to come and stay at my house.
Right, well, then that's up to Ryan to turn around and explain that to Leo. That is Ryan's responsibility, not yours, Bonnie, not yours. Now, you just need to think about what you're going to do, because this is about your relationship strained. And there are innocent children that are getting the brunt of that. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with it because it's not right. It's not fair for those kids. It's not fair. What do you think the future is for you? And when I mean future, I mean when you leave here. What decisions are you going to make? Because we have clarified a lot of issues here. And you must have more clarity now than what you've ever had.
I need to make a very, very strong decision whether or not I'm going to stay with Ryan and be a single mum again. You've done it before, you can do it again. I do it every day anyway.
Listen, Bonnie, let me tell you something. You just said that you do it every day. Better you be a single mum and be a confident mum and raise those kids with the values that they're supposed to have and be supportive than be in a dysfunctional relationship where you're teaching these kids every day that that's what they're supposed to think is a healthy relationship. And continue the cycle. Don't continue the cycle. Break the mould. Break the mould.
I kicked him out in the first place 2
years
ago.
Well then, you know what you need to do. You know what you need to do. I'm going to leave you two ladies. I'm not asking you to hug. If you want to hug, you want to hug. You hold hands and acknowledge at least you've been talking to each other. I appreciate that if you could do that. I mean, seriously, at the end of the day. You know? Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Family Matters.
What are you feeling when you watch that piece of tape?
Just upset. I just need it to get better.
If you both want this relationship to work, then you've got to look at the work that you've got to do.
Living with Colby and his condition, it is scary.
You both want the same thing, but you're pushing it away. So when you get that fight or flight that makes you want to run, stay. Stay.
Stop it! No hitting!
On a daily basis, we have screaming, arguing, hitting. I'm really emotional about seeing that, because living it is different than seeing it. Seeing my children hit me, I failed my kids.
It is not funny!
Do you know why your kids laugh?
No.
To diffuse the mother that's shouting in their faces like that.
Now go away!
No. You need to learn how to manage your stress. You've got to start doing that for you.
Stop, 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 stop!
Hello and welcome welcome to the show. My first guest, Kayla and Wes, contacted me after problems in their family reached breaking point. Kayla and Wes's youngest son has a rare heart condition, which has led to him being taken into hospital on several occasions. And Kayla says that despite their son's condition, Wes is still more interested in going to the pub than staying at home.
I'm Kayla, my partner's Wes. The boys are called Carson Lee, he's 3 years of age. My youngest is Kobe, he's coming up to 20 months. I feel my family's coming to a bit of a breakdown.
My son Carson is out of control.
He's running across the city, he doesn't do as he's told.
Sit on the chair now. Now. Sit on the chair now. Now. Now.
He's throwing a lot of temper tantrums. He hits. No, stop. He did say, shut up. When I see him do things like that, you know, it does make me laugh. I just put it down to, oh, it's growing up in it, I suppose.
We're constantly undermining each other.
I think it's more of Kayla's job to discipline the children.
Stop it! No! There's been many times that I've sat down and I feel like a single parent because I do it all on my own. I've then got no energy, so I then let him fall asleep on the sofa. Kobe has a health condition called tetralogy of Fowl's, which is 4 different heart defects. That put a whole lot of stress on me and Wes. Me and Wes are on the verge of a breakup constantly.
It's just all one big mess.
You're waiting for that moment for it to blow, and I don't want it to get any worse.
Shocking for you to see.
Yeah.
What are you feeling when you watch that piece of tape?
Just upset, heartbreak. I just need it to get better.
What are you feeling, Wes?
That, and you know, I need to really try and pull my finger out, to be honest, and help out a bit more.
Can we just go back a little bit here? Because I want you to take me to the place where you felt you were losing control of everything that was happening in your home.
Well, to be honest with you, when I first had Carson, when we and Wes first got together, it seemed kind of all right. And then obviously...
What was all right about it? You're like, it's kind of all right.
There was no stress. Like, we did our own thing still because we had no responsibilities. And
so
then
as a couple?
Yeah.
As a couple, you would do things together, but have your own individuality of things you wanted to do together. Yeah. Right.
And then, obviously, I fell pregnant with Carson, and it was a joy, it was happy. And then I think reality actually hit when I did have Carson, because responsibility came in, and Wes isn't great with responsibility.
Is that true?
Yeah. And I think it's just because I've been used to doing my own thing, and you know, I know it can't.
What do you mean that? What do you mean by that? I've been used to doing my own thing.
Just like, you know, I didn't really ask. I could just like go out when I wanted. You know, I didn't have a responsibility. And
have you ever had responsibility?
In a sense, yeah, but in a sense, no.
Well, what does that mean? Define that for me.
It means I have, you know, I do have other children.
You do? How many other children do you have?
I have 6 other children.
6 other children?
Yeah.
Are you involved in their lives?
No, I'm not. But that's really a different story.
But it's the same, right? As in, no responsibility?
Yeah.
And then you had Kobe.
Yeah.
So talk to me about Kobe.
Kobe is a poorly baby. He does need a lot of care and attention.
He's got a heart
condition, yeah.
So that the stages of development are delayed?
Yeah, very delayed, yeah.
Right, OK. So that requires more for you to do?
Yeah.
Because he's more dependent than, say, a toddler who's reaching those milestones?
He is, yeah.
Right, OK. So do you do that all?
Most of the time, yeah. Because I think if I do it myself, it'll get done a lot quicker.
Do you know the way things should be done, or is it the way that Kaylee wants it done, or is it the correct way that it needs to be done because of the children?
Yeah, I obviously know what needs they have and how to fulfil the needs, and a lot of the time I do say to Kaylee, I'll do that, or is there anything you want me to do? I know I shouldn't really say I should just get up and do it, but I just don't do that. I don't know why I don't do that. I just don't.
Well, today you need to know why.
Yeah.
Because you're here because there's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pose that to you. Why don't you just do it?
I don't know.
Well, I'll give you a minute.
I just think it's because someone there, honest opinion, there's someone there to do it. And I'm not saying if Kaylee wasn't there, then I'd do it. And
so basically, because you know she will get up and do it, you don't bother to do it. So what you're admitting then is that if you just sit back long enough, Kaylee will do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go to more tape, please.
What you stood there for?
Don't. Why are you starting?
Overall, my relationship with Wes is not good because we argue quite a lot.
No, if you treating me like a kid, haven't you?
I'm treating you like a kid.
The atmosphere in our home is always tense.
I don't understand why you've just done that. Can you just give it him on the laptop now?
Yeah, I know, but we're crying.
I think his way of dealing with things is to run away.
Want chocolate? I tend to go to the pub and just, have a few pints. I wouldn't say I was an alcoholic, but I feel like I go into a different world when I have a drink.
When I am left on my own, I do get a bit angry and upset.
It'd only be for a few.
No, well, a few is never a few, is it? I don't think you should. I said no. I said no. Well, if he's having time out, why can't I sit and have time out? Well, I can't go, so don't think you should go. Or what, you're going to walk out now? I feel like I'm left to do everything. You're the one that's looking like the idiot, Wes, not me. Do what you want then, eh?
I feel trapped to a certain extent. I feel trapped with my kids. I feel trapped with not being able to do what I want to do.
If he pulled his weight and he helped me out, I would want to hug him and I would want to kiss him. I did think he was beginning to love me less.
To me, it doesn't seem like there's not much there anymore.
I just don't think he cares.
Is there any reason why Kaylee should believe that you do want to be in the relationship, that you do want to be present, that you do want to be a father that is there for your children?
I don't know. The relationship's quite hard, as a couple, but my kids, I love my kids and I feel I'll always be there for my kids. I know I don't do much for them. And that, but I'd always be there for him, though.
But you're not. It's not enough, is it?
No.
Kaylee, what do you need from Wes?
I need him to be there. I need him to stop getting up and going out when he feels like it. Sometimes he does do it to prevent an argument from happening, but, I don't have a way out. I've got to stay there. And I'd love him to open up to me and be more affectionate.
I do tell her to go places.
So you should talk to each other here.
She knows it though. I do tell her to go places, and
he does, but I won't go because
she won't go, and I do tell her to, mine is to go to the pub, have a few pints, and I say she was going to go to yoga and start doing things like that, but she never seems to do it, and then when we have an argument, she's at it. I don't get an escape, I don't get this, but it's like, I've asked you to go.
But I won't go because I don't think he'll cope with the kids on his own, so I won't make that break and leave him because I'm scared. Because when I go to the shop for 10 minutes, the kids are hysterical. So then I've got that in the back of my mind then, that I've left him like that. And then that's how it's going to be for the rest of the time that I'm out.
They do calm down after a bit, and 5 minutes or so. I do give him things to be quiet, like the laptop, for example, so he can watch whatever he wants to do on it. And I think that's. But
I don't think he should be giving him a laptop. I think he should be more involved. He should be playing with the toys with him. And
but I do. I give Carson the laptop and I play with Colby because he needs. Carson can sit there on a laptop. He's old enough to do what he does on a, watching cartoons or whatever. Colby needs to be sat down and played with, and I do that. So.
But I'm scared if I make this break of going out and doing my own thing that
I am going to get a phone call
try,
5 minutes later, but I'm scared to try.
I have always told you to try, though.
I know you have, but...
Why is there this innate feeling to run when things get difficult to walk?
I always have, and, you know, I don't really want... I don't know. I don't know the answer to it. If I find the situation's hard, I always have run.
Still to come on Family Matters.
What have you been numbing with alcohol?
I thought we were going to die.
Keep talking, Wes.
Can't.
It's good. You said that you felt trapped. Can you explain what you mean by that? Because that was rather concerning, that you feel trapped. As a man who already has 6 kids and another 2 now in this relationship, this trapped feeling, where does that come from?
I've never really felt trapped in another relationship, to be honest. Only the one.
Is that because you've been able to get away and do what you want when you want?
Yeah, probably.
So you define having a commitment as being trapped?
It's not much as that.
Because if that's the case, you need to be single.
Yeah. Well, could put it that way.
No, I'm being serious.
No.
If that's the case, if that's how you define being trapped, being in a loving relationship, having a commitment, having the honour to raise 2 beautiful boys in your life, if you see that as trapped...
Yeah, I don't really see that as trapped. What I see as trapped is like, you know, yeah, you do see me going to the pub. I do go to the pub. I do go out. I do this, but it's always with an argument. It's always never, you go off and do something, you know, come back and, you know, like I say, Kayla go off and do something. It's just that's the kind of trapness.
So why is that? Why is it that Wes feels like he just can't go down to the pub and have a couple of pints without there being an argument, without there being this altercation between the pair of you? Why is it that he feels that way?
Because
Can you tell Wes why it is?
Wes, I do make you feel that way because I can't just do that, and that's what annoys me.
This is, I asked you to do this, and because you don't feel that you can do that, then I can't do that.
And there's an argument because you always say, oh yeah, I'll go for a few, I'll be home at 10, and it's never at 10. You never do as you say you're going to do, and if you did, I'd probably say to you, go out more. I'd probably give you a bit more leeway, but you don't ever do what you say you're going to do.
Why's that? Why can't you stick with your word and build trust? Why can't you mean what you say and say what you mean, knowing that if you could just keep your word, that you would build trust in the relationship, and that would allow her to feel that she could trust you at your word?
I think that is because, my honest opinion, I think it is because I go out on an argument and I'm angry. Even when I get to the point, I'm still angry, and I think, well, why should I? You know, why should I do that? I've got a fight to come out. I've got a, you know, there's always all this drama to come out, and, you know, I don't know when I'll be able to come out next without another, so I just may as well stay out until, you know, I can't stay out any longer.
Do you know how immature that is?
Probably sounds immature.
You sound like a 15-year-old boy.
Yeah. But that's the truth.
Let's go to the videotape, please.
Living with Colby and his condition on a day-to-day basis, it is scary. We didn't know from one day to the next if he was going to die. And we'd have to get ambulances out, and he'd stop breathing and he'd go blue. And when we saw him, it was just horrific. He just looked dead.
I don't feel I was there for Kayla as well as I could have been. When you see your son lying there, I couldn't really stay there, to be honest. I was there as a person, but I wasn't there as support.
It was when he saw him in intensive care for the first time. He just walked straight back out and he was in tears. He said, I can't handle it.
That may have played a big part of how our relationship would pan out.
And that did wind me up because I thought, well, I've got to do it, so why can't you?
I should have really stepped up more, but I didn't know how to deal with it.
He could live a normal life till like quite an old age, but then you never know what could happen tomorrow. And it really just scared me. I wouldn't cope if I lost him.
So Wes, let's talk about this for a moment, because for most couples, raising children, it brings up adversity and challenges. But you had a whole nother ball game, really, with respects to your little one here. I mean, that's quite a very powerful photo that evokes a lot of emotion when you see your young one there with tubes and really surviving and trying to survive, right? And pull through the operations. What was going through your mind at the time, and what have you been feeling that you've been numbing with alcohol?
I thought he was going to die.
Keep talking, Wes.
Can't.
It's good. It's good. Just cry and
this is what I need him to do. I need him to open up like this.
You thought he was going to die?
Yeah, and that's all I ever thought. And I'm not going to sit here and say that's why I drink. I don't know. I've never cried in front of Kayla, and this will most probably be the first time. You know, I don't have a relationship with my other kids, and that's a total different thing. And these two, I really do have a relationship with, and that's just the way it is, you know. When you love someone so dear as your kids, you think you're gonna lose one, then it's most probably the hardest thing ever.
And did you talk to anyone about this?
No. Nobody.
So you kept everything inside?
Yeah.
Just put on a brave face?
Yeah.
Yourself? No one? No conversations about how each other were feeling?
No. I just wish you would be able to open up to me, Wes, and talk to me.
I've never opened up to anyone, and, you know, I wish I could change that, you know, because I know you're quite an emotional person, and she does talk to me a lot about things, and I most probably sit there with the expression that I don't care, but I do. I just don't know how to...
Express?
Yeah.
Do you write?
Do I write? I used to write a lot of songs, yeah, and that's how I used to express, and I don't do that anymore. Maybe I need to start doing that.
It'd be a good way to start doing it.
Yeah.
Kaylee could read that, and at the same time, you're able to vent out and write down what you're feeling.
I'll have to start doing that again.
It'd be a good start with respects to you being able to communicate. Let's go to some more tape.
I hope the outcome of this is going to be for us to be happy as a family and do more things together and to stop the arguing. If Wes was to open up to me and let it all out, I don't know how I'd feel. I think it'd be overwhelming. I think we should sit down and talk, but I don't even think that'll get us anywhere.
If this doesn't work, I cannot imagine what we're going to do, because then we've tried everything. You know, it can only last for so long, can't it?
I do still love Wes. Not as much as I did when we first got together.
I'd like to get that back on track. I'd like to, you know, feel like I'm in a relationship. I don't really see a big future, to be honest.
I am a bit hard on him. And I don't understand him, and I wish I could.
Come here. Come over here. Sit here. I need you both talking, all right? Because the only way that you are going to be in a place where things are going to get better is to be able to be brave enough to tell each other exactly how you're feeling, and not just talk
a good talk, but you've got to walk it as well.
Yeah.
Because whilst you're not prepared to do that, the other one is going to feel like there's no commitment, okay, and that you're not invested. And it's going to take two in this party to make things happen. Otherwise, you're going to write the script for inevitably what you're saying you both don't want. And that's a choice. You both have that. If you both want this relationship to work, then you've got to look at the work that you've got to do. You've got to stop giving lip service. In order to be able to make the relationship better, it means you both have to listen to one another. It means that you both have to be in agreement with what you do together, working as a team, moving forward, raising the kids, understanding what the children need from you, and how you both do that together. It's together, not me going down the pub every night, walking away, escaping from it, not me feeling on my own like a single mum, when there is a man present here who's supposed to be my partner and the children's father. You're either in it or you're not. Are you in it?
Yeah, definitely. And I do promise now, if anything, I'm, you know, I can't really start off with everything, but I'm going to build on it and show you that I do care, especially in front of the kids as well, because I do love you and I mean it. That's the truth, but you really do need to start having a bit of time out as well, because you're constant 24/7.
So let's talk game plan, okay? Kaylee, you've been going on and on about what needs to get done, okay? What do you feel are your priority A, B and C's that need to be instilled, that need to be put in the house so that the pair of you can get busy?
More interaction with the kids, less drinking, more emotion and affection in the house.
You've got this wall up against you. You create this wall, like a big moat, and you put this great big wall because the truth of the matter is you're scared of being hurt. You're scared that if you love, if you show it, you may lose it, or somebody may use that against you and hurt you. You need to slowly bring down that wall because I think Kaylee's done more than enough to show you.
Yeah, she has.
That she's there through thick and thin.
And now she's got the wall as well now, because...
To protect.
Yeah.
You do need to go home tonight, and you do need to write out a routine that allows you as parents to be able to meet the needs of these kids. Here's what I think happened as well, which I want to be able to end with here today, is that for the first time you both sat here and you regulated your emotions. Okay, you were able to articulate what you needed from each other without losing your temper, without flying off the handle, without you being in fear of how Kaylee would react, not respond, react, okay? And with you feeling that you could express yourself without you walking. And when you didn't walk off the stage...
I did want to, but I didn't, you know.
No, you know I'd have dragged you back.
Yeah.
But when you didn't walk off, look what happened. It meant that you could hear what was being said. It meant that you could finish off the conversation. You both want the same thing, but you're pushing it away. So when you get that fight or flight and that adrenaline that makes you want to run, stay. Stay. And in response to that is you being able to create a space where you can have a conversation and you can have one that allows you to put across what you feel, but without shouting and creating what I would say is a trigger response for then Wes to want to run. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
Because as soon as things get very confrontational, as soon as things become very heated and are very aggressive, it creates a trigger response in Wes to want to run away from it.
Yeah.
Because the outcome of that in his own life wasn't too pretty. And that's why he wanted to run.
Yeah.
Okay? So understanding that keeps you both together in the same space. Because when you are, look what comes out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel more happy and positive, yeah.
Thank you for coming here. I appreciate it.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Screaming, arguing, hitting. I'm really emotional about seeing that. Because living it is different than seeing it. Seeing my children hit me, I failed my kids.
Welcome back. My next family, Ben and Amy, contacted me because they feel they are failing as parents. Ben wants to regain his bond with his oldest son, Nathaniel, and Amy has lost all confidence as a mum, feeling shattered emotionally and physically.
My name is Amy. I live with Ben and 2 boys, Nathaniel and Ethan. I have real difficulty disciplining Nate. He is destructive. I don't discipline him.
That is not nice.
He doesn't listen to much I say.
Now go away.
No.
We have, on a daily basis, screaming, arguing, hitting, throwing, spitting.
Nathaniel, he won't listen. He doesn't listen to anything.
Bike in, please.
No.
Come on.
No.
He does hit me and Amy a few times. If you try and tell him off, he just laughs it off. He thinks it's all fun and games.
It is not funny. No.
Both of us are struggling with it. But Amy more, because she just thinks she's a bad mum.
The effect that the children's behaviour is having on me is that I am very down. I've lost my confidence as a mum. I just feel that I need help before this gets out of control.
Welcome to the show, the pair of you. Take me right the way back to Ethan.
Ethan. Ethan's the youngest.
Yeah.
He was a surprise.
Okay.
Wasn't planned.
Right.
Positive pregnancy test whilst I'm looking at a 16-week-old baby. I think it was then I thought, I don't know if I can do this. I'm really emotional about seeing that because living it is different than seeing it.
Why? How different?
I just look like I just want to give up. And I know that's how I feel, but watching it and seeing my children hit me and fighting like that, I failed my kids.
How do you feel that you have failed your children right now?
They're unhappy. Unhappy children don't scream, cry, fight.
How happy are you?
I'm not happy.
Tell me what you're not happy with.
I'm happy with my children. I love my children, but I'm not happy with maybe the person I've become or the person I thought I'd be different as a mum.
When Ethan was born, how different was it in the house?
Well, that was when I lost control as a mum. I just used to sit in the middle of the kitchen floor crying, with one baby crying, who wouldn't go asleep, and another 13-month-old running around wanting my attention. And Dad was at work and Ben was at work. How can I can't do it. I couldn't do it.
So you started to feel overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed from the day I brought Ethan home.
From the day you brought Ethan home. What do you see with Amy?
I just see her struggling all the time. But I know she can do it.
What do you do?
I try to help. Sometimes she won't accept it. I think she needs to just relax more, not get so wound up with the kids, not worry about cleaning the house so much and just spending time with them on the floor playing.
Can you talk a little bit about Nathaniel? Why was he wrapped up in cotton wool? Why was this whole sort of premise around him?
Well, I think that was Amy. Just, as she said, didn't want anyone to touch him. She was very precious with him, mollycoddled him. You know, as soon as he'd make a noise, she'd be at the cot, or she'd be picking him up. And now he's become this precious little boy that needs a lot of attention.
Was Amy so protective over Nathaniel that you couldn't enjoy doing the things that you hoped you would be able to do? Because it was all about Amy making sure Nathaniel is okay and I'll do this and I'll nurture. And...
Yeah, it was quite difficult sometimes in going out. Getting ready, she'd get really stressed about going out because she didn't want people to touch him. And
why?
I'm really rigid about things that need to be done and how they should be done before we can enjoy a family day.
Meaning?
Everything has to be set ready for the day to go smoothly. So bags have to be packed, people have to be dressed clean, the house has to be tidy, toys put away. I can't discipline my kids, but I'm really strict about everything around it.
It kind of makes sense.
Because I always thought someone said to me, with bread, you put out the edges, the middle takes care of itself. So I thought as long as there was a good get up, breakfast, dinner, tea, bedtime routine, that the rest would just fall into place. And it's not. I don't know how I'm supposed to teach them good ways of how to be little boys and express themselves without not falling into line of what I think should be happening.
Well, are you raising little boys or are you raising two little robots?
Oh yeah, robots.
Let's go to the tape.
Nate's behaviour really escalated and changed when we brought Ethan home. He used to hit Ethan at 13 months old. He'd pick up items and toys and hit Ethan. Food, he doesn't eat much food. What he likes, and anything else, he won't try it.
Nate doesn't listen to anything.
Can you say sorry?
No.
You going to stay up here then?
No.
Do you want to go up to your bedroom?
No.
Right. Can you come and say sorry, please? Nathaniel, say sorry or you're going to go to your bedroom. Nathaniel, what do you say, please?
So you'll take it away then?
Right, should I take it away? Just say thank you and you can have it back. Right, what'd you say? Right. Can you say thank you, please? It just feels like he's constantly wanting to buy attention. Go and play with the track, Nate. Mummy does this, please.
Yeah.
I can't be at his beck and call. Can you come down, please?
No.
I'm worried that Nate is going to get to 8, 10, teenager years. Yeah. And I haven't got a hope in how in controlling him.
It's quite interesting to watch because what you say you feel with him is completely opposite with how you are with him.
Right.
You're very obsessive with making sure that you're interacting with him every minute.
Yeah.
Like there's no room to breathe.
No.
A routine and a structure is supposed to be flexible.
Yeah.
Have you always been? Has Amy always been quite meticulous about everything being in its place, about everything being in line? Does everything have to go A, B, C, D, E? I mean, does everything have to be that way?
Yeah.
So what's it like being in the house then with two kids when toys are on the floor and...
For me, it doesn't bother me. I don't mind toys all over the floor because eventually they will pick them up.
But for you, that's an eyesore.
With the boys, I don't see if you've got 3 or 4 different things out, like you've got cars out and a train track out, why can't just I don't understand. See that? I sound so like I'm being like I'm trying to suppress him. And I do, when I'm watching that, I think, oh, you poor little boy. But I just don't see how that can be an enjoyable play if you've got 20 million things.
But don't you think that's interesting because this is the first time that you've been able to step back and actually see yourself and see how you are behaving?
It's horrible. I'm the person I don't want people to think I am. It's not nice.
Let's talk about the food because I saw there with the yogurt pot, the not yogurt pot, thank you. It's like, if I was Nathaniel, I'd be like, what's going on?
Just give me the yogurt.
I'd be confused. Like, you want the yogurt, you don't want the yogurt. At this stage, I don't know whether to give you the yogurt or eat the yogurt. I'm a bit confused right now watching this. You can see he's like, well, I might take a spoonful, I might have to give it back. Talk about the food. Like, what's going on with this food situation?
Nathaniel was a brilliant eater. And then he got to about 11, 12 months old and he had quite a bad illness, just a viral illness, nothing major.
Yeah.
But it threw him off and then he had a chicken pox thing on top of that, so he went completely off his food.
Yes.
And then when it got back to eating food, he was very particular about what he ate. But I used to stand in the kitchen.
Did he tell you then? Did he say to you, I'm very particular now with what I want to eat after chicken pox. I just want this and I just want that, Mummy. Did he tell you that?
No, but he wasn't eating it. So I should make him something else.
So you used to make him something else?
5 or 6 different teas.
Are you serious?
He can't be hungry.
5 or 6 different meals.
Yeah.
If he was hungry, he'd eat, wouldn't he?
Still to come on Family Matters.
Read every book and watched every programme.
Then why are we in this place?
Because whatever I do, I just can't make it work.
Tell me what that used to happen then. I want the breakdown of that. So he didn't say, well, I've just decided after chicken pox, there's just a couple of things that I decide that I want to have now on my meal plan, Mummy. Okay? You put something down, he pushed it away, and then what happened?
I find something else that he did want to eat.
Right, so then you put that down, he pushed it away.
So I go with whatever was safe, whether it be chocolate ready break or yogurt. Even when he was little, I used to have to put yogurt on the tip of the spoon because he didn't like the taste of normal food. So I would get like a savoury and then put yogurt on the tip. Oh. But people tell me they do the same.
Okay. I understand that encouraging them to eat different foods as you're introducing them to puree foods, and you might dip a little bit of savoury with sweet, and they're getting used to the textures. But at what stage did you decide that when he kept pushing the food away, that actually he didn't like it, and now I've got to keep giving him what he wants because that means that he'll eat?
Well, it's always been the same since he was born. But if he didn't like it, he doesn't have to have it. I can find something else.
How do you know he doesn't like it?
Spits it out.
You know, it takes a child to eat something at least 12, 15 times before they actually get used to it and before they actually acquire the palate, the taste, the texture. And when kids tell you that they don't like something, it's not because they just don't want it. But it doesn't mean we go and serve 7 different options to them. What do you see? Don't tell me you're the one cooking it all.
I wish she could cook 10 meals then, couldn't
What do you see?
Well, yeah, she does cook him stuff, and if you want to eat it, she'll do it again, do something else. But I've always said to her, don't, and just don't. If you want to eat it, then you want to eat it. But then if he doesn't eat it, she'll give him snacks before he goes to bed. So he still gets what he wants. And he's not hungry then.
You're creating a bad habit. But why are you not implementing techniques to get him to become more familiar and comfortable with sharing with his brother and being in the same space? Why are you not implementing tools that allow him to feel that you still love him as much as his younger brother and that there's no threat with having a younger one on board? You don't come across as a woman who wouldn't have read
I've read every book and watched every programme.
Then why are we in this place?
Because whatever I do, I just can't make it work. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Read the books and do.
I did.
Then why are you not doing? We can't all be wrong, Amy.
Probably because it didn't work for me, I reckon.
What's wrong?
Well, I just don't like shouting and I don't like the fuss. I'd rather just give up. If he's hitting me, then I can't be bothered. Then just hit me.
If you put it in place and you see it working, why don't you carry on?
Because I don't know if it's me. Well, it is me. But if it gets to a point where time out or go into the bedroom or just come separating Nate and Ethan becomes funny to them. And it's not funny for me because I'm trying to put Nate in time out.
Do you know why your kids
and
laugh?
Ethan's running backwards and forwards.
Do you know why your kids laugh?
No.
To diffuse your temper, to diffuse the mother that's shouting in their faces like that.
Yeah.
To diffuse, because it's actually quite frightening for them. You know, you're a woman who's read parenting books. I know that you've watched my shows. I know that you've read my books. So how the hell we're still here talking about this, I do not know, okay? The reality is that you are not choosing, okay, to implement and to follow through. And you've created this barrier because in your mind, everything needs to be equal. In your mind, everything has to be in order. In your mind, what you need to do is to learn how to manage stress more.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to learn how to manage your stress, because your stress has you overwhelmed, and your overwhelmedness has anxiety, and your anxiety is triggering your obsessiveness to have things in order, to have things in a place, to have things like this, to have things like that. That's not how it happens, you know? And in the end, everybody's being thrown into the mix, and they're all feeling like they've got to act like proper little soldiers. It's warped. It's not real. No. Let's go to the tape.
When Nathaniel first came along, I did smother him. He was my everything. I have endometriosis, so it took me a while to conceive.
She's treated him like a miracle baby, so she's always been soft on him. So he's become a bit of a spoiled boy, I suppose.
My actions have made for what I'm dealing with now, completely. Being a full-time mum is challenging. It's not as rewarding as it's always meant to be. Because I love my children, but I don't always want to be with them.
To see Amy upset, it is frustrating. I just want to help. You know, sometimes she won't let me, and it is difficult. It was getting to the point where we were both going to go our separate ways. But I think, you know, we pulled through it.
Me and Ben reached crisis point before Christmas. I used to read Nate a book called Sam's Snowflake, and it's about 3 bears at Christmas, and Daddy Bear goes into the forest at night, and Mum promises him that he'll be home in the morning with the snow. And in the book, in the morning, Sam wakes up and Daddy Bear is not there, and his Christmas is ruined. Well, I'm not doing that to my kids. Never.
Look, you need, in order for you to let your hair down, okay, and to liven up a little bit, okay, just let yourself just loose a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, you need to be able to let go, okay? You need to be able to let go a little bit of recognising that right now you're in a place mentally where you're feeling very overwhelmed and very anxious. And you've got to look at how you're going to create more calm, more stillness, okay? Whether that's holistic or not, it's looking at the things that are going to support you as a mother, as Amy, whether that's getting out and just taking a 30-minute brisk walk around the block, whether that's doing a little bit of exercise, whether that's just taking an aromatherapy bath, whether that's just doing something that you just feel, I just need to feel I can deflate. Because the reality is, unless you don't start being consistent with yourself doing that, you're going to create more tension, more anxiety.
Yeah.
And what's happening is that, truthfully, that anxiety is having a whole ripple effect on the whole family.
At the times when it's peak and everything's coming down around me, or I feel like it is, and people say to me, take 5 seconds out, just walk out and come back. It just, breathe. I can't. I keep myself in the middle of it. I let it consume me.
I have a method called SOS, okay? You step back for a moment. You're able to observe the whole picture and you step back in. Right. Stepping back gives you true perspective of observing the whole picture. You put yourself in there and you stay in there. And you let all the drama move around you, and you are unable to then have a true observation of what's happening so that you can step back in with resolution, because you can see the whole picture. You've got to start doing that for you. So what do we change today?
Well, I just need to relax and give a bit more to Ben. Take those few minutes, just for, I'm a person as well, I suppose. I can't be a good mum if I'm not happy, so I need to give Ben some of the responsibility. Take
Absolutely.
some time for me.
Take some time for you. If you need my permission, you have it. Okay?
Are you listening though?
Take some time. You do have to manage yourself, because if you are unhappy and if you are emotionally and mentally feeling overwhelmed, it does create an environment for the whole family that's very unstable. You know, and just being able to decompress and to find those moments whilst you are with the children, and to have those moments when Ben can just be with the kids and doing his thing, will serve you well.
Yeah.
You know, and mentally you'll feel in a different place. And you won't feel so overwhelmed. And you'll feel that the day is more manageable.
Yeah.
And you'll actually see things that you never saw before, and you'll actually start enjoying it. And that's where we want. We want to have you enjoying it. So take time for yourself too. Thank you.
Today on Family Matters.
Me and Tishana argue constantly over food.
What does it matter what I eat? It doesn't matter. It's not your body. It's nothing to do with you.
You've actually moved out because you've been arguing so much over the food.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, that sounds good, doesn't it? A banana's coming in between the pair of you in your relationship. You're serious.
I miss her.
You miss her?
Yeah, I do.
This is really what it's all about.
Oh,
You miss your mum, don't you?
Oh, don't cry. I don't know how to change things. I don't know how to rectify it.
My 7-year-old has got an attitude.
I'm not gonna have it.
My 3-year-old is completely ruining my life. He tries to play us off against each other.
So why don't you talk to one another then?
Get no time to talk to each other.
You can't let that be an excuse.
I know I'm guilty.
He knows how to play you, though.
He does know how to play
But
me.
why would you allow that?
Because I'm soft. I feel like I've just messed up as a mum.
Parental guidance, being there, present, attentive, focused, 24/7. It's 24/7. Welcome to the show. My first guest, Alison, contacted the show because she fears her negative body issues are being projected onto her daughter, Tishana. Alison thinks that her daughter is sabotaging her own chance of a healthy future, and their mother-daughter relationship is suffering as a consequence. Take a look at this.
My name's Alison. I've got a daughter, Tishana. She's 20. I got in touch with the programme because I'm having issues about myself and issues about my daughter. She's following the same path of weight problems that I'm on. She won't touch food. She don't want to interact with any kind of food. She's not happy about food. She doesn't like food how it tastes. If I try to cook a healthy meal, I'll say to Tishana, do you want some of this? What is it? No, don't want none of that. She'll just look at it and then she'll just ring up and get a takeaway. Even though she is 20 and she's got a mind of her own, she's got these issues.
You've taken a pear and an apple and that's all you've had to eat all day. How do you know that I've took a pear and an apple and I'm not eating no else?
Me and Tishana argue constantly over food. I'm scared of her not eating because I know she tells lies to me. Basically, I'm desperate. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Welcome. Food, and more food.
It's a nightmare.
A nightmare, but when did this occur for you? When did this real obsession with everything becoming about food and portraying that and projecting it onto your daughter start to really happen for you? And how old was Tishana?
Tishana were about 4 or 5 when it started, where she used to look at food and say, I don't like that. And I used to say, how can you not like it when you haven't had even a taste of it?
And what did she used to eat? I mean, because most, toddlers...
Everything before then.
So at 4 and 5 years old, she started to show resistance?
Yeah, and it would just... She'd sit there and it'd be like... She'd just constantly... I've done all the things where you're grounded, you'll go to bed early, you'll sit there until you've eaten that.
So what did she used to eat then?
She'd eat chicken, she'd eat rice, she'd eat...
But you said she used to push food away. So when she never used to want the food that you used to give her on the plate, what did you then used to give her?
She'd have a tuna sandwich, or she'd have chicken roll, but she'd have that actual thing for like 3 months.
Would she eat fast foods? Mm. How many times a week would she have fast foods because you're saying that's what she would want?
Because she did a lot of sports. She did swimming, she did karate, she did football. Because she did a lot of them after school sports, you sort of gave her whatever she wanted, and plus the fact, because she was doing a lot of activities, I thought, oh, it's okay, at least you're having something to eat.
Do you mean it's okay, so you felt justified in giving her lots of fast food because she was active?
I didn't feel justified, but at least I'd know that she'd have something to eat.
So you used to give it to her because it was something?
Yes, at least she was having something to eat.
But did you not notice that was quite a lot that she was having? Because it's a good lesson, isn't it, to recognise that, you know, if you're in this situation and you don't persevere and you don't put your foot down, look what you end up doing. You end up giving your kids lots of fast food.
I did blame myself, I do hold my hands up and say, well, because of the situation, because of her doing a lot of sports, I did justify it a bit.
Could you have done anything else?
I don't know, but I just naturally thought that she would grow out of it, you know, she would try other food when she wasn't doing sports, but she'd, no.
How long did you do sports for?
Most from being like 5 to up until she was about 17.
17, so from 4 to 17, a lot of fast food?
A lot of fast food, yeah.
So I'd love to be able to meet your daughter, so let's go to tape.
My name's Tashana, I'm 20 years old. Me and my mum argue about what types of food I eat and the fact that I won't try anything at all, ever.
What does it matter what I eat? It doesn't matter. It's not your body. It's nothing to do with you.
And normally, because I finish late, I'd grab a takeaway or I'd just nip to Chippy like.
There we go.
Thanks.
Right, cheers then.
My mum wants me to eat healthily and she's tried to make me, but I just don't like it. I feel bad because my mum's eating it. Whereas if she had her way and I ate healthily, then we'd both be eating healthily. Things are pretty desperate because I'm putting on more weight as the days go on, and my mum is as well, and the arguments are getting more and more intense. I moved out to live with my uncle to try and stop us being at loggerheads all the time over food.
Sometimes it can be hurtful because I'll say something to Tashana to make her realise, and I don't think I'm doing the good thing about that.
Welcome.
Hi.
Do you think the household has become really obsessive about every piece of food and calorie counting and what you're eating and what you're not eating?
Yeah, I think my mum's pretty obsessed with food.
Okay. And what do you do?
I work in a sports centre.
In a sports centre?
Yeah.
Okay, as what?
A lifeguard, and I teach kids to swim. And I'm just starting doing fitness instructing now as well.
Right, okay. So have you looked up, researched food, nutrition, that kind of stuff?
I'm doing a nutrition qualification at the minute, yeah.
A nutrition qualification?
Yeah.
Okay, learning much?
Yeah. I learned what foods you should eat, you shouldn't eat, how many calories you're meant to have, how much you're meant to burn, stuff like that, but...
But what?
I don't really take any note of it for myself.
Right.
I could tell other people, you need to eat so much fat, so much... But me, myself, I just eat whatever I want to eat, when I want to eat it.
Why is that? Why do you choose to do that?
I don't know, because I'll work late as well, I'd just eat late, so... Or then I'll think, oh, well, it's not good to eat late, so then I just won't eat, and then I'll just eat the next day or whatever. But then obviously my mum gets annoyed that I'm not eating, so then we argue.
So is it really about the food, or is it about the fact that you're a 20-year-old woman and you feel like she's treating you like you're 7 and you don't know what you're doing and you don't know about the choices you're making?
A bit of both. She treats me like I'm a kid when it comes to food, but she's trying to tell me to make the right choices with food, which I'm not doing, but...
Why are you not doing?
I don't like it.
What are you worried about? What's your fear?
Because she's getting to skip more meals.
It's the fact that she's skipping meals?
Yeah, and she won't try anything else. It's like she's just got that tunnel vision, and I've always mixed vegetables, and
What's your fear?
I'm frightened she's going to get anorexia or have an eating disorder or...
OK, so you're fearful of her having an eating disorder?
Yeah.
But, she
Is it controlling?
Yeah, she tries to control my food more than anything,
So that's what you feel you want control over, because she's trying to control your food. So what you're trying to control is what she's trying to gain back. Yeah. So you project your anger on the food and then do your self-harm, because now you won't try it, because truthfully, what you're really annoyed with is your mum not encouraging you when you have made an effort.
Yeah.
Go back to the tape.
If she didn't obsess over it and just didn't bring it up, it wouldn't be an issue. But she makes it an issue because she argues with me over it. She's crying because of me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At the same time, I think, well, she shouldn't be so bothered, but she's my mum and she says she's going to be bothered. When I'm writing a shopping list to decide what we're going for, it's pointless because she's 9 times out of 10, she's not going to have anything on that shopping list that I put on.
Yeah, but I like arguing all the time. Like, I've just said what I want on a shopping list, but you've still found something to moan about. Hence the reason why I never stand and make a shopping list with you, because you just moan at me all the time. You go on and on and on at me that I just can't be bothered to eat anyway. You carry on to the point like, what are you having for your tea, what are you having for your tea? Why does it matter? I'll have my tea when I want my tea. It's got nothing to do with you.
It's just World War X. And I'm sick of it being World War X. And I'm sick of the issue with food in the house.
So, talk to me about the shopping list.
It's just...
You go shopping, you pay for the shopping, right?
Yeah.
Do you give your mum housekeep or any kind of contribution, working, being at home?
I used to do, but I moved out.
So you've actually moved out because you've been arguing so much over the food?
Yeah.
So now you've moved out so you can have control about what you eat without having to have your mum at the back of your head going no about the food?
Yeah, but it didn't work like that.
What do you mean it didn't work like that?
I moved out, but I moved to my uncle's house and she told my uncle to make sure I'm eating and stuff like that. So then he was saying, oh, do you want breakfast? Do you want this? So it was just the same as being at home.
And now you feel like your mum's trying to control you now through your uncle?
Yeah.
Still to come on Family Matters.
What about your relationship?
We don't spend as much time together now because we argue over food.
Great. I mean, that sounds good, doesn't it? A banana's coming in between the pair of you in your relationship. What do you want from your mum? You're here today because, you know, you want to try and work things out, obviously. Your mum's here. Tell her, what do you need? You're a 20-year-old adult. What do you need from your mum?
For her to trust me with food. Like, I know that I'm not eating the right stuff, but surely in my own time I'll eat the right stuff, but she doesn't trust me to do that. Like, I know that I'm putting on weight, but that's up to me to change it. Like, I don't need her to tell me and tell me and tell me. I don't mean to do that. I know you don't mean to do it, but it's got to a point where that's what it is.
You see, the food is the secondary. The real primary issue is you controlling your daughter about what you have recognised yourself has been problematic in your life.
Yeah, possibly.
Let's go to tape.
I've done everything. I don't think there's a thing that you could actually mention to me that I haven't tried. I want all the arguments to stop because we don't argue other than that, other than food.
If I want to get up and eat something, then I'll eat it. If I don't, then you should just leave me.
I think my mum needs to, like, chill out a bit and not be so obsessed over the whole situation because she just makes it worse by bugging me 24/7. And it's like it's slipping through my hands and I don't know what to do. You've only got to mention food and it's an argument. It's so stressful and I can't see no way out. I feel like I haven't done my job to the best of my ability as a mother. If me and my mum carry on like this, I think that we're going to have a big fallout, like where we don't speak. We're going to be like one of them mums and daughters that just don't speak at all. I feel emotional and I want to kick her. It's frustrating that she won't listen. I feel helpless and it's like I'm watching her just killing herself.
What upset you?
All of it. Because I didn't see anything. I just thought I was doing right for her to eat properly. because I've got an issue with my weight, I just thought, well, I want you to eat properly. And obviously, it's not that way.
Do you think you overcompensate now because of the decisions you made when she was younger? Or do you think it's just where you're at right now?
I don't know. I think I've just made some mistakes. And obviously, I see them. And I don't know how to change things. I don't know how to rectify it. I want her to eat healthily and I want her to be a beautiful young girl. And I don't want her to have any eating disorder or anything, because I've seen how easy it can happen to you.
When did you start feeling like you were losing your daughter? When did you start feeling like you were not feeling as close to your daughter as what you had been?
I don't know.
When I became a teenager.
Sorry?
When I became a teenager.
Keep talking, because that's what I'm feeling when I see this. That's really what I'm seeing on this tape.
Like, when I became a teenager, I got all the things that other normal kids get, like, oh, you can go do this, you can go do that, but she still didn't let go of the food, so then obviously it just got worse and worse and worse.
You think it's been hard for your mum to let go? You know, being a teenager and having your own opinions and your own thoughts and things that you want to do through that teenage years. Was it difficult for your mum to just step back?
She stepped back with everything other than food. Like, she's not, like, controlling in anything other than food. But I don't really help because I feel bad because I'm eating rubbish and then my mum eats rubbish.
It's not that you don't know what to eat. You're sabotaging yourself for your immaturity and just doing what the right thing is for yourself. So your immaturity is about being rebellious because you feel controlled by what your mum's saying, and so you go and hinder yourself by eating the food that you know you shouldn't and really don't want to, despite your mum. You know you're studying this now, right? So you know about moderation and, you know, appropriate portion sizes and what you eat and what you don't. And you know when you're putting something in your mouth and when you don't. I mean, that's your choice. You know, talking as a plus-size woman myself, it's my choice if I put a piece of chocolate in my mouth. Nobody forces me. Yeah. You know, I do that. Yeah. You know, I'm conscious of when I'm doing it. You know, I know when I'm doing it. It's not like, oh, I was in a blackout, a daydream. Oh, I don't know how that Twix got in my mouth. Yeah. You know, let's be real here. Yeah. You know, let's be real. The reasons why you're doing it are to fight for control because your demeanour and your overbearingness about your obsession with food is making her feel like you're trying to control her. Mm-hmm. And that's making her go and eat the food that she knows better not to eat because she's cutting off her nose despite her face to say to you, stop nagging at me and stop telling me because I know. Because I know. Let me make my own decisions. Look at that shopping list, okay? You turn around and you say to her, okay, you're buying the food, you're putting the food in the house, and you turn around and you say, is there anything that you want on the shopping list? Why not just write down a list of foods and go and put the shop in, and quite frankly, you know, put the foods in that you're going to put in your cupboard in your fridge, and that's the food that you're going to eat. And if you don't like it, you know, and you decide that you don't want that and you want to buy something, well then good, you're going to buy it at your own wages. But at least then you can't be sitting there arguing, well, what do you want on the food list? And start finding reasons to argue again. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
You give her all this control and you go, what do you want? What do you want? There we are. The cafe's open. What do you want?
Yeah.
And then she tells you, and then you go on at her at it being unhealthy, and then they get into this dysfunctional arguing about the food, the obsession about the food. It's unhealthy.
Yeah, I can...
I mean, you've got a good relationship, right?
I do, yeah.
And the food is killing it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's killing both of us.
So what decisions get made today? Where do we go from here?
She needs to back off a bit.
Okay.
Give me some space to do my own stuff with food.
But you sat there and you said, you know, my mum wants me to eat these foods and I know I should, but then I don't. You know, don't do it for your mum then do it for you. Then do it for you. Don't do it for your mum. Do it for you. Then do it for you.
I suppose I was just scared that she wasn't. I don't know. I think I was just scared that she's going to make all bad choices, all takeaways for the rest of her life.
You know, and let's look at that word, okay, about bad choices. You know, I just think we're labelling food again. You know, people can eat certain foods that are out there. Let's not label good food, bad foods.
She didn't trust me to eat any food, never mind good or bad.
Well, I mean, let's not label the food.
Yeah.
Okay, let's recognise that there are foods out there. Okay, we want to have a balanced nutrition diet. We want to have a good food plan. Okay, we want a good food plan where we're eating great foods. But of course, let's keep it real. There are times when we think, oh, we want a little bit of this or a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But I guess it's in moderation, right? You know, it's in moderation. And look, it's a work in progress for everyone. No one's got that to a T, you know, unless, you know, you're really conscious of it. Then you have that to a T. And there are other things that come into play here. But the reality is it shouldn't be put up on this pedestal where it becomes such an obsession. Now, the only thing that you talk about or not talk about is food.
Yeah.
What about your relationship together?
Like, we don't spend as much time together now because we argue over food.
Great. I mean, that sounds good, doesn't it? A banana's coming in between the pair of you in your relationship. That's how it sounds.
Yeah.
You know, I don't see my mum anymore. Yeah, the fruit bowl separated us. I mean, can we stop this today? Can we stop this today?
Yeah.
You know, you need to be accountable. You know, you're dealing with medical conditions as well. Yeah. You know, but at the end of the day, we're all adults. The choices we make are the choices we make. But I really would like to see her back in the house. I really would. You know, I think it's sad that you've gone all the way to your uncle's because of the food. You know? I think that's sad.
Yeah, because it's, you know, I miss her.
You miss her?
Yeah, I do.
This is really what it's all about.
Oh.
This is what it's really all about.
Don't make me cry.
This is what it's really all about. She misses you.
I do miss her. Yeah. But I understand.
You miss your mum, didn't you? Huh?
Oh, don't cry. Don't cry.
So how can we solve this with this moving in business? Can we not move back in together? Can you not move back in and make this work? You want to move back home? Tell your mum then.
I want to come home.
Okay.
Shopping list. So, shopping list done. Daughter back home. Accountability your own. Encouragement together.
Yeah.
Can we start there? Can we take the first step there?
Yeah.
Still to come on Family Matters.
He tries to play us off against each other.
So why don't you talk to one another then?
Get no time to talk to each other.
You can't let that be an excuse. Welcome back. My next family, Elise and Stuart, are here today because they cannot cope with their 3-year-old daughter's unruly behaviour. Elise says their lives are being ruined and it's beginning to affect their marriage. Take a look at this.
My name's Elise, my husband's Stuart, and my son is Joshua and my daughter is Erin. Our children see us as mummy and daddy rather than joint parents. So my 7-year-old has got an attitude.
I want a barbecue. I'm not going to have it. I didn't want them.
A lot of anger is directed towards me and Elise.
I got it wrong, just rub it out, please. I got it wrong.
Okay. They don't listen to me when I tell them to do something.
Josh!
If you break them, you're not getting any more. Josh, they're too expensive. My 3-year-old is completely ruining my life. Erin's behaviour is quite out of control. She's completely controlling our life. She's in charge.
I'm going to go bowling. So if I give you chocolate spread, will you get dressed when you've eaten it?
Yes!
She turns around and says doesn't like Mummy and Daddy or Josh.
Are you going to sleep for Mummy tonight? Getting up 3-4 times in the night.
You going to sleep, Erin?
Is completely physically and mentally draining myself and my husband.
Erin has been awake since 1:30. It's now 5 o'clock in the morning.
Me and Stuart can't go on like this anymore. It's putting a strain on our marriage. We ain't going out now.
We're at a point where we're trying to find someone to blame, whether it be her or me.
We've got no romance, we've got no spark, we've got nothing between us right now. I never thought being a mum would be like this.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Hi.
How long's it been like this?
Since she was about 1.
So take me back to when she was like 18 months. You know, what your kind of routine was, what you would do.
Just, it was the normal bath before bed, calming, relaxing atmosphere, put her to bed, give her a bottle, and then all would be fine. And then within a couple of hours, wouldn't it, she'd be up again, either demanding more milk or
Our bed.
Yeah,
coming in our bed.
Yeah, coming to our bed. That was the first part.
And how much milk would she get through during the night?
A pint, maybe.
A pint of milk?
Yeah.
OK. And how many times a week, or how many days a week, should I say, that she'd be in your bed?
Oh.
Every night.
Yes.
Every night?
On the sofa.
Yeah. You was on the sofa?
I would go down on the sofa or get in her bed.
OK.
That was, yeah, just to get a night's sleep, because she slept better in our bed, so we sort of didn't want to disturb her, whereas we should have obviously been putting her back, but...
Why?
Well, we did, because we wanted a night's sleep. So for us, it was easy to leave her in the bed where she would sleep better, while one of us would go and sleep in her bed and get a night's sleep.
So you feel that she was sleeping better if she was sleeping with an adult?
Yeah, basically.
If she was with one of her parents, she would sleep?
Yeah.
So if she wakes up and ends up in your bed, then she'll stay asleep and she'll sleep with one of the parents, and then that's sound?
Yeah, but we've managed to crack her not coming in our bed.
Yeah, she doesn't come.
Right.
So she's not coming in our bed now.
So she's sleeping in her own bed, but she's still coming out?
She's not sleeping, she's in her bed, but she's not sleeping.
Right.
She'll call us.
And what do you do?
Get up.
And go running?
Yeah, because she doesn't stop calling until someone's gone in there to see to her.
OK. So the pacifier then becomes the milk, is that what you're giving her?
Yeah.
The bottles of milk?
Yeah.
And the television?
And the television.
Yeah.
So basically the television is the tech neck, the nanny that becomes the
Yes.
babysitter?
Yeah.
Basically allows us to get back to sleep for a few hours.
OK, let's go to tape.
What have I done wrong? Where have I gone wrong? Is it my fault? What have I done? Physically and mentally draining myself and my husband.
Go to sleep. 2:38 in the morning. She's awake watching telly, asking for milk.
Her sleeping, it's just wearing us down now. We just can't work out why she's being like this.
Please. I'm exhausted to the point where I'm in tears and I just don't know which way to turn. I just do not know what to do. I think I've gone 7 years without a normal night's sleep.
Sometimes there's no time for me and Elise just to enjoy an evening together. We try to make time, but the minute we do, something either interrupts it or we're off seeing to one of the children. You're not falling asleep now?
No, you cannot go to sleep now. Great. Now she'll go to sleep till what, 7? She'll be up till midnight. No, we ain't going out now. No. Don't worry about babysitting, she's falling asleep. Which means that she'll be up when we go out and then you'll have to put up with it. So, no, it's not fair on you. He's putting a strain on our marriage. Come on, Shnickies. We're going to have a bath. Come and have a shower.
Elise has suggested, would it be better if we split? We do question our marriage.
I hope this is the moment where we can open up to each other and tell each other exactly how we feel.
Does that upset you?
It's the marriage.
What have I done?
Talking about it splitting the marriage up, that's what's upsetting.
I feel like I've just messed up as a mum.
Mm.
It's horrible to watch.
We question ourselves, you know what I mean? If when we speak to other people and their children sleep, and we say to each other, well, where have we gone wrong down the line? Is it something we've done? So we question each other.
Yes.
And then it leads from there. You start questioning your relationship, and then...
So the doubt of how you're parenting the children...
Exactly, yeah.
And the confidence that you've lost and that you're not building every day is now making you doubt your own relationship?
Yeah, because we don't really spend a lot... It feels like it's just centred around the children.
We just feel like two people that live together. We've had children together.
And we just see
We've only been married 2 years. We don't feel like we're enjoying our marriage. No, I can understand. You wouldn't be with a kid in the bed.
Mm.
That's for sure. And no time in the evening, that's for sure. Do you both feel like you're just totally getting it wrong? Or are there things that you see from each other that you feel you could be doing better?
Yeah, maybe there is points, isn't there? We always pick at each other and say, why has one done this when they was against it? Why has one done that when the other's against it? Like,
talk to me about that then. I mean, actually talk to each other about that.
Well, we do, don't we? But...
If I say no to something and then Josh, say he wants to watch something, like he loves WWE, if he wants to watch it and I say no, then when I come down he's watching it. And I say, well, I said no, why are you letting him watch it? Well, because Erin's watching something else and he wants to watch that, so I thought it'd be okay. And then we just start to, it could be anything small. Something ridiculous, like if he has a sweet, why did you give him it? Because he said he hasn't had, he tries to play us off against each other. So why don't you talk to one another then? So that, you know, you're tight here. We don't get no time to talk to each other. You can't let that be an excuse.
No, I know.
Can it?
No.
You can't let that be an excuse. You know, we don't get time. You, like, put the time in. You know, go, right, we need to talk because the kids are playing. Like, that's what you do know as a fact, that the kids will go to both parents to end up getting what they want. And you know that they do this, so why don't you go, right, we're going to make sure we've got our stories right, we know what we're doing, so that they can't do that.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Parental guidance, being there, present, attentive, focused, 24/7. It's 24/7. Everything we've done is for an easy life, which is wrong. Like, we've let them get away with it. But it's not an easy life. God, if I had a penny for every time I heard that.
But sometimes it's just the simplest things. If we feel like it's going to create an argument, we just do it so it doesn't.
So if you feel like it will create an argument between the pair of you, you won't?
No, an argument with the children. If I feel like they're going to start, it's going to create an atmosphere, then it's so easy just to say, OK...
So you want to keep the peace, you're saying?
Yeah.
You want to keep the peace. Tell me why you continuously want to keep the peace and not stand as parents with conviction about what you know needs to be done for them. Why would you do that? I know. I don't want my kids to hate me. I can't follow through a punishment.
like, say if, for Josh, for example, if he's been rude to me, attitude, I say, right, you're not having your iPad or the telly. And then he's like begging me, please, I'm sorry. And then I feel really guilty and I feel really bad. And I'm like, oh, it makes me...
Why do you feel guilty? Why do you feel guilty when you know that you've made the right decision to show him that he needs to respect, that he hasn't listened, that he's old enough and understands that, and that you do have to follow through so that he understands that you mean what you say and that he'll learn next time from that?
I know I'm guilty of not following a punishment through because...
He knows how to play you, though.
He does know how to play me.
But why would you allow that?
Because I'm soft.
But it's not getting you anywhere, is it?
No.
But just that's... I feel like I want to spit and polish and put my great old lovely martyr crown on and sit there and go, well, I'm a pushover. You know, I just give my boys everything. I'm a pushover. It's kind of really not cutting it, is it?
No.
You know, then who have you got to blame? And then what are the kids getting from you? What are they learning? What are you teaching them as parents?
We know this is our fault. We know we haven't been strict enough. We know, and we're in a rut and we can't get out of it.
Yeah, basically.
That's why we're here.
Let's go to the tape.
I cry every day. I cry every day, every other day. The lowest point, just questioning myself as a parent. What have I done wrong? Where have I gone wrong? Is it my fault? What have I done for this to be this way?
On occasions, Elise has suggested, would it be better if we split? Sometimes we do question our marriage.
If this doesn't work, I don't know. I think I'll probably end up having a breakdown. I can't go on like this anymore. It's completely ruining us.
We want to get that back, what we had when we met.
I pray to God that this works because I don't want this for my family.
You look at other dads and you think, why can't my boy be the same as that in our relationship like that?
Me and Daddy aren't going out now.
Oh, please go out.
We can't, it's not fair on Nana.
When you two have a break.
We'll go out tomorrow, yeah?
We're going to have fun at bowling,
No,
yeah?
If you don't go today, I won't go bowling.
Too late, it's booked.
I'm serious.
Too late, it's booked.
My kids are lovely. Deep down, they wouldn't hurt anyone, but can't go on like this anymore.
You know things are bad when your son's going, please go out. Go out. Be together, Mum and Dad. Go out. You know, I mean, look, your oldest knows, you know? Even your eldest son knows what's going on. That you're putting yourselves in this place of really feeling helpless and not having any control. And what I'd ask you to do is to question, you know, your expectations and your standards and what you want with respects to being parents that are teaching your children the foundations that they need. Is it important for you, for your children, to get the adequate amount of sleep that they need in order to thrive and be academically there and present and focused at school? Yeah, is that important for you as parents?
Yeah,
it is?
Definitely.
Is it important for you as parents to raise your children to eat healthy and to understand about good eating habits and to become children and teenagers and adults who take care of themselves and to be healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally?
Yeah.
Is that important to you both?
Very, yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Is it important for you to raise two children in the world who will respect themselves as individuals
Definitely, for me,
and will respect other people? Is that important for you both?
That's a big part.
Is that
for us.
really important? Like, really?
Well, respect thing, yeah,
It is?
we'd like them.
It really is important. Is it really important for you?
Yeah, it's very important.
It is. Why?
Because I think everyone should have respect.
Why?
Because it's the right thing.
Because so morally, for you, it is the right thing to do, to be parents, to raise your children, to be respectful of themselves, of others.
Yeah.
It is?
Yes.
Is it important for you both
to teach your children that they can express themselves, be opinionated, to feel heard, to feel loved, to be validated? Is that important?
Yes.
Is it really important?
Yeah, I definitely want them to be their own people
You
when
do?
they grow up, yeah.
Why?
Because I don't think they should conform to following others and how they should be. I want my children to be individuals and grow up feeling comfortable.
Do?
And when I grew up, a big part of my growing up was showing respect to my parents and my elders, and I'd like them to do exactly the same.
Is it important for you to have children who will chase their dreams, who will have life skills and focus, to know that the sky's the limit because they'll have parents behind them that will support them and say, go for it, son. I'm really proud of you. I'm so proud of my daughter. You know what? You wanted this, you've worked hard for this, and you've achieved that.
Yeah.
Then it takes one thing, conviction. You need to stand with conviction and understand if that's truly what you believe, then stand by that conviction and now walk the walk. Now put in place what's necessary. If that's important for you, then hold by that. Then hold by that. Hold by your word. If that truly is important and your family is on the map because you care about your family and really family matters, then do what it takes. Do what it takes. Do what it takes. Because part of every day raising the kids, as I talk about so frequently, is about, you know, creating a framework so that you can be consistent, you know, and that children have routines that allow their needs to be met. And part of doing so is creating good habits that end up becoming rituals within the family, that actually within those rituals come time together and bonding experiences. And those cornerstones have been compromised because you haven't set up the consistency with mealtimes. You allow the children to faff around at the table, you know, with eating and, you know, their behaviour. You've created bad habits with sleeping. You put the telly on, hoping that's going to wind them down. You pacify with baby bottles of milk when they keep showing you that they just want more and more. You just stand with conviction and follow through so that they understand that this habit that's been created, you can break, because they actually don't know how to break it. They don't know how to break it. You couldn't actually turn around and say to your children, do you know how much sleep you need? And do you know why you need that amount of sleep? They don't know. They're there waiting every day, dependent on parents to give them parental guidance. And guidance means this every day, seeing every day, weaving in and out of the things that they need. Parental guidance. Being there, present, attentive, focused on what they need. 24/7. It's 24/7. But when you do it with conviction, you get success. And with that success comes the results. You know, look, TV on in bed. You know, create, I mean, you know, the child, you're just setting up bad habits for the child to fall asleep watching television, and all it's doing is stimulating them, and they'll continue to stay up later and later, and when they're tired, their body will then say, you know, oh, I want food, oh, I'm thirsty, oh, I need... The body doesn't need that, it needs rest. Tonight when you go home, if she's awake, guess what you're going to do? Where's the television going to be?
In the bin.
Well, not in the bin, but in another room.
In another room, OK. Television's going to be in another room. When she comes out and she wants a milk bottle, which you shouldn't be having, OK, because you're using the tea as a pacifier for a sucking reflex. Not necessary.
She
Give her a little
actually
half
said
pint.
today in the hotel, I'm not having a butter anymore, I'm a big girl, I'm going to give it to a baby.
Good.
And then, yeah, and 5 minutes later she said, I want milk.
Great, and you said, great, you can have milk. There you go, there's your special big girl cup.
I did.
Finished. So what are you doing tonight? Telly out the room, bedtime ritual in place, Stories and cuddles and kisses and safety. And when she comes out and she wants something, what are you going to do?
No, go back to bed.
But I want. Crying now. Please. What are you going to do?
Probably break down.
What are you going to do?
Tell her no.
Stand with conviction. Stand with conviction. You know why? Because of what you believe, because you know what's important for her. It will be hard.
And then it will be, we've got work tomorrow, we're tired, just give her the bottle. Look, just do it.
You cannot.
And it will.
I know.
That's what happens.
You cannot.
I know, it's very easy saying that, but at night when you're waking up and you've only had a few hours sleep, I know you're saying the conviction, sometimes it is easier.
For 5 days. For what, for 5 days? For maybe even 3 days with her? For 5 days? For the rest of your lives?
I said,
really?
this is it. This is it. After today, I said, this is it. We've got to do it because it's just affecting...
Yeah, it's affecting every aspect of it now.
For 5 days, for 3 days, you have to do it.
I'll do it.
Of course, you have to stand by it. So, we're going to go home with conviction in your backpack today.
Yeah.
Huh?
Definitely.
Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Because you're going to work together as a team.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
You feel good? You're like, yeah, I'll do it. You're feeling good?
I'm going to do it.
You're feeling good?
Yeah.
Right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Today on Family Matters.
There's been some times where I've said, no, you can't see the kids because he's been drinking or taking drugs.
Right. In order to be able to see the kids, it meant that the children needed to be safe.
Yeah.
And drinking and taking drugs is not creating a safe environment for the kids.
No, it's not.
Does it seem fair to use his own children against him if he makes a decision to not be with you?
No, not
Is that fair?
No.
Do you love Kate? Do you want the relationship, or are you in a place where you're not too sure?
Zach's 5 and is a complete nightmare.
Ow! No, that hurt!
Kicking me, punching me. It's just surviving. You know, this is not a life.
Are you lonely?
It's just a battle from the time they get up to the time we go to bed.
It's the behaviour that we're seeing right now. Because
It's
Donna's
like-
at fault for what she's not doing.
I think she rewards them. You wouldn't give a dog a bone if it beat you.
Ask yourself those questions. What kind of a mum am I going to be to my children? What kind of an example am I going to be to them? Because then you have to live up to that example. Welcome to the show. My first family is Carl and Kate, who are coming on to the show in a desperate bid to save their relationship. Kate and Carl were only teenagers when they had their eldest daughter, Saskia. Kate says that because of this, Carl got cold feet and was in and out of her life for the first 2 years. Kate and Carl have since gone on to have 2 more children, but say that the past is very much in the present, and if they don't get help, then they will split up and the family will fall apart.
Carl was around pretty much all of my pregnancy, apart from the end. She was about 4 months old when he disappeared.
Could have dealt with it better, I think.
We didn't see him for quite a while.
I think she does resent me.
Really?
Just because the fat wasn't there when she was younger.
Saskia, we do clash sometimes because she's quite naughty.
Don't talk when you've got food in your mouth.
Saskia doesn't like me and Kate cuddling. That's a big no.
Does Mummy not allowed to kiss Daddy? Yeah.
What if I snuggle into Daddy like that?
Ah, Daddy.
The way Saskia sees it is, Mummy's mine. You ain't coming here and taking my mummy off me. If we're kissing, she'll walk over and slap me or something. She doesn't like bedtime. You are tired, honey. It's been a school day. She likes to sleep in Mummy's bed.
Instead of fighting with her, I give in. So Carl sleeps on the sofa.
Welcome, the pair of you. So where are we right now
with respect to our relationship? I mean, before we even get to the kids, what's going on here?
Struggling, massively. I think there's a lot of trust issues.
Right.
Into a hole, like a brick wall.
Take me back, like, when did you first meet? How old were you?
7 years ago.
I was 13, Kate was 14.
Really young.
Oh, 13 and 14?
Yeah.
Oh, my word, okay. And, well, take me from there.
Well, we met each other, and
Yeah.
I was living at my stepdad's, and Kate used to come stay. Then I left my stepdad's and moved in with Kate and her mum.
So when did you move in? When did you move in to?
I think I was about 14.
Okay, so you were 15 when you got pregnant, or?
No, I was 16.
You were 16 when you got
Yeah.
pregnant. Okay, so young.
Yeah,
Really young.
Yeah, it was a shock. Massive.
It
scary
must have been. But what was that like? A lot of fear?
Yeah, because we got told that we could never have kids, so it was kind of like we didn't expect.
When did you get told that?
I was young. I had quite a few operations.
Right, okay.
And got told that.
Now take me to the point where baby's here.
I got cold feet and I got scared, to be honest. I'm not going to lie, I was absolutely petrified. Like, it was obviously the biggest thing in my life.
But what did you get scared of?
Everything. Like, I mean, that was it. Like, my future was going to revolve around this child now. And I was really selfish at that point. You know, everything had to revolve around me. And I don't know, I got really scared. Like, how am I going to cope? Like, what? You know, I didn't have no prospects in life at that point. I didn't have a job. I didn't have my own place. I wasn't ready
got really
for a
cold
child.
feet.
Yeah, basically.
Well, let's go to the tape. Let's watch some more.
I think I resent him for not being there for when Saskia was younger.
When I come back, Kate did make it pretty hard.
I see him with our other two children and with Saskia.
You've gone all blue.
You can tell there's a difference.
Mummy and Daddy want cuddles with it. Doesn't help when me and Kate argue. You know, Kate brings it up, oh, you weren't there for however long. I've done it all by myself, blah, blah, blah. It hurts. It hurts a lot because I've got to live with it.
She wouldn't have a fear of people leaving if it wasn't for what you done. That's why we're all in this situation, is because you kept on coming back, going. You're like a yo-yo.
Okay. Fine.
That tape obviously still touches a raw nerve with yourself. You know, emotionally, what were you feeling with respects to Carl just getting cold feet and not wanting to be present?
Hurt. Disappointment. Everything's mixed into one because my real dad left when I was younger. So that was kind of one thing I never, ever wanted from my children.
So did it trigger stuff? Did it make you feel like, you know, my dad left and I didn't have a father figure?
It triggered a lot. It was the fear of losing him for myself, but not also for myself, for my child, that meant everything to me, and I couldn't understand the reasons of why no one else would feel the same about her as what I did when they're supposed to be her parent as well.
Right.
You know how it felt for me when my dad left, the same as when your dad left. And that hurt even more, that you could feel that pain and know how much it hurt, and then do that to Saskia and me again.
But at the same time, yeah, okay, I done it because I didn't know what I was expecting, but in the last 2-3 years, and you say, that's it, if you walk out, you're not having anything to do with the kids, you know, when do I ever walk out the door?
Not for a while, you haven't.
Exactly, Kate, and that's because I know what the pain that it caused. I know what it mentally it does to the kids, as we've both experienced it before. But at the same time, you're putting me in that position where you're then, okay, it's not mentally messing up the kids, but me, it's mentally messing up and you as well. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but then you've got to see it from my point of view, where I've got to protect the children, and for you to go and then come back and then go again, it's just, I've got to put that stop to so much pain.
Now, are we talking about the kids, or are we talking about your relationship? Because...
A bit of both, really.
Well, I don't think there's any clarity there, is there?
It's a big circle.
Does it seem fair to hold a man in a corner to use his own children against him if he makes a decision to not be with you, to use the kids as a tool that he'll never be able to see them if he doesn't choose to be in a relationship with you?
No, not
Is that fair?
No.
But it is what you did, though, isn't it? It's what I'm hearing.
For the right reasons.
I don't think there is a right reason. That, you know,
the way he was back then.
Was he reckless?
Yeah.
To the point that it got him into trouble?
Yeah. Big trouble.
So what happened?
It was like it shut off and it was a different person. To the person that I met 7 years ago, to what I've seen bits of, is completely different.
What was you reckless to the point that your children would have been unsafe for you to visit them and to see them?
No, I'd never cause... No, OK, I'd never cause harm to the kids, you know that.
No, I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't cause harm to the children. It's what you were doing.
What my actions... Well, what I was going through at the time, I got in with some pretty nasty, dodgy
taking
people.
drugs?
Yeah, I was, at the time. Okay. But at the same time, it was because when we split up and stuff and I haven't been able to see the kids, and she said, you're not seeing the kids, then I have gone down that path and I started drinking and taking drugs.
We can't blame the kids for making a grown man's decision to take drugs or to drink.
No, it's not.
That's your decision.
That was fully in my hands.
In order to be able to see the kids, it meant that the children needed to be safe.
Yeah.
And drinking and taking drugs is not creating a safe environment for the kids.
No, it's not. Had I known that I was able to see the kids, my decisions would have been different. I would have took a different approach to how I was behaving, and at that point I had nothing to lose. I lost my kids, that was it. I didn't have the best
just to make some clarity here, did you tell him he couldn't see the kids, and then when you told him that, he went on the binge drinking and the drugs, or was he binge drinking and taking drugs, and because of that you told him he couldn't see the kids? There's really quite a black and white question.
There's been some times where I've said, no, he can't see the kids, and then there's others because he's been drinking or taking drugs.
Right, so there were times that you used it against him, and there were times that you saw that. Oh, thank you for your honesty. OK.
Still to come on Family Matters.
It boils down to the trust. You need to trust each other.
But trust can't be given unless there's commitment. Unless two people are truly at the same party, and they both want it, and they're both in. Do you love Kate? Do you want the relationship, or are you in a place where you're not too sure? So, Kate, I'd like to meet your mum, Jude. But let's take a look at some tape.
I do feel that if there wasn't a bit of outside help, that Carl will come to the end of his tether and think enough is enough, that Kate's not allowing him to have a little bit more control with the children, a little bit more control with Saskia.
Carl, you're just going back on what I said.
He just needs pointing in the right direction to be able to gain Kate's trust, to be able to allow her to let go of the bond that she's got with Saskia.
Where you going? Saskia!
Sat! They've got a duo at the moment and they need to make that a trio and then involve the other two children. There's not so much of an issue with Rochelle and Thea Rose. He needs to have more of an input. They're three beautiful children and they need their mummy and their daddy.
Mummy!
I want them to have some help where they can both understand each other a little bit more, and they need to find each other again.
Welcome.
Oh.
Nice to meet you.
And you?
Give me a take on all of this.
They were very much in love, and I can still see that that's there. And it would be really nice if they could both remember that time. And I think there's a lot there if they can sort out their differences. Carl needs to realise that if he's going to do something, that he does that and doesn't let Kate down. And then Kate needs to realise that Carl can do it and she hasn't got to put blockages in the way. Or she's got to accept that, you know, he's not going to hurt Saskia. She's going to be fine. He might...
Define what you mean by the word blockages. I mean, what's your daughter really doing?
Protecting her daughter.
I was overprotective from the minute I fell pregnant. Right. Honestly, I wouldn't let, when she was born, I wouldn't let anybody near her. No one was allowed to pick her up. Carl wasn't allowed to push the buggy.
I think that's more because of what Kate's been through. I think she's felt deserted a lot, and this little thing wasn't going to desert her. She was going to love Kate back as much as Kate loved her.
It is what you said. I mean, when I first met you, you said, you know, the thought of having a baby was lovely and this baby was going to love me.
Yeah.
Which I found rather interesting.
Yeah.
You know, to actually hear rather than, and we were going to love our baby. That it was, for you, this child was a symbol of you receiving unconditional love, which obviously you'd felt that you hadn't received. I mean, why have you felt that way?
Because my dad was the everything.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I haven't seen him, I think, since I was four. I think that's my problem, is because of what he done, I just expect everybody else, especially men, to do the exact same thing.
So you felt protective over your child and the fact that you were going to try and be everyone?
Yeah.
To your child, you were going to be everything?
Yeah, trying to...
So what was that like for yourself?
Hard.
I mean, hard's an understatement, right? No feeding, baby, no changing, no bonding for yourself, no bonding.
At that point, I could understand it. Like, Kate was a new mum. You know, it was her first child. You know, I just thought it was what all mothers do, to be honest. Yeah, it did feel a little bit pushed out at the same time, but a lot of that was my jealousy. You know, I'd been centre of attention for so long. All of a sudden, a baby come along, and that's it. Like, I'm pushed out of the picture. So a lot of it was jealousy, but at the same time, I can see where it come from and why. But yeah, no, it's hurt me more in the long term than what it has than what it did in the short term.
So are they together?
Yes. I think they're magnetised. I don't think they'll ever be apart. When they're a team, they are absolutely brilliant parents. If Kate can understand and if Carl can be a bit more trustworthy and a bit more honest, and I'm going out for an hour and only be an hour, not 4.
But you kind of never been off, really, if you've been living under the same roof. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go back to some tape that we've seen already.
She wouldn't have a fear of people leaving if it wasn't for what you done. That's why we're all in this situation, is because you kept on coming back, going. You're like a yo-yo.
Okay. Fine.
Do you believe that? That piece of tape that we've seen there? Do you think your daughter feels any of that?
I don't, because I feel at the time Sass was 7 months old. You know, she didn't even know who she was herself. So in some ways I think she wouldn't know had she not been reminded every time me and Kate argue. You know, when Kate brings it up, I don't think she would have... I can't remember when I was 7 months old.
Is she reminded by you, Saskia?
Yeah. Not directly, but if I'm talking to Carl,
If we're arguing...
it gets brought up.
What do you say? If you're arguing in front of the little one, what do you say so that she can hear that?
It's not that so that she can hear it, it's just because I know it hurts him.
Yeah, but she does hear it, right?
Of course she does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what does she hear?
Me saying to him, probably the
you
main
just heard.
one, is that you left when she was a baby, with me dealing with everything, because she was in and out of hospital, and it was really hard work.
and I dealt with most of that with my mum, not as a couple, and that's what gets chucked back quite a lot.
I'm just failing to understand how you can both move forward if you keep moving back.
That's why we've got the problems, because we can't move, we can't forget about the past, neither of us. It gets brought up.
There is no way that you will ever move forward and continue to take steps forward if you use it as ammunition, which is, you know, an immature fashion in order to just sort of dig holes in each other. That's why you'll be on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. It's just not possible. It just isn't possible.
That's the reason why Kate phoned the show, so that they could find a way forward with some help, without an interfering mother-in-law scenario.
Right.
And there are occasions when Kate's giving a little bit and Carl's doing his bit, and then something will happen that will just spark the whole thing off again. And it boils down to the trust. You need to trust each other and understand that...
That's what it all comes down to.
It comes down to a lot of trust.
But trust can't be given unless there's commitment. Unless two people are truly at the same party and they both want it and they're both in, can commitment not happen until then?
They do want it. I think it's finding a way forward to get it. Obviously, with 3 small children that do have health issues,
Yeah.
they need time together.
But it is separate. What I'm trying to say is this: the on-off is not healthy for either of yourselves or the kids.
No.
So let's just take one thing at a time. Your relationship. In order for you to move forward, you've both really got to want the relationship. You've both really got to want it.
That's why we're...
You know, do you love Kate? Do you want the relationship, or are you in a place where you're not too sure? I mean, either way, it's not. It doesn't.
I want it.
It's about what you feel.
I do want it, but it's just got to the end where the patience is gone in order to make it work, if that makes sense. Like, we've tried so many times to move forward and get on with it, and every time it's failed. So it's more, I want it to work, of course. I'd be more than happy to spend the rest of my life with Kate, but it's just...
You're telling me that you do want it, but the patience is gone. If you really want it, you'll stretch that patience and you'll start clean from here, moving forward with what you need. The same for yourself, if you really want it. The truth of the matter is, though, you've got to stop throwing. You've got to stop throwing at Carl what he wasn't there for. The reality is, he was. He's not making any excuses for it. It was a guy that didn't know what he wanted. It scared him. And you are going to create. You're going to create the situation that you fear the most. And that's not having a father in your life. You will create that for your own children if you're going to keep punishing him for something that at that time hurt you. I'm not taking that away from you. But if you're going to keep punishing him with that, you'll push him away, because you're keeping him in the debt bank. You're keeping him there. It's like he can never do anything to show you that he wants to be in it.
He needs to try a bit harder as well.
But if he takes one step forward and you're throwing it in his face, then it's no good. When it comes to the children, you know, your commitment in being able to raise these children on the same page is going to be equally important. When I see you with your little girl, and I know how protective you are over her, the back and forth with wanting to be in with the cuddles, that's a lovely sign of her wanting to coming together as a family. Okay, she does want that coming together. Mummy, Daddy, we're a unit all together. But I've got to ask you to have some faith in Carl, which means that you've got to be able to step up and show Kate that you can take care of the children and you can do things for them when you're in the house that allows her to feel that she can let go. But while, again, you push him away and you keep her like this precious gem, you're not letting him in. And what you've done here is created separation anxiety. The smothering makes her feel anxious. There's a separation anxiety there. She can't give you the love you lost with your dad, and she can't give you the love you feel you lost when you felt betrayed by Carl. She can give you unconditional love as the little girl that she is, your daughter. And that's what You need to understand. You know? What's upset you, love? What's upset you? Take a tissue.
Okay. Just how much I've been through with her, and I'm being told that she's got a week to live. She's been really poorly in hospital.
I think the stepping back is frightening, Kate, as well.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be have to be a serious conscious decision.
You've got to allow everybody else who is family to be able to come in and take that weight from you, because you put an enormous amount on you, and in the end you end up pushing everyone away.
That's what I've done.
Where do we go from here, you guys?
I'm prepared to do anything, or that I have been for years. I just haven't been able to put that into practice.
I've gave you chances before, and you've just completely chucked it in my face, basically, and that's why we just gone back.
So we need to make a decision of where we go moving forward.
I know, I need to give him more, and he needs to give more. We both need to give, because I need to give him more chances with Sass, but he needs to not give up.
Correct.
And work at it.
But you need to be willing to want to do that. You can't play tennis on your own. You've got to be willing to do that.
I am.
You're willing to do that?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not coming home with you, so it's not me that's doing that. You need to tell it to this young man here. If you're going to make that commitment to each other, then I think you should say that while you're here and let that be a fact, and then stop talking the talk and on and off and on and off, and just start walking the walk.
I want to.
Are you prepared to do that? Yeah. Are you prepared to do that? Thank you.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Are you lonely?
It's just a battleground from the time they get up to the time they go to bed.
It's the behaviour that we're seeing right now, because Donna's at fault for what she's not doing.
I think she rewards them. You wouldn't give a dog a bone if it bit you.
Welcome back. My next guest, Angie, says her sister Donna has lost control of her 5-year-old son, Zach, who will never take no for an answer. She says every day is a constant battle between the two of them, watching Zach be disrespectful towards his mother.
I'm Donna. I live with 3 children, Leanne, Cameron and Zach. Zach, who's my youngest, is 5 and is a complete nightmare.
Ow, no, that hurt. No, I'm not.
Cameron has trashed the room. Zach has tried to break a window. He'll kick doors. Anything that's in the kitchen he will throw. Kicking me, punching me, swearing at me.
No.
Zach and Cameron will call me and tell me that they want me dead.
Shut your mouth.
My name's Angie. Donna's my sister. She's got 3 children and she's bringing them up all on her own.
Yes, Angie supports me, but she's got her own life.
There's no rights, no wrongs, no rules, bedtimes, tea times. She just gives in.
Stairs, dinner, move.
Dinner.
Don't you start.
I'm not hungry.
Go and get your dinner.
Yeah.
Right, parent, you can stay there. Well, Angie doesn't agree with Wade. I am with him. She wouldn't give in.
No should mean no, but with Donna, no means you're going to get it anyway.
But things can't get any worse.
She can't cope.
But it is impossible to carry on like this. It's just surviving. I'm just surviving. No, this is not a life.
Welcome, ladies. Let's talk about your family. You're a single mum?
Yeah.
Okay, so just set me up for the day, what you do, how it is with the kids.
It's just a complete nightmare, getting them up in the morning. They're always tired to go to school. Zach, my youngest, he's pretty much, he'll tell me whether he's going to school that day or not. I do whatever I can to try and get him to school. I mean, I've had him physically punching me, pulling my hair, swearing at me, calling me names. I had to have the taxi driver get out of the taxi and run into the school to say that I need help with getting him into school.
And what's the rest of your day like? I mean, you know, he'll say he doesn't want to go to school, so he'll fight you to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine if they're all at school, I'll get on and do my own thing, but when they're at home, I know I've got to give in to him.
What do you see?
It's just a battleground. From the time they get up to the time they go to bed. If you don't get no time, you can't even phone her up and have a conversation because you've got the kids in the background. They don't want to know her, but as soon as she's on the phone, someone turns up, the kids just want to know. And it's, I want. She says, no, I'll get you that in a minute, and then that's when the kids start kicking off. I mean, they've had the tellies on the floor, the games on the floor, the bedrooms have been trashed, I've been kicked and punched. But I think Donna's too soft. If she says they're not going to have something...
Is it Donna's fault? Is the behaviour that we're seeing right now because Donna's at fault for what she's not doing?
I think she rewards them. You wouldn't give a dog a bone if it bit you. But she'll say, you're not doing this, you're grounded, blah, 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 but it doesn't... She don't continue with it.
Is that true?
Stick to her guns.
No, with the older ones, I can continue with the grounding because they're the ones that go out. But Zach doesn't go out, so I can't find anything to punish him with other than putting him to his room, which ends up getting trashed.
Let's take a look at some tape here, please.
It's got worse in, the past year. If I don't give in to him, he'll kick me. Scream. Throw himself on the floor. I do want to know how to stop it. I mean, I've restrained him. But that doesn't help. What else do you want me to do? You know, he's going to kick off, he's going to run off in the middle of the road.
The way they push and they shove and all that, it's a wonder they don't get hurt at all. It's the shouting. I mean, that's all you get, is the shouting. Donna's shouting at the kids to tell the kids what to do.
Now, no, you're not funny. And you hurt my arm.
The kids are shouting back at Donna, they're swearing at Donna.
What's DVD then? Shut your mouth!
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do.
So I see, obviously, you're holding him by the wall. You know, you've got him pinned up by the wall there.
Yeah.
And you're doing that for what purpose?
He wanted to go back to the school.
Yeah.
And I said, but the gates were shut.
Yeah.
But he wanted me to walk back the other way and walk all the long way round it.
For what reason?
I don't know.
So he just wanted to control
where
you were going.
I went home.
He wanted to control that. And what other things does he want to control all the time?
Everything, my life.
You feel like he's trying to control your life?
Yeah.
He's trying to control the things that you do?
Yeah.
What does he try and stop you from doing that you want to do in your life?
I mean, if I want to go out, sort of like for an evening, like with my sister, I mean, I can't. I mean, she stayed with me a couple of weeks ago and I said, well, can you just stay here with Auntie Ange and I'm just going to go run round the shop? He
don't want you to do that?
No. He comes with me, otherwise I don't go round the shop.
You've got to actually grab hold of him to let her out the door.
So he wants everything his way and he gets everything his way. Why does he get everything his way?
Well, the reason why she lets him get away with it is because she don't like the kicking, the punching.
Peaceful life.
But it don't work.
So I'll give in.
I think that it needs a bit more authority around the house. They need to be told they need the rules of the house and to stick by the rules.
So your kids are fine?
My kids are fine.
Right, so why are your kids fine?
Because
how come your sister's got kids that are just like punching and kicking her, but your kids came out all right? Why did your kids come out all right?
Because I think I'm a bit firmer and a bit stronger than what Donna is.
So you say that you're more firmer with your kids, you've got rules and boundaries for them.
Yeah, well, my kids will stick by them rules at our house.
Why? Why do they stick by those rules?
Like I say, I think I'm a bit more firmer with him. I mean, I could have Zach all weekend, and he's brilliant. He likes to do a little bit of hoovering, he'd want to do a bit of dusting and stuff like that, but ask him to do anything at her house, and you've got no chance.
I would love you both to watch this tape because I had a chance to meet your kids. So just take a look at this. So Mum's come down with the whole family because she just wants my advice. She wants my advice to be able to be a great mum so she can understand more. What do you think Mum could do with my help with?
Make us gooder.
Make you gooder? What's wrong with your behaviour then?
Bad.
Your behaviour's bad? Who tells you your behaviour's bad?
Mum.
Mum, well, what do you do then?
Kick, punch, trash my room up.
You trash your room up? Why'd you do that then?
I get annoyed.
You're obviously the oldest here, so what are you all arguing about? Like, do you just all wind each other up? Like, what's all the argument happening for?
I don't argue a lot with them. But
yes.
It's them two that argue the most.
Right.
Argue over little things. Normally me and you a lot. No, it's not. I don't really speak to anyone because I'm always on my phone.
You're always on your phone?
Just sit upstairs.
Yeah. So, what do you guys do with Mum then? What kind of things do you get up to?
Not a lot.
No? Not much. Is that during the school week or is that during the weekends?
We don't do anything really.
What would you like to do?
More places and do more stuff.
So hands up if you get bored at home. Hands up if you get like really bored at home, you don't even know what to do with yourself. Now one of you runs off. Who runs off? Right there. Did you see that? They were just like, it's him! The little runner. So I'm going to go then and go and have a chat with your mum and catch up with her. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. So you've heard your kids. What do they need from you?
My attention.
So let's talk about why that's not happening.
Still to come on Family Matters.
Ask yourself those questions. What kind of a mum am I going to be to my children? What kind of an example am I going to be to them? Because then you have to live up to that example. Let's talk about your sister. Not your sister as a parent, let's just talk about your sister.
She's lost all confidence in herself, for one.
Right.
She hasn't got any lack of it, none of it at all. She's never got no quality time. If she goes to bed, the kids go in their bed with her. Night time, the kids sleep in her bed.
Are you lonely?
There's no distance.
Are you lonely? Can I ask you... This is my love. I'll ask you a question. Have you struggled with relationships being in and out, in and out?
I haven't had one since Zach's dead. I'm lonely about my kids. They come first.
You know, the behaviour that you're continuing to tolerate, where you choose not to do the right thing, and you do know what the right thing is because you have an example, it's by watching your sister, leads you creating a false sense of them needing you. Because that needing you in that capacity makes you feel what you're missing. Why is it that something as simple as you just popping around to the shops, when Zach's saying no, 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 why is it that there has to be this drawn-out drama before you leave? Why isn't there this confident, I'm going off to shops and I'll see you afterwards?
The only time she's apart from the kids is when the kids are at school. But other than that, there's no space indoors. She don't get her own space in her room because the kids are always in it. She'll have a bath, the kids are in the bathroom as well. There's no away time.
But you want that. You say you don't want it, but you're creating that. Let's go to tape, please.
Something has got to be done to help her through what she's going through. But if this don't work, I don't know. And I always say to her, like, oh, do you fancy coming out? She can't go out because the kids won't even let her go out. She can't have a boyfriend because they don't want her to have one.
No man could put up with the children the way they are. And I've been single for a long time. If Joe could, help just a little bit, just so that I could have a little bit of me back. It hurts me when they lash out at me, when they swear at me, when they gang up on me. It's really hurtful because I'm trying to do the best for them.
But I've seen her in tears loads of times, and I've seen her at her worst, where she just wants to up and leave the kids, leave the house.
Yeah, that's how I feel, that people see me as a bad mum.
I don't think it's about being a bad mum. I think it's about you just recognising why you behave the way you do. And I guess that's why you're here, to be able to identify that. And in order to do that, it means you have to look at yourself a little bit. You know, you have to be able to recognise the behaviour patterns and the way that you function and what's being projected onto the children. You've put your children in that place of being able to control you and to make the rules up so that you're left feeling the same way that you've been feeling for quite a few years, to be honest with you. Let me show you something. You're an amazing mum to your kids because you do what for them?
I'm always there for them. I've taken them on holidays, taken them out, brought them up properly, as to my knowledge.
Explain that. My mum's brought me up properly because she does this with us. Tell me, fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Because
what you do for them.
What is it you do for them?
We've been on holidays when they was younger, making their little party things, Easter bonnets and stuff like that, just being there for your kids. And doing, sometimes you don't want to do something, take them to the park, have a game of football with them. You don't necessarily have to like it, just do it.
See, you got to be you got to ask yourself this.
Yeah, it's the confidence to take them anywhere, like out of the house.
It is. No,
Once
it is.
I've got the confidence to do that, then I can take them to the seafront. I can take them to the park.
Correct. So we've got this cycle, okay? In order to have confidence, that means I can then take the kids to the park. I'm going to ask you to question what kind of mum that you want to be, okay? And the easiest way to do that is to be able to look at your kids and think to yourself, what kind of a mum am I to these children? What do I want my children to be able to say?
They want to be confident, don't they? I want to be confident with them. And I want to show them to be confident.
Yeah, you want them to be raised feeling confident. But you have to be able to... And to be happy.
With their life, yeah.
But you need to be able to understand why you've had yourself in that place of being very passive and feeling like the victim because you're self-sabotaging stuff, okay? And that you need to understand and learn more. Here's some of that. I want my kids to say I'm an amazing mum because even when they wanted to do something when they were younger, I told them no, and I was okay telling them no. And now they're older, they thank me for it. I want to raise my kids because I want my kids to understand the importance of being a well-adjusted adult. I want them to have good character. I want them to understand that they can reach for the stars. I want to be able to teach my kids that actually being honest and loving is being a respectable human being in life. I want to teach my kids, what are your values? That's what I'm asking you. You know, right now, you're not too sure about what those are. And if you're not too sure about what they are, then how can you set... That's how they're going to know, because how are you going to set that standard, okay? You know, it's really easy off the top of our heads to say, well, you know, we take them on holiday and we buy them a toy when it's there, you know, when we go to the shops and we went to the zoo and I got them balloons and I went this and I went that. All the stuff I'm talking about is the stuff that money doesn't cost. You know, you don't pay for that. You don't pay for that. Raising your kids...
Love and respect.
Being well-mannered and respectful. Their values, their values. You're going to need to ask yourself those questions. What kind of a mum am I going to be to my children? What kind of an example am I going to be to them? Because then you have to live up to that example. It means you've got to have that conversation with the children and be open with them and allow them to feel that they can say, Mum, I messed up today. Mum, I did this. It was wrong, but I did this. What should I do? If you don't know what those values are, then how can you set the standard for the children? And if you can't set the standards for the children, then you can't start putting it in place, which means that you won't feel confidence, which means that the kids won't go out, which means that they'll get bored and they'll start to play up. And that's exactly what you're seeing. Yeah. The impact of you not knowing right now the kind of mother you want to be to these children.
Do the best I can.
I mean, you know, they're lovely kids. I mean, they just want the opportunity to be taught, you know. They just want the opportunity for them to understand what the guidelines are. They just want the opportunity for you to be able to teach them what right and wrong is. They want the opportunity to, I mean, look at him, look, love him, look. You know, they just want the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, they are loving. They are loving kids, but it's when they choose to be loving. That's the problem she's got.
But that's down to yourself. Yeah. That's down to yourself. And it does start from you. Okay, so you spoke about confidence. You spoke very little on wanting and really understanding what those values are. And what I would like to do for you is for you to leave here and see one of my team that will sit there and work with you about those values, okay? You heard me give you some examples, because until you're clear on that, then you can't move forward with the children. Because it's not about the materialistic things in their life. It's about the value that you play in their life and the mother that they need, because that will make you feel better. Is that something you will accept from me? Because yes, I'd like to be able to give that to you.
Yes, I will, thank you.
You would?
Yeah.
We good with that? Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you.
No, this is what it does, bang it. Hey!
Jade needs Joe's help because she's got no parent skills.
It's horrible. I don't want him to be like that. Like, I just want him to be a happy little child, and it's just got so much anger in him.
She's too loving.
Give me a kiss.
She's got a lot of gold.
Oh, you can never have too much loving. You can never have too much loving.
No. I just feel like I don't know how to discipline them.
It's your job to teach your children.
Yeah.
They learn everything from you, and if you don't give them that, you're doing them a disservice. Take me back to that day, the day you found out the news.
He came at 11:15 on the Wednesday night to say they'd found his body in the water.
So you're really angry with him?
Yep.
You're angry because you're like, how dare you?
Mm-hmm. Why
how dare you
two children into the world to cause that kind of pain to them? I don't get it. In my opinion, he doesn't care anymore about anything. He just doesn't care anymore. So that's why I'm here, because I don't know how to deal with it.
My first guest, Jade, has contacted the show as she's concerned she's lost all control of her toddlers, Jaylen and JC. If she can't resolve her issues now, she fears they may never respect her.
I'm Jade. I've got 2 children. I've got Jaylen, who's 3.
Stay in your room.
I've got JC, who's 2.
Is it hot?
It's spicy. It's a bit spicy as well, like. I need Jay's help because my kids smash things up, they're out of control, they don't listen to me. Usually it can go on for a lot longer than this, but I'm trying to ignore him. Tia is a godsend. She has the children 2 days a week when I go to work.
My name's Tia. I babysit for my best friend Jade.
Hey, all you have to do is put your Lego in here, yeah? Jaylen!
If I was to find another job, it would be hard for Jade to find another babysitter because the children are so naughty.
Shut your door and get in bed.
Right, I'll go downstairs for a bit. I hope with Joe's help that the kids actually start listening to me They don't destroy things, and just have a bit of respect for me, because they talk to me like I'm nothing. Get down.
Get off me.
No, get down. They just have no respect at all.
Stop it now. See you do it.
I want to hear backstory of all of the troubles that have been going on and from when. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's been going on for over a year now, but they just seem to, I don't know if I'm honest, they just seem to destroy everything. They don't listen to me, and I don't know,
You say that they don't listen to you. How do you communicate with the kids? Like, how do you talk to them? Where are they? How far away are you from them? How do you talk?
Like, I try and be the friend as well as the mother, like, because they ain't got many friends or whatever, and I like, they've just got me and Tia, really.
Right.
Like,
what behaviour do you see from him at home that embarrasses you?
When we're saying now,
yes,
he kicks off, like, he smashes things, punches things.
What's he smashed?
Tellies.
Oh, God.
Yeah. His toys.
So just run up to the television when you tell him no and just go bam and...
No,
and smash it.
We've had a 50-inch TV, is through stones at it.
Where do you get the stones from?
From my ornament. I had like an ornament with stones in.
Right.
Broke a 32-inch TV. He had that on his drawers, and I think he's just knocked it off.
He had that in his bedroom?
He had that in his bedroom, yeah.
Right.
He's had 3 beds in 3 months, which on the footage, that's why I ain't got a bed at the minute, because I'm waiting for a new one.
And how did he break those?
Bounces on them.
Jump on them. Bounce on them. They like to actually climb up on the windowsill, jump off, or they would like to climb up on the pool table and jump off onto the bed.
Oh, let's take a look at some of this tape here.
Yeah.
Take a look.
When I do take the kids out, it's a nightmare.
No.
They run off, and I'm just constantly chasing them, and it's hard work. It does put me off going out because they do act the way they are.
Get up, both of you.
My kids kick off, they'll bang on the doors.
Things get broken.
Jalen will chuck toys all over.
They bite each other, kick each other.
They will beat each other up.
Bang on the walls, smash TVs.
Bedtime's one of the worst times. They won't go to sleep till about 10, half 10 sometimes.
Stop banging!
They're just banging.
If I hear you banging, this light's going off.
And having to keep putting them back to bed. Then they'll kick off.
Come on.
So I turn your light off, they'll kick off again.
Right, I'm turning your light off then. Right.
I've just got to the point where I don't know what else to actually do.
I feel sorry for him watching him like that. What do you feel when you see him screaming and...
It's horrible. I don't want him to be like that. Like, I just want him to be a happy little child, and it's just got so much anger in him.
Are there things that you see that Jade could be doing better?
Yeah.
OK, so why don't you tell her? I'm going to have you turn around and tell her, because, you know, you work,
Yeah.
You look after the kids. Yeah. It's really important to have a really healthy relationship with those that you work for. Take it from me, having worked for many a family, you know, that relationship has to be incredibly healthy, where you can have a really fluid conversation and be able to go back and tell the parents what you're seeing and how you can help them. I'd love you to be able to just have that conversation now. I'm sure you see a lot whilst you're at work.
Sometimes, like, you are a bit soft on them.
And I will put my hands up and say, like, I'm too soft.
Like, I can say that I can be telling Jalen all day to be doing something, and then he knows when you come in, you will do it, and then obviously I tell you that not to help him, but then you say you're sick of seeing the mess.
Yeah,
so you still do it.
For instance, like his bedroom, sometimes it took, how long did it take last week? 3 days for him to actually tidy it, and it just looked a tip, and I got fed up of seeing it, and I just ended up doing it.
But then he knows that she'll do that if he leaves it.
But, like, that's the longest...
Did you just hear what was said?
What was that, sorry?
Continue.
He knows that you're going to do it if he leaves it.
I don't all the time, though. Like,
All right, let's just talk about the time you do it.
Right, go on.
Like, I don't know, you just need to, instead of like just thinking, oh, it's mess, he needs to learn that he needs to tidy it himself. Like,
Why?
Because
Why?
he made the mess, so he should learn how.
But educate the mother why?
Because just need to be more strict with him, I say.
Your father's around, is that correct?
Yes.
He's around with the kids?
Yeah.
And what's he like with the children?
It is brilliant. It's ever so strange because when my dad's around the children, the behaviour, like, they're good, aren't they?
It just changes instantly.
But, you know, for me and Tia,
yes.
like, they just change. Like, that's when they become naughty, don't listen to me or whatever.
Right. Well, let's meet Dad then.
You're right then?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, Sam, yeah.
I'm Sam, I'm Jade's father.
Kiss.
Granddad's Jade and Jason. My role is, I'm granddad.
No, this is what he does, banging.
Hey!
Jade needs Joe's help because I think, personally, that she's got no parent skills.
Sit down properly, look, or get down.
The behaviour when they're with me is, they're controlled.
You know you're a naughty man, don't you? Hey? You're listening to me. Put them down.
Are you going to be a good boy now?
Yep.
Give me a kiss. Look here.
They do as they're told, they sit down, like say they play.
That's goes like that.
They're not an handful. They are not an handful.
Good for you.
Well behaved.
Yeah, but it's naughty for me.
No, I don't see them misbehaving, no. It's only hearsay. It's all second hand that I hear.
If you're not going to sit down properly, you're going to go on that naughty step.
Do believe that she lacks a lot of discipline.
And when you picked all them up, you can come downstairs with us, yeah?
I'm not coming downstairs. I'm taking my room on my own.
Yeah, well, that's all right then. I'll let you clean your room.
She lets them run riot.
I'm staying in my room all myself.
It's not very nice. You have to respect your mummy.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to hear. Nice to hear some facts with respects to what you believe is going on. But as we're all here, I think it'd be important for you to let Jade know what you believe she needs to learn in order to get that respect.
The kids have got to have some sort of control. They've got tone of voice. You've got to tell them where they live, who's boss.
I try though.
No, come on, Jade. You don't.
I do.
You don't. You're too soft. You go when you're walking around the supermarket and they're playing up. Oh, do this. I'll get you some sweeties and you'll be okay. That's the wrong approach. No, you can't muddy cuddle them all the time. I know you're on your own.
I try to give them what they deserve,
No, you've got to show them they've got to have some sort of control, because it's not now, it's later on in life that they'll be suffering.
That's why I'm asking for Joe's help.
Still to come on Family Matters.
I just feel like I don't know how to discipline them.
It's your job to teach your children.
Yeah.
They learn everything from you, and if you don't give them that, you're doing them a disservice. You want to say something? I can see.
She does, yeah. I know, I can see it.
I just feel like I try my best with them, and I don't know, because obviously, because I am on my own, they've only got me, and I just try, give them as much as I can,
Yeah, but you can't cotton wool them. You've got to they've got to have some sort of father figure, or if not, okay, then there's no father around, right? But they've got to have some sort of I'm boss. You do as I do. It's all military. It's all military stuff while they're young, and then they'll start developing their own mind, and hopefully, they'll come out of all this. But at this stage of life, it's got to be done.
I just feel like I don't know how to discipline them.
But what does Jay follow through on?
To be honest, not really.
Exactly. Okay. You see anything she follows through on?
No. She's soft.
She's soft.
Her problem, Joe, right, is that she's too loving. She's got a lot of gold.
Oh, you can never have too much loving. You can never have too much loving.
No.
And I know, but like, I mean, she gives them, she cotton walls them. You do, Jade.
Let's take a look at the tape.
The children's behaviour, it really upsets me, if I'm honest.
Leave it open a little bit. Come on. Jalen.
They have me in tears. Like, they don't listen to me at all. They're just rude to me, sometimes swear at me.
Hey!
I haven't brought them up like this. I don't want them to be like this.
That is naughty. Jade's quality of life is non-existent because the kids have overcome her.
Jalen, stop banging. Jalen, stop banging.
I think their behaviour needs addressing, otherwise it'll just get from bad to worse.
Stay in your room for 5 minutes.
They're all controllable now. Who's going to want Jade?
You're not helping him, are you? What are you helping him for? That's what he wants.
Because I'm encouraging him, okay?
Yes, well, I tell him to do it, right? This is exactly what he wants.
We're getting results, aren't we? Come on, both of you.
God, it looks exhausting.
It is.
It's exhausting. What was wrong with your dad helping your son?
It took me, that day, it took me over an hour. I kept telling him, put your toys up. I even sat there and I put a couple of his Legos in one of them. I said, right, now you carry on. You know where they go now, because his excuses, oh, well, I don't know where they go. So I was showing him where they go, and then my dad come round, and then my dad went straight up and started helping him. And I'm like, but that's what Jalen wants. He won't clean his room until I've helped him.
No, that ain't what happened, right? I didn't help him. I encouraged him.
I walked
right?
in, and you was helping him.
The difference is like, I picked up a brick and I says, where's that brick go? Right? And he told me where it lived, right? So, and I tried to make it into a game for him, right? So instead of like, you can't do and you've got to do and you've got to do this and that, right? It was more of a game. And he played the game. And did I get a result?
Yeah.
Correct. You mean, so want that back.
He got a result. But I have to say there's a major flaw here from watching the tape, and that's every time he's naughty, you put him in the room that he's supposed to feel safe and secure and have a good night's sleep. And that is giving him the wrong message, because he should be up there during the day to play, and he should be in his bedroom of a night time to have stories read to him and getting a nice, secure, sound, good rest, sleep. And he's not, because you just leave him in the bedroom and he ends up crying in there, and you shout with him in there, and then you close the door. And that place becomes an association with him behaving naughty and you shouting at him and losing control, and he ends up in that space. So here's the thing, in order for you to have an expectation, you have to teach him to do it first. He was not born with a chip in his head knowing how to tidy his own room, how to put his own clothes on. That's called life skills. You need to teach him those life skills, which means you have to do it. Teach him the life skills from his mother, and of course the encouragement from granddad.
Yeah.
And yourself, because you're with the kids 2 of those days out of the week. The reality is that you're not doing the kids any favours, and then you set them up to fail. And when you set them up to fail, you get frustrated and they become very depleted from it all. You know, children need to be taught. Yeah, you're there to be able to help them and encourage them for them to continue. And if that doesn't happen, then they don't know what to do. It becomes overwhelming and they have a meltdown. And so what you're seeing from your son is an emotional meltdown, where he's frustrated and he loses his temper, and where he's young and he doesn't have any regulation over his emotions, they spiral out of control, and he just wants impact. So he just chucks things and throws things, because that's what little kids do when they have temper tantrums. They'll throw and kick and punch. But unless you teach, then how is he to learn? And if he's not being given the opportunity to learn, then he can't do. So it's an unrealistic expectation. The other thing is
I've never seen it like that, from that way.
Because that's what you will need to learn, you know, as a parent.
Yeah.
But you've got to be able to recognise that your role is not as a friend. Your role is as a parent, to supervise, to love, to protect, to nurture, to teach. The friendship will come much later on in the teachings of your parenthood.
I find calling him mate gives him like a wrong signal as well.
Why?
Like, because to me, a mate is a friend, not somebody that I have to look up to or look down to. Yeah, I mean, you have to put yourself in that position. I'm mum. You can only do so many things, but calling me mate gives him like a mate, like, oh, I mate in the classroom. You mean, like, and that's the sort of attitude that you take. So that ought to be addressed.
You said, what do you think about that?
I don't know, I just think like, I don't know. I want us to be close.
You can be. You can be, but you're very correct, sir. You're very correct. Because the reality is that you're mummy. If you went around going, hey, Jay, can you come upstairs? Your mummy.
It does actually say Jade sometimes.
Mate, Jade, his mummy. He needs to be able to respect your authority as his parent, but know that you're there for him.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you have to recognise that the friendship will come. As long as you continue to parent where you can remain connected and emotionally attached to your sons, you will have that closeness. What you're not doing right now is creating that. You're not making that happen.
Right.
And that's just basic one-on-one parenting skills. If you can brush up on those and understand that, then you can implement. And being consistent with that is what's important.
I don't know how to be boss. Because I do try and like hold my ground or whatever, but they do run me.
Yeah, like they tell her what to do instead of her telling them.
You're not understanding why.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when your children behave the way they do, understand why it's wrong. Think to yourself, well, why is that wrong? You know, why are they doing that? Is that okay with me? No, it's not. So that when you are teaching them, you stand with conviction and know that's why you are going to follow through, because it's your job to teach your children.
Yeah.
They learn everything from you. And if you don't give them that, you're doing them a disservice. They need that from you. You're setting them up for everything that they will walk outside that front door with, for the play dates that they'll go on, for the school that they're at. It starts at home, and that's your responsibility. And it can be one that can be extremely challenging, but when you get it right and you hold your ground, it takes so much time then where you can have fun and play and enjoy it, because now they know. Now they know what those rules and boundaries are.
Yeah.
And it makes them more stable. They feel incredibly more stable inside.
That's what I want them to be. I want them to feel stable.
Well, that's what everybody wants.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it's not happening.
No, that's why I'm completely attached
not only like you missing out on quality of life. I mean, if it's not nipped in the bud now, I mean, like, it's just going to get worse, and I'd hate to see that happen to my kids.
Yeah, that's the thing. At school,
really, really good.
They says that is absolutely brilliant.
Because teachers expect him to behave a certain way, and they reward him for it.
Yeah.
Okay, put the positive in there. Let him game. You know, create that positive record on the wall that he can counter up and feel proud of being able to achieve.
Yeah.
You know, kids do want to please. They get that verbal praise from you. It continues.
When he is good at school, I always praise him, don't I? And I'll say, well done, mate. Like,
not mate, well done. But let him see it at home.
I can't help but say mate.
Like?
I'll have to like ditch that.
I feel like you've learnt something here today.
I do actually already. Like, and do you know, it's quite strange actually looking back on the footage and seeing yourself like, I don't know, it is,
and how you act.
And how I am as well. Like,
there's one thing you've done today that if you can continue doing when you leave here, you will grow to become more confident as a mother.
At the minute, I feel like I ain't got no confidence at all.
No, but there's one thing you have done today that will give you the opportunity to become very proud of the mother that you will be every day. You've listened.
Yeah.
You need to be able to listen, because the people around you who are telling you for the sake of all the family what needs to be done are doing it because they care, because they give a damn. They care, they love, they care.
I understand that.
Keep listening. Keep listening. Keep listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Still to come on Family Matters.
He came at 11:15 on the Wednesday night to say they'd found his body in the water.
So you're really angry with him?
Yep.
You're angry because you're like, how dare you?
Why
How dare
bring
you go
two
and
children into the world to cause that kind of pain to them? I don't get it.
Welcome back. My next guest today, Corinne, contacted the show because she desperately needs help with 12-year-old son Ross. Corinne says that his outbursts have become unbearable as he is getting increasingly more violent towards her and his younger sister Dawn. Tragically, Ross's father died just under a year ago, and ever since his behaviour has got progressively worse.
I'm Corinne Shields. I'm a mother of two. I've got Ross, who's 12, and Dawn, who's 10 years old. The problem that we're having in the house is just total lack of communication between me and Ross. His behaviour, his anger, and the fact that we cannot speak to each other to get to the bottom of these problems. I said that I don't know. Because you were asking me questions I didn't know the answers to.
No, that's complete lies.
My name's Alison and I'm Ross and Dawn's nanny. Ross's anger issues started round about the time his dad died.
Ross's dad jumped off the Forth Road Bridge. I think the bit that Ross doesn't understand the same as the rest of us is the why.
Right now they're a broken family.
It's the disrespect towards me and his sister, the disrespect towards the house, the tantrums, the name calling, the physical aggression towards things round about him.
Corinne can't cope. She's at the end of her tether. She really is at the end of her tether.
Welcome, Corinne. Alison. Firstly, may I say my sympathies for the loss of your husband. I know we're here today to try and find some resolution. So can you just take me back a little bit? Like, obviously, I'm really interested to hear about his relationship with his dad, you know, your relationship. Sort of give me a picture of what that was like.
Ross and his dad were joint at the hip. They used to sit and play guitar together all the time as well, and Ross is absolutely brilliant at the guitar even now. If you speak to Ross, and it's like he'll sit and give you the nods and shakes in front of you, but that's when you know he's actually thinking about what you say, because he'll go up the stairs and you hear him playing the guitar. And that's like his re-release, that's his thinking time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because of the connection with, obviously, his dad, but that's when you know you're getting through to him at some point. Yeah.
So, a complete shock when your husband took his own life. Right. I mean, was there any kind of, now you think about it, was there any kind of, not sign, but was he ever depressed or having difficulty or troubles with circumstances in his own life?
Not that ever made anybody aware, right down to his best pals.
No.
He never spoke to anybody that he was worried, depressed, concerned about any. He had a good job. He loved his family, great with his kids.
Was he a man who kept things to himself, though?
Aye, very much so.
Did he feel it was kind of like a
macho
man's
thing.
place of not being able to share your feelings and thoughts and
Definitely.
keep it to yourself?
Chin up and get on with it.
Right.
Very much so.
So it's very much his attitude anyway.
And that's what worries me with Ross, because I think he's maybe getting into the same pattern.
Right,
and
okay.
Obviously that concerns you, because you don't want him to end up the same place.
Take me back to that day, the day you found out the news.
Well, he actually went missing on the Monday. He was missing for 2 days.
Right.
And they came at 11:15 on the Wednesday night to say they'd found his body in the water.
From that day one of hearing that news and the whole family being in shock, what did you start to see with respects to Ross's behaviour?
In my opinion, he doesn't care anymore about anything. Anybody, anything. He just doesn't care anymore. He's just lost interest in everything.
Do you feel the same? Can you talk to Ross? You feel like he doesn't talk? You talk to him, he ignores you, he's shut down?
He doesn't talk to his mother, he just shouts. And she shouts back. He's like Ross Senior and her. You know, he thinks he's still the daddy, and instead of the son, he's lost his place. He can talk to us, but he's no feelings. He doesn't show emotion. He doesn't.
The anger he shows.
Anger
that
I
emotion?
haven't witnessed the anger other than screaming at his mum, because he's relatively well behaved when he comes along to my house.
Let's take a look at the tape.
Ross has, in my opinion, big anger issues.
He's smashed his mum's laptop recently.
Shouts a lot, name calls a lot, punches walls, doors. He's misbehaving at school. His school invention. Now, he done great work in school with the clock and then come home with that.
When Ross gets angry, it seems to be aimed more towards his mother and his wee sister than anybody else.
Name calling, being nasty, telling me to go and die.
He punched his wee sister full on in the face. They argue like two 2-year-olds.
I never made you walk to a train station. No, I did not, Ross. You get a taxi up the road. It ends up, he's angry, I'm angry, he's upset, I'm upset. It's no good. That you couldn't even put the chair that you wanted in your room because your room was too messy. This is the way every conversation ends up, and that is why it's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. Ross's day consists of eating the biggest load of junk he can get his hands on and playing that tablet.
She's no control over Ross anymore.
But I feel that everything is just spiraling so quickly out of my control.
What do you see in the house? I mean, objectively, I mean, we just heard from the tape that both angry, in a lot of pain, both lost for words, really, with the circumstance.
I don't know whether, sometimes I think maybe the two of them just need to sit down and tell each other how they really feel. And if Karine maybe opened up with wee Ross and said exactly how she's feeling, which she has huge issues about showing her feelings as well, then Ross might take his cue from his mum and maybe possibly tell her how he feels. Because I sometimes wonder, does he get anger issues because he doesn't understand about death? He doesn't understand why his daddy done what he done.
What do you feel your daughter needs to hear from you right now?
Oh, I think my daughter's heard all she needs to hear from me right now. It's just she needs to communicate a wee bit more. I just feel that she kind of needs to maybe lean on us a wee bit more and know that we're here for her. And when she's having a rubbish day, let us know that she's having a rubbish day, and not just she has rubbish days every day with us.
But what's the point? Go through life moaning? No.
It's not going through life moaning, it's just maybe learning how to communicate and tell us things that maybe we can help you with.
Behind the wall right now, I'm asking you really honestly, behind the wall right now, because it's not like you knew that there was an illness, a terminal illness, and that eventually your husband would pass away from a terminal illness. You got a phone call and a visit one day that basically said that your husband had taken his own life. And how do you feel about that?
Angry. I didn't sign up to have 2 kids, Simone. 2 people had 2 kids.
So you feel angry? You feel like what's he done?
You have children, you should be there for them. And he's chose not to be there for them. So for that part, I'm angry. And that's what I'm left with. But
what would you tell him if he was here?
He's a selfish git. To go back up and I would kick him off.
If he was right here, what would you tell him?
To go back up so I could kick him.
No, seriously?
I would tell him he's very selfish to have 2 kids, bring 2 kids into that world and leave them feeling like that.
And what has he left you dealing with right now?
His mess. Because that's what I see it as. He's created the mess and he's faffed off and left me to deal with it. So that's why I'm here. Because I don't know how to deal with it.
So you're really angry with him?
Yep.
You're angry because you're like, how dare you?
Why bring 2 children into the world to cause that kind of pain to them? I don't get it. So for that, I'm angry. You shouldn't have brought children into the world if you're going to do that. If you're going to bring them into the world, just stick a bit, like I'm doing, there, day in, day out, every day. You do what's needed done. And he's not done that. He's chose to walk away.
So do you feel like he took the easy road?
Yeah. I don't believe there's ever a problem in the world you can't get up with the next day and deal with. So he definitely took the easy road.
Now, Alison, you have a partner, correct? And he's very much involved with the family?
Yep.
And does he have a good relationship with Ross? Yeah?
Yeah, Frankie's brilliant.
They've got a great rapport going, the two of them. They've got a lot of things in common. Plus, he's very, very good with kids. So he encourages them in fishing and music and all the things that he likes. And he's got a good conversation going with Ross. But then again, he comes to a brick wall too when he tries to get a wee bit personal and just say, why are you getting into trouble?
He doesn't open up. Let's take a look at the tape.
Hi, my name's Frankie Lane. I'm Alison's partner, who's Ross's grandmother. I think Ross looks to me more like a friend, more a pal, if you like. Me and Ross used to spend quite a lot of time together, especially when he came for dinner, but that doesn't happen so much anymore. He's changed a lot. He's got a bit more withdrawn. He's not as open with me as he was at first.
Ross losing his dad has a huge effect on things that he's going through just now.
Since his dad died, it's got more intense, I think. He tends to think everybody in the world's a liar. He even refuses to read books that are not factual because they're lies. He tells his mum he hates her. He seems to be quite aggressive towards her. And I have to say, Karine can be quite angry back at him.
But I think Karine's just as bad. She's not really dealt with the suicide either.
His anger is in there through not allowing his feelings to be shown. I don't know who he's blaming, but he's blaming someone for it. We're worried about him. We're worried about his future. We're worried about his mum. And we just feel quite helpless.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you feel like Ross is blaming someone for that.
Yeah, well, you know, he needs to have someone to blame, or he needs to have reason for it happening. And I don't know whether he has a person to blame, or he's just blaming the whole world, you know. But he certainly feels, I think he feels angry at everything and everybody.
It's just an open hatred towards his mum.
Does he blame you?
I think so. I don't think he'll admit it, but I think he does.
What have you asked him?
I've stood in front of him in floods of tears and says, "Why do you hate me?" He's like, "I don't hate you. I never said I hated you." Well, why are you acting as if you hate me?
Still to come on Family Matters.
We can't change what's happened, can we? You know, we can't. But what we can do is look at how we're going to move forward so that we can all work through the process of what's happened here. Every time you have a conversation with him, you know, like school and just getting ready, I mean, is that natural sort of tit-tat conversation? Does that happen?
I can't even say to Ross, "How's your day?" That's my wee boy, and I can't say to him, "How was your day today?" Without it ending up my riot.
I had a chance to speak to him earlier today, and he gave me a few words, you know, which was great. You know, I had the opportunity. You can see the tape there. It was nice just to be able to have a little conversation with him and just ask him why, you know, he felt we were all here today. He spoke about arguing with yourself and his sister and wanting to make that better. But genuinely, he doesn't have a true understanding of why it's happening. He knows that he's enraged. He knows that he's angry. But when children suffer the loss that they have, that anger is a secondary emotion, because underneath what is absolute devastation and pain, a pain that is so severe that they don't even know how to be able to handle that, how to be able to process that. And so what it comes out in is the secondary emotion that we see, the extreme anger. And so that's what you're seeing constantly, and what is going to be incredibly important for you all as a family is how you channel that emotion and use it so that it doesn't become destructive in the home, but where you shift that emotion and where he can have that release. Where can he release that moment of frustration that he has? That's what's going to be very important. Let's just take a look at the tape here.
I don't know where to turn next. I don't know what to offer him next, what to try next. I'm absolutely at my wit's end. It's just dragging me down. For the future, I know we're not ever going to be the family unit we were,
but I wish we could be a family unit again.
At the end of this, I would just like for Karine and her 2 kids to go on and have as happy a life as they're going to have and get along together without all this fighting and all this hatred towards each other, and get this wee boy back on the straight and narrow.
I don't know how to help my kids through this because I don't know how to really help myself through it.
I would like to see Ross and his mum get back to having a mother and son relationship that can work, because it can't work the way it's going on. It can only get worse.
I just feel that I've lost him. And I've just lost so much at the minute I lose him. But I want my wee boy back. Sorry.
So let's talk about how we are going to get him back, okay? Because we can't change what's happened, can we? You know, we can't. But what we can do is look at how we're going to move forward so that we can all work through the process of what's happened here. The reality is that it takes everybody individually their own time. Everybody in their own time as their process. Yeah. You know, certainly those feelings of anger and frustration are going to be there for yourself, are there for your son, because there was no answer. There was nothing left. It happened. You know, there was no understanding or rationality behind that. And I want you to understand that you're in that place. That we're not in that first stage of bereavement where we really are looking at feeling that there was any denial, because we are not in denial of what's happened. But you're living with that. Yeah. But certainly, you know, we are in that process of the stage of bereavement, of grieving, where you are angry, you are frustrated, which means it makes it incredibly difficult to have those healthy conversations, because your son is going through that as well. So it's not a matter of, I feel, your mum telling you how you should feel. It's a matter of when you stand from your mum's place, she doesn't know what to do either. There's a feeling of helplessness. Yeah. You want to take the pain away from your own children that are feeling that, and she can't.
Same with me, but us.
She doesn't understand. So you understand that as a mother. She doesn't know how to take that away from you. She doesn't want you being that pain. And any mother wouldn't want their children to feel that pain. They take it for them. You understand that because you're the mother to Ross. So at a time when you feel really angry and frustrated, those moments when you peak down from that anger, I think it's incredibly important for you to understand that the conversations that are being had are because they're coming from a place of love. They're coming purely from a place of love, because they're not coming from anywhere else. They just don't know what to do. I need emotion being shifted every day, because when it builds up, it sits. When it sits, it stays stagnant. When it's stagnant, it will become destructive. I would like to suggest that he have like a keepsake box, and that you start to collect different things for him that reminded him of his father.
Dad keepsake boxes.
Okay? That you're able to place those things in there, so that he can open up the box when he wants to, and not feel that if he does, it's going to make you angry, because it's his own box. I want him to have his own box in his own space, to put the things that he wants to put in his own box for his dad. And that allows him, when he wants to, which is not always the same time that we want to as adults, to go through those little things. Yeah. You know? Because children can process that very differently. They can feel sad one moment and then watch a cartoon and be laughing at the cartoon that they're watching. You know, they are very sporadic with the way that they feel. And right now, you know, Ross is in that place where he's not feeling in control of his emotions. So when they come at full force, what he wants to do is to release them with impact. And that's why the impact are the walls, are the doors, because it's an impact from being able to release that strong emotion that comes through. He needs to be able to release it. He needs to be able to get rid of it. I've got my box here.
I knew she was good, but come on.
Okay. I know he likes fishing, and I thought this is rather like his little fishing box.
I love fish.
Right? So we can have another little fishing box here. Oh. Okay, this is his keepsake box now. Right. This is his own keepsake box. And look, I just think this is a lovely beginning, you know, of his dad and himself as a little baby. You know? Little baby. Hello. Okay? So, here's what I'm suggesting. I know you don't like cuddles, but I'm going to give you one anyway. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here. We're going to get into you. You get there. This is what I'd love you to do, because I think you are brave enough to take that step forward, because you've come this far. We might as well go the rest of the way. We have him in a lovely room, okay, with all the kids' stuff in it. I think what we should do is go into the children's room, and the first step of being able to create this bridge, now you have the understanding of what needs to be done moving forward, is to be able to present him with this box. And with this box, you'll tell him a short story about the moment he was born and his dad held him, because you have the pictures there. And I'd like you to be brave enough to give him one piece of you. Show him that he can be vulnerable with you and verbally express his feelings, because you're about to show him by example, you're about to do the same with him, okay? Let him know. You want to do that? Yep. Yeah, let's make the first bridge. So, we're going to go off and take this box to the little one. So you know what you're going to do? You're going to give him a piece of you. You're going to show him your vulnerability. You know that you're going to give him his keepsake box, and you're going to tell him a fun story, okay? And when you've got his eye contact, you tell him that you love him, and you know what he needs to hear.
Tell him at the time I will be here for him constant forever.
Tell him again, I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. I'm here, thick and thin. I'm here for you. I love you, and I'm here. No matter how you feel, because it's not about controlling his emotions, it's about allowing him to feel what he feels. Whether you feel happy, sad, confused, I will always be here for you, regardless of what you're feeling. He needs to hear that.
No, when you tell him that, it's his worst nightmare. He's not getting rid of me.
I'm going to have you go in. Okay. Yeah. They can have their conversation by themselves. That's their private moment. Thank you and goodbye.